Anyway, all right. Anyway, God damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Monday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Monday News Day. Folks, it is September 9th, 2024. It's finally the 9th of September. Anyway, folks, it's the 9th of September, 2024. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. It's 81 degrees and mostly clear. And I have some bad news. I mean, it's going to be a wonderful day today for everybody. I hope for the boys, the girls, and the MBs. It is a great day for me so far. However, I have some bad news. My favorite pair of pants that I'm currently wearing right now. I know I forgot. It's still at 30 FPS. Shut the fuck up. I forgot to fix it. Please. It doesn't matter. You're going to be watching YouTube videos. You can watch it at 30 FPS. It's cinema. Okay? Get used to it. So let me explain to you what I'm sad about. My favorite pair of pants that I wore to the DNC that were gifted to me, as a matter of fact, they shrunk. I washed them in the regular washing machine instead of fucking getting them dry cleaned, and they shrunk, and I'm so sad. What? Oh, it's the landscapers. I was like, God damn, motherfuckers walking around in my front yard. But yeah, did they shrink or did you grow? No, they shrunk. Now you're gonna be self-conscious about the anyways you say. I know, I will. I can't believe you got kicked out, dude. That's so lame. What are you talking about? Oh, kicked out? It's fine. Folks, not the parachute pants. Fear not. No, the black ones. The black ones that I'm wearing currently, as a matter of fact. Let me see. Did I post it on my Instagram? The ones I'm wearing currently, they're my favorite. They were a gift. And unfortunately, it is what it is. I'm gonna have to get new ones. I mean, it's not like the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, honestly. Like, I can still wear them. They're just a little bit high watered now. Did they kick you out for not paying or for your views? What are you talking about? Yeah, it sucks that like if you have fancy shit, you have to get them dry cleaned, and I never do. I literally always just like throw them in the washer and also the dryer as well. Like, it's not even the big and ridiculously baggy pants. No. Those are fine. Those are made out of a very different material. That's like super durable material. They're perfectly fine. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. Here, I'll just show you. Okay, first of all, personal news wise, I started watching with my family the new Netflix show Chaos, which was fine. I mean, I love Jeff Goldblum, so it's all good. We tried a new donut spot, which is bad for me because it's really good donut, but it's bad for me because it's like ruins my diet. No, not the JW Andersons. The dryer heat what shrinks. Let shit air dry. I know. It's pretty good. Chaos is pretty good, surprisingly, because I can't remember the last fucking time that like Netflix has had like a decent. I cannot remember the last time Netflix had a decent fucking show. But regardless, this morning I woke up, I listened to the new Daily, and it's the year of vindication continues. Harris honeymoon is over. Just saying. I was fucking right, and the New York Times is catching up. They're playing catch up. Also, here's some pull action. Here's some pull action for all the boys and the girlies. Just doing fucking full mobility all the way. Chin ups. Did some deadlifting too. Did some deadlifting as well. It was pull day this morning. Feeling pretty good. I actually went up on my deadlift because I'm always a little scared on my deadlifts because I don't want to like hurt my back because it comes right after I play Vindicated from the New York Times, Lamau. I mean, yeah, that's what liberals listen to. What do you want me to do? Go to a complete dead hang if possible. Really good form though. It was almost that was a complete dead hang. King, there's no way you're ethnic and don't automatically hang dry all your nice clothes for real. Yeah, no, I that's my most American quality. So basically, what the fuck was I talking about? New York Times. Oh, yeah, this shit shrunk, dude. Look, these are my favorite pants. You probably saw me wear them. They were all the way down underneath, like you couldn't see sock when I normally wore it. And I would have to even pull it up a little bit higher, like above my waist, even like up to my waist, even. And now it's like, now it's showing ankles, which sucks. Anyway, it sucks. It makes me sad. That was part of the reason why I loved it was because, part of the reason why I love them is because like most of my pants, because of my size, are always like high waters when they're not supposed to be. And these pants were like perfect. They don't know he's wearing Rick. No, I'm not wearing Rick. I do have some Rick, but that's not what it is. Anyway, just sag them. I know it just sucks. It sucks. It makes me sad, but it is what it is. Why do you dress like 15-year-old Japanese kids? Oh, you mean why do I have too much swag? The answer is I just have it, and some people don't. You know what I mean? Speaking of doing pull-ups, this motherfucker did like a gorillion pull-ups, which is crazy. I'm proud to say that we broke the Guinness World Record for most pull-ups in 24 hours with 9,250 reps. Special thanks to everyone who donated to Project Purple. Respect to this guy. I mean, he's a goober and he's a weirdo usually, but this is actually like he's had a lot of like weird moments. If you remember, he was like the #1 like Nadia is cheating guy. But honestly, this shit is fire. Respect. I mean, the previous record I believe was like 8,250 or something. And he added an additional 1,000 to that. Most amount of pull-ups in 24 hours. I mean, that's crazy. That's incredibly impressive. Or it was 8,940. Yeah. I think he was going for 11,000 originally. And he actually got to the record in like with like 5 hours remaining. He got to the record with 5 hours remaining. And he got to this number at like, I think 3 hours remaining. But it is crazy that he was able to pull this off. And much respect to that. Dude, just stretch them back out. When they're wet, hang them up and attach weights to the bottoms. Wash them again and stretch them back out. No, it just doesn't work that way. No, I don't believe that. Everybody always says that. But one, that's too much work. And two, it's just, what is this? How politicians weaponize migrants? Ooh, okay. We'll talk about that. Potentially. Oh my God. Everyone's like, bro, put it back in cold water, pull them, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do any of that. Okay. It's too much work. The entire reason why my pants originally were the perfect size and now they are smaller than they used to be is because I'm lazy. Do you understand? I'm a lazy piece of shit. I just toss them in. I just toss them in to the washer and then toss them into the dryer, which was a mistake. I should have never put it in the dryer. Okay. But I am lazy with everything else. I'm not very lazy when it comes to work, but I am lazy when it comes to, doing my own laundry. I'm a tosser. Yeah. Do you see Tim Pool's dad called in the majority report? Yes. I don't care. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care. All right. I'm noticing that like, I'm also in a relatively like, I'm developing that hair trigger again. Cause I think I've been just like streaming consecutively for too long. Sometimes I need like a reset. But you know, I might have to do that reset this weekend or something. Cause I've just been like noticing that normally things that wouldn't piss me off are pissing me off. Like people in the chat sending me links and stuff. It's just like normally it should not upset me as much, but it does. But that's neither here nor there. So we'll get to it. We'll blast off. But yeah, personal news wise, that's it. I worked out this morning. I feel pretty good. Kai's not here right now. I left her at the gym with her boyfriend and girlfriend. This man is a menace to society. New Fear End is out. Hopefully you guys liked it. Where is this? This man is a menace to society.
It's probably all water weight.
Yeah, it's definitely.
We're in another fucking fan cam.
We're doing it again.
Marsh isn't even on me.
Wow, hold on.
I look over. I started flexing.
Hold on.
Look, he just cut away. Look, he cut away again. That's crazy.
Shit.
He doesn't even care.
Dude, good girl. Ever since I swapped out these, like I bought like 10 of these things, dude. They're all like, they're cheap off of Amazon, and I just only wear these fucking tanks now. I don't wear anything else.
Oh, no.
Good girl.
He does. Oh, no. Oh, we're gonna be in that. Fuck, somebody's gonna make a fan cam out of that.
I need to stop. I'm stopping. I'm joking. I'm fucking around. We were talking about like what Austin says in the bedroom. That's why for those of you who are wondering what the context is, I believe that was behind the paywall. But we were talking about like bedroom, like what language and verbiage Austin uses in the bedroom, and in order to get it out of him, I had to give him a little nudge. You've taken 2 days off in 2.5 months. You need more time. I know. God, I'm such a lazy piece of shit. Who needs more time off? I've taken 2 days off already in the last 2.5 months, mostly to travel, by the way. Have you not slept since last night? What does that even mean? Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's fucking blast off. 1 day out from Kamala x Trump debate. Yeah, those days off are you missing time because you're traveling? I know. Debate is tomorrow night. Many people don't even know. It's coming up, and a lot of people are oblivious to it. 1 day out from Kamala x Trump debate. Do you think he will cancel the debate? No. Do's and don'ts. Where do you put the apostrophe in do's and don'ts? I don't care. Do's and don'ts, predictions, and more. Latest polls show Kamala enthusiasm waning. No, for don'ts. Where do you put the apostrophe? When you say don'ts, between the N and the T, do you just keep it between the N and the T, or do you put it between the T and the S? You know Twitter's HN, I deleted it, so don't get mad when your tweet gets 12 likes. It's fine. Someone said double apostrophe. No, I don't think so. All right, 1 day out from Kamala x Trump debate, do's and don'ts, predictions, and more. Latest poll show Kamala enthusiasm waning. Wukong chapter 5 finish later. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a blast off meme or no? Did you kill Duskvale? I think so. I don't know. All right, we're posting. Do you just like thirsty comments made about you? Are you okay with that? Yes, I'm okay with it. Yes, I will be collabing with Jason later after my stream. You saved a meme yesterday for today? I missed. Yes, I'm okay with it. Yes, I will be collabing with Jason later after my stream. You saved a meme yesterday for today? I missed that, but we're just already posted. HasanAbi, please find all the hidden areas and chapters. Return to the mirror room in chapter 3 for a secret Erelon fight with sick loot reward. Wait, what? Yeah, Jason the wee wee. I'm gonna be on a stream later today. Yeah, W-Unk status. Folks, we're live. We're alive. Let's get it popping. Let's get it twisted. Don't get it twisted, actually. Are you having any momentum on tomorrow? Yes, I will be. Since I know you always like looking at the latest Apple products, here's the latest from the launch this morning. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I think Apple's latest shit is so goddamn mid. I do need a new iPhone right now because mine is super broken. But I don't even know if it's worth it. Like, is there anything new in the new Apple iPhone? Like, is there anything new ever? Like, when is the last time they made like a bold leap in technological innovation? Like, I can't remember the last fucking time they did that shit. If anything, they probably put like AI Garbo in it, which I don't know if they did or not. That is immediately my suspicion because everything has like AI garbage bloatware. Every single goddamn thing is just like loaded to the fucking brim with bloatware AI Garbo. Okay. You can't even do a search query anymore. It has to be like Ask Jeeves sucks. Ask Grok It's just like, I don't care, man. I don't care. I don't want to ask your stupid fucking chat GPT backed AI questions. Like I have search. Give me answers. I have search queries. I need answers for them. I do not want stupid ass bullshit. Okay. What is this? Yup. iPhone 16 to include Apple Intelligence. Oh, sick. Buh. Fuck, man. That shit is so dope. Yo, that's awesome. Oh my God. By the way, remember all the Apple loyalists like Megaphonics and all those other motherfuckers in here that love like the EV evangelists, like the tech evangelists, yelling at me about like the Apple Vision Pro or whatever? What happened, bro? I told you that shit was a dud. Number one, and it is a dud. It's been a dud. Anyway, Ted Cruz is a freak. What is going on, bro? Haitian migrants are eating cats? What the fuck is happening? Yeah. Elon said if they add AI, he will ban all iPhones from his companies. Apple Vision Pro is a $3,500 tool for jorking your peanuts. Yeah. You can make a custom emoji. It's an easy fix. Get an Android phone and install a custom ROM. No, man, I'm not doing any of that nerd shit. I'm going to get the new Apple product and I'm going to fucking shut the fuck up about it. Okay. As I always do. Here's the daily Hasan GeoGuessr. Okay. Let's take a look at the daily Hasan Guesser. We got to do our dailies. Okay. Before I just blasted off. I'm going to get to the news in a brief moment. But before I do that, let's do our dailies.
Sir, if you want to come through, I'm going to have to pat you down.
All right, dude, get touchy with it.
This will just take a sec, sir.
Okay, easy. First of all, this is the old house. Okay, this is the old apartment. So it is either 2020. Oh, subs. It says 17,000 subs. So it's definitely not 2021. It's 2020 because obviously, and it's before the election. Okay, so it's actually around, I would say, August 2020.
This is a deranged pervert.
And I still got the Alex Jones TTS. I'm gonna go with August 2020. Fuck, I'm shocked. I thought it was straight up August 2020. Maybe it's earlier, July 2020. I don't think it's September. Wait, what does the red mean? To the right? Then it's got to be September. Yeah. Well done, comrade. Okay. It means later. Okay, I fucked it up. All right. Well, I would have gotten it right then. There it is. Easy peasy, baby. This is actually like probably easier for some of you guys than it is for me. I'm not gonna lie, because like I have no clue. Unless it's like a specific era. I can tell from my hair. I can tell from like, you know, I can give you like a time frame, I guess, from my house or whatever, like my background. But overall, it's like virtually impossible. Do more dealies. I'll do more dealies. How about you dealies these nuts? You lived in that moment. How would be easier for us? Brother, it's because from where I'm standing, my life is exactly the same every single day. I have one speed, and that is go. I wake up in the morning. I do the exact same thing every single day. I wake up in the morning and I do the exact same thing every single day, 7 days a week. So of course, when I do the same thing every single day, the days and everything just like kind of blends together. I am basically a robot. The thing is, I really enjoy it. I really, really, really enjoy it. Right. So for me, it's not a problem. Like I actually love that robotic ass rigid lifestyle, but it definitely blends the days together, and I have no like concept of time. How do you stick so well to it? I mean, chat says it's autism, but I don't know. Maybe it is autism. I don't fucking know. I don't. Time is a flat circle. Yeah, it's called the autism spectrum disorder. Okay. No life, only work. This is the future. No happiness. No bitches, only work. This is the future. Democrats like HasanAbi want. I mean, for me, this is what I derive happiness from. So it's a very different dynamic if you're, you know, stuck in your own personal situation. All right, we'll talk about. Are you not playing Wukong today? I am. Why the fuck?
We're gonna get right though to the.
preemptively have to send this because leftists get weird about Haitians. What is going on? What is happening? Like, what is happening with this? Dude, every day I feel like Republicans find a new way. They invent new ways of being racist. Now they're saying Haitians are stealing pets to eat them or some shit. Also, why are leftists getting weird about Haitians? What does that mean? Some Haitians were found eating cats. Were they? Like, actually? Also, here, you need to understand something, okay? You have to understand something very serious here, okay? Please. And this is like, please understand, this is how racism works, okay? When you see, like, if there was, and I don't even believe there is, but let's say there's one Haitian guy that was caught eating a fucking cat, okay? The assumption that, like, oh, all Haitians do this is insane. And if you don't understand what I mean, if you saw a white guy eating a cat, you wouldn't be like, every motherfucker who's white eats a cat, okay? No, you'd be like, that's a crazy white guy that they found. That's the difference. When you're actually in the crosshairs as like an ethnic minority, you immediately get locked into that fucking stereotype. It's wild, dude. What the fuck? And people do this, and then they go, no, you don't understand, dog. That's actually normal. That is actually like a real thing. That's a real thing. You're so stupid for not recognizing that's a real thing. You must be real woke. It's like if you were to be like, yeah, everyone from Philly eats horse manure, okay? Every white guy eats horse manure because that one fucking Eagles fan did it one time. Like, what are we talking about? Okay, I get it. You guys hate the Philadelphia sports fans. I know. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, yeah. All right, we'll get to this new wave of like, what did the Republicans claim all migrants are doing meta now in a second. But before we do that, there is a god dang debate coming up. Okay? There's a god dang debate coming up, and we will talk about it. Okay, there's like a million fact checks already on this. Why the fuck did they literally say, why did they think that this was like a thing that you could just repeat? It's crazy. Okay. Oh my God. It is crazy. These people are out of their goddamn minds, dude. What an insane fucking, how are you not embarrassed? How are you not even embarrassed at all to just be like, Haitians are eating cats? Oh, I hope TYT doesn't fucking jump on this. Nowadays, whenever I see like another crime panic or like immigrant crime panic narrative that the right just whips up at the fucking racism factory, I'm immediately like, I really hope Cenk doesn't tweet about this shit. Please, 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 please. Okay, please. I really, really hope that they don't just like jump on this shit. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. If you see one crazy person eating a fucking cat, okay, and that person happens to be from a minority background, okay, like a minority ethnic background, and your immediate assumption is every single person from said background does this, you are just a fucking racist, dog. It's like the most basic shit, dude. What are we doing? This is like kindergarten shit. It's crazy. It's straight up like, I don't understand how we've like decided not as Americans, we're like, nah, actually, I'm going to be doing level 1 racism. It's like the most basic thing. Holy moly. All right, Harris, Trump, prepare for ABC News debates.
Race to the White House. Kamala Harris, Donald Trump set to face off right there at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. Tomorrow night's debate could be the only debate between the two of them. Stakes are high. Race is so close. Want to start with Rachel Scott there in Philadelphia. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. We are just one day out from what is shaping up to be the most consequential moment of this campaign. Donald Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris, one-on-one in their first and likely only debate before the November election. And the stakes could not be higher with this race now locked in a dead heat.
This morning, with the first presidential debate now just over 24 hours away, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are preparing to come face to face.
What did you think of the Aurora, Colorado thing that Cenk and Anna have been talking about? Anna kind of called you out. She didn't kind of call me out. She did call me out. And I don't care. I wish her well. I hope she's doing all right. Okay? I don't care about like Anna and Cenk's perspective on this matter. I care about the facts. Okay? And I don't believe that an investigative report that the legal firm that the fucking actual developers hired is going to sway my opinion, as opposed to like interviewing the tenants, as opposed to looking at the facts of the matter. Like, what is more likely, that Venezuelans have a time travel gun that caused them to go back all the way to 2020 and actually fucking only target CBZ management's real estate properties and take them over slowly but surely? And there's this like massive coordinated effort from the local police department in turning a blind eye, because these guys have been under investigation and in trouble by the municipality in Aurora since 2020. There's an active court case right now. They've had multiple properties get condemned at this point due to a state of disrepair that they left it in. What's more likely? A slumlord being a fucking slumlord and refusing to hire a private waste management company, and that's the reason why trash piles on? Or because like Venezuelans time traveled into the fucking past, okay? Venezuelans time traveled into the fucking past and actually secretly overtook only CBZ management properties. Only CBZ management properties, nothing else, just CBZ management properties. That's it. It's pretty basic. It's like a pretty simple open and shut situation. The very same local news outlets that ran with that propaganda that CBZ management came up with in an effort to extend their court date all the way into February, okay, and resolve it later in time, because there is an active court case, okay, within the municipality for CBZ management as a direct consequence of mismanaging their own properties that happen to be comprised of not even undocumented, but just like Venezuelan migrants with TPS. Nobody says that like there aren't gangs in the area or whatever, but the entire point of contention is whether or not those gangs actually overtook those properties. Okay, CBC management's claim is they overtook those properties starting in 2023. Okay, but you've had active issues with the municipality since 2020. So what the fuck does that mean? You had another property get condemned. You have all four of your properties in Aurora, Colorado have these exact same complaints lodged against it. Trash piling on, mismanagement, state of disrepair. The real crime in that situation is the fact that those dog shit fucking houses that literally don't have roofs in certain instances are still being charged. Those Venezuelan migrants are still paying $1,400 a month for those units. There's mold everywhere. That's the real fucking crime. If there was any goddamn justice, that dude would be fucking in jail, okay? The slumlord be in jail. Anyway, it's just very frustrating because it's such a clear cut. It's such a clear cut case. Venezuelan gangs are stopping me from going to work and even some social obligations. Yeah. Venezuelan gangs are actually stopping the top of the hour break from being served. Yeah. So look at that now. $1,400 to $2,000 according to the actual reports. It's interesting to see the recent injection of liberals into this chat just parrot and follow the anti-immigration wave that the Dems have been doing over the past few years. I know. It's not that interesting. A lot of people are bots, okay? They have no way of thinking freely, okay? They're bots. They see stuff floating around and they just like pick it up, and everybody wants to sound smart, so they just like repeat things that they heard, like the NPCs, like the little NPCs that they are. No, not a single fucking unique thought up there for so many goddamn people. It's just how it is. That's why I'm very frustrated with the Democratic Party changing trajectory on their immigrant sentiment, immigrant narrative. Couldn't it also be right wingers? It's not all liberals. No, there are plenty of liberals who do repeat things. There's definitely mostly right wingers, by the way. You're right about that. Also, liberals can be right wing too. Let's be real. I think that when the top of the ticket is saying, Venezuelan, not saying Venezuelan migrants are overtaking fucking developments like real estate developments in Colorado, but when the top of the ticket is basically saying, I already said I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chat. Come on, I already debated you. Like, what do you mean? You should have woken up when I did that, literally 3 seconds prior. You should wake up to the reality that you're about to see a 3-minute ad break that the Venezuelan gangs cannot stop unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah. Here's Juan Marcano in our community. He used to be a council member for Ward 4 in Aurora. Okay. I've been in this building and I walked it. It's why I introduced the anti-slumlord ordinance that Aurora Mayor Mike and the Republicans blocked. The problems here go far beyond gangs. This property had been an ongoing issue for the city at least a decade. There you go. Insufficient dumpsters, mold, derelict elevators, hostile management, random fees and harassment from said management. Wow, dude. Seems to me like, they were doing this for a while, these gangs. Yeah, this is a person I interviewed. He's in the chat right now. Local level left. Oh, anyway, it's just so freaking annoying to have to deal with this like level of misinformation on such simple stories that like exercising a little bit of critical thinking would allow you to comprehend immediately what's going on. Okay, you don't have to like this is not a counter narrative that requires a lot of imagination to believe. Okay, it's pretty basic stuff, and that's what makes it so frustrating. Text my trainers. All right, tell that to my friend's wife. Dems don't realize how powerful vibes are in American discourse. Yeah, they were. That's the real crime, that those dumpsters were getting charged $1,400 a pop minimum. And also now hundreds of families have been evicted from those homes because the slumlord kept it in the shittiest conditions possible that made it uninhabitable.
For the first time.
Are you ready, Madam Vice President?
Ready.
The vice president off the campaign trail, spending the last 4 days hunkered down in Pittsburgh doing highly choreographed mock debates. The former president isn't doing any of that, instead holding informal policy sessions with advisors. On Friday, he came before the cameras for an event billed as a news conference, but he didn't take a single question after appearing in court for oral arguments in his appeal of the E. Jean Carroll sexual abuse case. Trump wasn't required to show up for the hearing, but he chose to go, later complaining to reporters for nearly an hour about all the women who have accused him of sexual misconduct over the years, which he denies, and even repeating claims about Carroll that a jury already considered defamatory. Trump then traveling to battleground Wisconsin for a rally this weekend.
We're going to win Wisconsin. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris.
While Trump's advisors and allies have pushed him to stay focused on the issues, he still spent much of his time on stage ranting about his legal battles. The 90-minute debate will include 2 breaks, no opening statements, no audio.
I think like one of the biggest issues with like the with the muted mics in between, which greatly favors Donald Trump, and he tried actively, his team at least tried actively to ensure that there was no crosstalk, is that there won't be any cross-examination from Kamala Harris. So she won't be able to use her like prosecutorial bona fides on Donald Trump. So obviously I'm gonna talk about that. No audience because they would get interrupted. Yeah, that definitely would have worked in her favor. It also would have been Trump's undoing overall because of the fact that he can't shut the fuck up, and he would have looked like a silly ass bully in general. So
Audience in the room, no pre-written notes or huddling with staff during commercial breaks. Microphones will be muted when it's not the candidate's turn to speak, and Trump, who won the coin toss, will have the final word.
Is anybody going to be watching?
With the race neck and neck, Trump is vowing retribution if he wins a second term. And his most direct threat against those who administer elections, the former president insisting he would jail lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials, stating,
hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Fuck it. Dude, jail everyone, dude. Dictator for one day, baby. Let's
those
go.
involved in unscrupulous behavior will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels unfortunately never seen before in our country. The reality, illegal voting is extremely rare. And just days ago on a podcast, Trump in a rare moment even acknowledged he lost.
Yeah. That's the beauty of this. That's the beauty of this all, is that the entire narrative hinges on a guys, this might come as a surprise to you, but yet another very commonly held and commonly believed Republican position hinges on a complete lie. Okay. There is a shit ton of evidence to show that it is a direct lie. So many studies have been conducted on this. The notion that undocumented migrants and illegal voting is happening at levels that you've never seen before is an abject lie. And it's not just a lie that Donald Trump is like single-handedly responsible for propagating. This is a lie that has been at the heart of the Republican Party's commentary for quite some time. The reason why they've been pushing this lie over and over again for years and years and years is because You need something. You need like a fundamental problem. And if there is no such problem, you have to create a problem so you can advocate for enforcement. You can advocate for some kind of like restriction on the voting process. You have to lie and claim that like millions of undocumented migrants are voting in elections illegally so that you can say, and this is why we need restrictions on who gets to vote. That's it. That's it. There is not a single thing that the Republican Party actually advocates for that is not completely made up. Okay? Every single issue that the Republican Party advocates for is born out of a right-wing, media-backed hysteria that is completely bullshit. Okay? Completely. Which is why if you ever find yourself, this isn't to say like the Democrats are good. Okay? They're not. They're not. They're bad. Having said that, however, if you ever find yourself in agreement with a right-wing narrative, whether it be trans panic, right? Like, oh, trans people are doing this, trans people are doing that. Or whether it be immigrant crime narratives or immigrant narratives or crime narratives in general or election security narratives, immediately knock yourself out of it because you have been duped, my friend. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's it. I agree with dropping out of NATO. Okay. Also duped. Donald Trump never dropped out of NATO. Donald Trump simply looked at NATO for what it was, a protection racket, and demanded more from the NATO partners. And not only was that such a profoundly good idea for Donald Trump, that Joe Biden also continued that policy. Okay? So the idea that like Donald Trump was ever going to drop out of NATO or whatever, bullshit. He claimed he would, but he actually didn't even claim he was going to drop out of NATO. He just said, give me more money. Our allies in NATO need to pay us more for the protection that we offer them. And that's it. And not only was that apparently not such a bad idea, that, you know, the Biden administration also followed through on that. So there it is. Yeah, you think Donald Trump was going to pull out of NATO? I got a bridge to sell you, okay? That's not how this works. Neither party is actually going to dramatically reduce military spending. That's not a real thing, okay? It is bipartisan. It is one of the most important single bipartisan issues, okay? Both parties are backed by the military-industrial complex. NATO is directly a funder and facilitator. Y'all are crazy, okay? Both parties are backed by the military-industrial complex. NATO is directly a funder and facilitator. Y'all are crazy. This won't age well? What do you mean? You think like Trump is actually going to pull out of NATO? That's what you're saying? They would assassinate him. Like, what are we talking about? Like Bernie Sanders would never pull out of NATO. What are we talking about? That's not a, I just don't, like he was president for 4 years. He didn't do that. What do you mean? Fuck are we talking about? Anyway, as long as the USA needs European soldiers for their wars, NATO is still going to exist. It's not even necessarily, no. It's not the United States need for, it's not even the United States needs for European soldiers, okay? That's not it at all. No, it is money, okay? It is two reasons. One, you get to enforce control over all of these nation states. That's number one. And number two, it's money. It's money. It's money. You're giving them weapons. You're giving them weapons. We're building the weapons. We're subsidizing the building of these weapons. Then we're giving them money to buy the weapons, or we're taking some money from them to purchase American weapons. That's a massive part of it. And Trump knows that. He's not that stupid. I mean, he is pretty stupid, but he's not that stupid. He knows one thing, and that is where his bread is buttered, okay? This is why no American president is going to pull out of NATO. And that's not just my assessment of the matter. If you listen to like enough NPR, and I certainly do listen to a lot of NPR, even they talk about how similar the bipartisanship is, or how similar the foreign policy opinions are in general. There are some distinctions here and there. Donald Trump greatly accelerated in Israel in a way that no Democrat would, okay? When they had the opportunity, they didn't do that. In terms of like moving the embassy to Jerusalem, permanently recognizing the annexation of Syrian territory, Golan Heights, or, nuking the Iran denuclearization deal and then adding additional sanctions on Iran. These were all like great extension. Like these were all above and beyond in terms of like how much he fucked up on foreign policy. And then there was some good in terms of his dealings in the Korean, South Korean, North Korean talks, allowing North Korea and South Korea to have the conversations on their own, and even de-escalating like military military drills in the surrounding region. That was actually a pretty solid thing that Donald Trump did, and that was actually one good and a lot bad in terms of foreign policy. Ultimately, though, neither party is actually going to dramatically change. Neither party is actually going to dramatically change foreign policy. The Afghan pullout was partially his doing. I know, but he never had the fucking courage to pull out. That's what I'm trying to say. And to be fair, I don't think he would have pulled out from Afghanistan. Like, that's what I mean. Joe Biden is actually brave, bold, and beautiful for doing that fucking pullout, doing that withdrawal. Respect. I will always respect him for that. I will never respect him because he lost all of my respect after he became the most unhinged genocidaire of all time. But the Afghan pullout was good, objectively.
Lost the last election.
I was told if I got 63 million, which is what I got the first time, you would win. You can't not win. And I got millions of more votes than that and lost by a whisker.
In response, Democratic...
Yeah, people were so mad about this. I saw that little fucking Nazi freak, Nicholas Fuentes, also complaining about this. This might be the only time I actually show his ugly ass face on this broadcast, but does anyone have that clip? It was pretty funny because like Donald Trump rarely ever says he lost the election, but this was one of the few moments where he openly recognized it, like dead to rights. Yeah, but there is has he ever? No, I mean he's like made inferences to the fact that he is not the president and that he lost for sure. Here it is.
It's just because it's bullshit. They sold out. They sold out everything that MAGA represented at one point, and everything that it was is no longer. It's just really sad. And the 2020 comment, it's like, wow, that's how pathetic it's gotten. He's admitting, he says, oh, I lost by a whisker. So what was the point? Like, what's the point of any of it?
This is a neo-Nazi. His name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. For those of you who don't know, for those of you fortunate enough not to know, I apologize for assaulting your sensibilities by showing you the #1 booger-eating neo-Nazi in the United States of America at this moment. Kanye's friend, he has dined with Donald Trump, as a matter of fact, alongside Kanye West. Some more notable moments in his career. I will forever say, outside of Kanye West, like giving him a national prominent platform, fuck Kanye West for that, by the way, forever. There was another guy who was desperately fucking carrying his career by consistently debating him and eating chicken and waffles with him, Boner Chelly. Every single person that has given this motherfucker a lifeline deserves all the worst things, okay? Yeah. Sometimes debate lords end up inadvertently, or maybe deliberately, who knows, giving prominent platforms to people because they really want to fucking debate them. Sometimes they even end up going all the way and censoring people, calling him a Nazi in your own community, for example, maybe in your subreddit. Yeah. Prominent liberal commentators. Well, not prominent, really. All right, let's continue.
You lost in 2020? Seriously? I mean, what are we even doing anymore? Then you're a loser. Then you're a loser. You just lost. Then you lost to Joe Biden. You deserve to be charged. If he admits that he lost, then that actually vindicates the DOJ charge against him. Because the charge is that he knew he lost.
Yeah, this guy thinks Jewish people control the world and denies the Holocaust openly. If you interact with him in any way other than disgust, you are nihilistic or equally crazy and racist. I agree. If you got one Nazi at a table and 10 people, you got 11 Nazis at that table. Okay, I do.
But he lied to defraud the people. That's the DOJ's charge. So why did we do Stop the Steal? Why did anyone go to January 6th? Why is anyone sitting in jail? Why did anything bad happen to anybody? Why did everyone get censored? Why is everything bad that has happened to the people that are involved? Why did that need to happen if you're just going to walk it all back and say, oh, I lost? Well, it would have been good to know that.
Yeah, because you guys are all fucking dumbasses. That's why. You're dumbasses. Like, not only are you a Nazi, which automatically makes you a dumbass, okay, but you're so fucking stupid that you personally thought in your fucking dumbass mind, I guess, that like Donald Trump gave a shit about anything beyond his own narcissistic tendencies. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, of course.
Before 1,600 people got charged, it would have been good to know that before I had all my money frozen, put on a no-fly.
Given that analogy, what do you think about the Cheney endorsement? I already fucking ripped into the Democratic Party so fucking much about the Cheney endorsement and like even recognizing the Cheney endorsement. We'll talk about it a little bit further. That gives Donald Trump a massive fucking W moment at the debate tomorrow night. If he just turns around and says like, you got Dick Cheney's endorsement. He's responsible for the deaths of millions and bringing America into permanent war. You love war. I hate war. I'm the peaceful dove.
List, banned from everything, lost all banking and payment processing. Would have been good to know that before I, in 2017, dedicated my life to this as an 18-year-old in college. Just feels like a big ripoff. And don't get me wrong, I'm an adult. It's not whining. I'm not complaining about it. I'm saying you can't say those things for that reason. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't regret anything, and we all make our choices. And look, it didn't work out. It is what it is. So I'm not mad saying I want those years back. I want those decisions back. I'm not saying that.
One of the funniest parts about like young Republicans is that they literally just like look 40 and 14 at the same time. Nick Fuentes is, of course, no different in this circumstance. But should we be worried about polls? I don't really follow them, but I follow Nate Silver. I mean, yeah, if you want the Democratic Party to win, okay, then yeah, you probably should be worried about the polls. If you're a liberal, we're going to get to that. Hold on, let's finish this.
I'm saying that just goes to show what a tremendous betrayal it is.
Yeah, I love that his issue isn't with reality. It's with Trump's admission of reality. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's basically saying, why the fuck would you admit that? You're making us look like fools. Because you are. Automatically. If you lock down, if you put your fucking self out there, if you put your name out there, if you put your body out there, okay, for a guy like Donald Trump, yeah, of course you're going to get cooked. Of course you're going to look like an asshole. Because he's a fucking asshole. In the simplest terms, he's just like a very narcissistic guy.
It is. It's just such a callous indifference to the sacrifices that his supporters made on his behalf. People are more willing, I think, to tolerate losing than a total betrayal. It feels now like the whole thing. And it wasn't pointless, but that's how it feels at this point.
He's still... Dude, this is actually cult. Like, this is just being in a cult. Like that you're watching him bargain with the cult leader. You're watching him bargain with the cult leader, being like, yeah, this shit was a sham the entire time. And he's still like, oh, it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a waste. It's like, why wasn't it a waste? He openly admitted that he lost. You're mad that he openly admitted that he lost, but you're still like, oh, but it's still not a mistake. Does Fuentes have any pull with the Republican fan base? Not really. I mean, he should have less than zero pull, but the fact that there's any pull at all is alarming. Okay, this is an out and about neo-Nazi, like straight up Holocaust denying neo-Nazi. Okay,
so I know everyone considers me to be an extremist, but I'm the logical conclusion of Trumpism from 2016. I was the Trump generation. I turned 18 when he became president. I was one of the first guys, one of the first influencers in the post-Trump world. And, I didn't leave the movement. The movement left me.
He ain't wrong. As a neo-Nazi, he ain't wrong. He is the logical conclusion of Trumpism. That part is not incorrect. The other part of this story that's obviously pretty funny is the recognition that he has as far as like, you know, loving Donald Trump because he's like racist domestically, but also being a rabid anti-Semite. At least like Richard Spencer looks at Israel and goes, oh, I love Israel. You get to send the Jews over there. I want to have our own Israel, but for white people here. This neo-Nazi, on the other hand, is like, oh, I hate Israel. Jews control the media. Jews control every aspect of our lives. And then he's like pro-Trump beyond that. Okay? And it's like, what do you mean? If there's one guy in American politics that is more pro-Israel than fucking Joseph Robinette Brandon, it's Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump doesn't really give a shit overall about anything beyond Donald Trump and what represents his interests, but enough money has been funneled into his campaign and enough doors he has opened for pro-Israeli sentiment that like he's never going to back away from that position. Okay. First Sheldon Adelson and now Miriam carrying on the torch of like permanent annexation of the fucking West Bank is so funny. They just like try to overlook that fact.
Election lawyer Mark Elias, who works with the Harris campaign, writing, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. We won't let him subvert the election." That fear about democracy, shared by a handful of Republicans, including former Congresswoman Liz Cheney and her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney.
Boo! Animals. Okay? Fuck both of these people. The Democratic Party is ridiculous for even like spending 3.5 seconds on these endorsements. Okay? These endorsements are not going to get you a tremendous number of voters. Okay? They're not. These are both people who have zero constituencies. Okay. Anytime I hear someone in the chat was saying, Hasan, when I saw the Cheney endorsement, I was reminded of your rant. Does anyone have the rant of me talking about fucking how Democrats love Republicans post DNC, like on the last day of DNC when it was popping off? That's what it is.
A once unthinkable move, the conservative former vice president now endorsing Harris, saying Trump can never be trusted with power again.
You have many Republicans out there who are saying, well, you know, we're not going to vote for him, but we will write someone else in. And I think that this time around, that's not enough.
Oh, here it is. The
only motherfucker that actually hates Republicans, okay? The only motherfucker that actually hates Republicans, okay? I'm gonna say it. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't fucking hate Republicans as much as I do, okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But like, dude, you don't fucking hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your fucking convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention, the border guards, the fucking cops. Like, you love them. You want to fuck the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to fuck them and you want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit.
I had to be whisper screaming because, unfortunately, I had to be whisper screaming because I was in a hotel room. The whisper yelling makes this 10-10 my favorite rant. It's just, it is what it is, you know? They love Republicans. That's what the Democrats love. They love it.
Enough that it's important to actually cast a vote for Vice President Harris.
Trump is now here at Mar-a-Lago. He heads to Pennsylvania for the debate tomorrow, and he is preparing more than he's letting on, holding those informal policy sessions with advisors, but also with former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who challenged Harris on the debate stage back in 2019. Also involved in his debate prep, we are told, is Congressman Matt Gaetz, who has been firing questions at Trump on some of the tougher issues, including his legal troubles and his position on a...
When a liberal is abused, he says, thank God they didn't beat me. When he is beaten, he says, thank God they didn't kill him. When he is killed, he will thank God that his immortal soul has been delivered from its mortal clay. Lenin. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. I call him Lenin. Some people call him Lenin. I call him Lenin. Comrade Kamala Harris and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin I've been a staunch supporter of Kamala Harris since Liz Cheney endorsed her. Yeah. Also, Bernie Sanders, how far you have fallen. What are you doing, Bernard? God, he is such a fucking... Oh, he is so servile to the interests of the Democratic Party. It's like, bro, you're done with your career. They are not going to give you... They're not going to give you card check, dog. They're not. Okay? They're not. You're 800 years old. Okay? What are you doing? They're never going to add card check. He literally thinks like, I think his calculation is, if I'm the most loyal servant to the Democratic Party, they will make me a junior partner once again. And maybe I will be able to, like, I don't know, put forward yet another policy measure where like I can bring I can bring 95-year-old Vermont citizens to Canada to go purchase their fucking insulin, you know? Like, in his mind, he's like, oh man, we'll be able to get, if I'm the employee of the month for the DNC, they will maybe consider card check, okay? They will not. They despise you, Bernie. It's fine. You know, I get it. Maybe on principle, like you're like, oh, I want to defend Kamala Harris, but you don't have to go this far, okay? You don't have to go this far. You don't have to. It just doesn't make any sense, dog. You are literally, he's a politician, not a political commentator. It's his job to fall in line when the Democrats need him. Dude, I know that. I'm factoring that into the calculation. I'm a political commentator who understands the position or the predicament that Bernie Sanders is in. But even in that circumstance, you don't have to fucking, you don't have to do this. You know, this is not a grenade you have to fucking dive on, okay? Like, it's just, what are you doing? He thinks I'll get card check before I die. Like, I will get like one crumb of like pro-labor policy in the administration before I die. So I'm just going to do everything I can.
Senator, before I let you go, I do have to ask you about her recent endorsements by two people who are not progressives at all. Of course, I'm talking about Dick and Liz Cheney. This week, they said they're going to support her. They're going to vote for her. It's worth noting, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney voted with former President Trump more than 90% of the time, was quite critical when President Biden picked her as his running mate. Would you welcome seeing Liz Cheney out on the campaign trail?
Like, Liz Cheney was like anti-abortion not that long ago. Like, how did we just like drop that? She is the daughter of a fucking demon. Okay. She's the daughter of a goddamn demon. She was literally anti-abortion openly. And I think she still is. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing? Okay. She has no constituency whatsoever. She cheered for the Dobbs decision. Her dad is even worse, okay? This man has also cooked Liz Cheney before. Taking national security advice from a Cheney has already caused irreparable damage to our country. We don't need any more thanks. I don't think this is Bernie Sanders tweeting this, by the way. I think this is Bernie Sanders' comms team tweeting this, okay? Key question for Elizabeth Warren today. Which American cities and how many American citizens are you willing to sacrifice for your policy of forcing the U.S. to absorb a nuclear attack before we can strike back? You know, it's okay to defeat fascism just for its own sake. Defeat fascism? Dude, what are you talking about? Dick Cheney, straight up, and I mean this in all sincerity, is an infinitely bigger fascist than Donald Trump. Okay? That's not even a question. Donald Trump's 4 years in office caused a lot of fucking harm, okay? Both globally, but certainly domestically. And having said that, it still did not meet the George W. Bush administration. And this is something that a lot of liberals, I think, forgot about, because George W. Bush was like exchanging chocolate with like Michelle Obama. And there is this like weird, well, not weird, unfortunately, expected tendency of people to liberals specifically to like whitewash former war criminals and their background. Dick Cheney is responsible for the death of millions, okay? Millions, tens of millions of people displaced. The war on terror, domestic policy such as the Patriot Act, like these are all the Cheney admin. The unitary executive a principle that Donald Trump took advantage of as well was like almost single-handedly written by Dick Cheney and his loyalists. What the fuck are you talking about? Dick Cheney is literally worse than Donald Trump, okay? Dick Cheney is a worse fascist than Donald Trump. Whoa, goddamn. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. They're going crazy. Hi. Why does Dick Cheney bad mean Bernie should bash Kamala accepting an endorsement? No, Bernie shouldn't bash Kamala accepting an endorsement. Do you think that there's only two speeds here? Do you think that he could have just said something like, oh, I don't really care about Dick Cheney or Liz Cheney? As a matter of fact, these are people who have caused irreparable harm to American democracy and caused so much destabilization globally. I do not care. I guess even they hate Donald Trump. Whatever. Moving on. You know? Drop it, honey. Honey, no. Drop it. No, that's not your bone. You're going to get into trouble if you take that bone. Kai's going to fight you.
Well, Kristen, what I think Dick and Liz Cheney are saying.
The only reason why they are not supporting Trump is because he failed at his coup where Cheney and Bush were successful in theirs. Yeah, that's another really funny aspect of Dick Cheney and like George W. Bush as a ticket to begin with, which is that like they did successfully pull off what Donald Trump failed to do in Florida. So like that's the other part that liberals have, I guess, forgotten, which is denying American democracy from happening when they stole the election in 2000, which is why it's like, God, liberals have no coherent worldview. It is very frustrating to have to consistently deal with this idiotic nonsense on a regular fucking basis. That's why I go back to the same principle. It's like, I hate Republicans. You don't, okay? If you find yourself fucking being like, well, I don't understand. Why is this such a big problem? Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's like, dude, did you forget? Like, these people fucked you over. They fucking ruined your life. They ruined American lives, okay? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. They did the January 6th thing without actually doing January 6th. They did lawfare and were able to successfully pull it off. Actually, they did do January 6th in the same exact way. They had the Brooks Brothers riot. That was January 6th, but in Florida. What the fuck are we talking about? They literally did do January 6th, just in Florida, okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. They were just more competent back then. That's it. And the guys that did January 6th are now on the Supreme Court of the United States. Obviously, the Supreme Court of the United States, even back then, actually funded and helped the Brooks Brothers riot from actually even taking place. Okay. So did Jeb Bush, governor of Florida at the time, brother of George W. Bush. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. It is so weird. It is so fucking odd. Why be upset about that when you can blame third-party voters as to why Al Gore lost? Yeah. George W. Bush competent? Yes. The George W. Bush Republican Party was more competent than the Trump Republican Party. George W. Bush competent? Yes. The George W. Bush Republican Party was more competent than the Trump Republican Party. It's true.
Is that in this existential moment in American history, it's not just issues. Cheney and I agree on nothing. No issues. But what we do believe in is that the United States should retain its democratic foundations.
Does Cheney agree with that? Does Dick Cheney believe that? Are you fucking insane? Bernie, you were there, okay? First of all, you were there when America was invented. You were there when racism was invented. And you, of course, were there when Cheney definitely did not care about that at all. You should know better. He does not care about preserving American democracy. Oh my God, Bernie Sanders. What are you saying, Bernie Sanders?
And it's not just Cheney. I think there is a significant number of Republicans that say, well, you know, I may not agree with the vice president on this issue or that issue, but I cannot support somebody who's a pathological liar, somebody who fomented a insurrection to overthrow the election return. So I applaud the Cheneys for their courage in defending democracy. Obviously, on all the issues, we have very different points of view.
All right. Including defending democracy. What is happening? Oh my God. Dude, he got hit with the stroke gun. Remember when he was running? He got hit with the stroke gun. It's the Fetterman stroke gun. Remember, he had a stroke too, okay? And noticeably more pro-Israel after that, and noticeably pro-establishment after that. I think the CIA got to him. Okay. I think the CIA stroke gun that makes you more pro-Israel and pro-establishment Democrats got him. Okay. Yeah. He had a heart attack during the campaign, if you remember. And this motherfucker came out of that heart attack like harder than ever, which was crazy. It was actually shocking how with it he was post that heart attack. It turns out the CIA heart attack gun got him and made him even more pro-Israel and made him even more pro-establishment Democrat. Anyway, God, they're gonna rip Kamala to shreds, dude. Hasan, stop doing Bernie like that. You know he means even extremists like her actually voting for Kamala. Despite disagreeing with her, it's a good point to make overall to show how bad Trump is. Adolf Hitler, okay? Adolf Hitler. Wow, even Adolf Hitler thinks Trump is bad. Is not the argument that you think you're crafting, okay? What the fuck? Dick Cheney is worse than Donald Trump. This does not mean Donald Trump is good. It just means that's how bad Dick Cheney is. Please stop. What the fuck? I'm losing my mind, dude. General election poll from Skibbity Strategies Hawk to a polling. Thanks, chatter. You fucking dingus. Anyway, we're going to get to the polls and how not good the polls are looking currently.
Nominee Kamala Harris and Republican nominee
Is
Donald
Dick Cheney
Trump
worse than Adolf Hitler? No, of course not. Okay. No, Dick Cheney's not worse than Adolf Hitler. But in modern day leadership, in modern day American leadership, Dick Cheney is probably, and George W. Bush, like the George W. Bush admin, the GWB admin, probably, I would say, is the worst American presidency of all time. Okay. Like it's pretty, like in modern American history. Okay. Reagan, and I guess Reagan's probably worse. Reagan's worse because Reagan's also like really, dude, these are guys who crafted legal torture memos. Like, what are we talking about? They objectively were like, we're evil, dog. We love being evil. What the fuck? They created the most intricate mass surveillance of domestic and foreign mass surveillance strategies. Like, America is a surveillance state directly as a consequence of post 9/11 initiatives that, you know, the GWB admin put together. Mind you, Dems praise both administrations. I don't want to even. Yeah, I just. Oh my God. Let's just continue. I don't want to think about this anymore.
Our up-to-date CBS News Battleground Tracker shows an extremely tight race in 3 crucial states. That's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Weisha Zhang is in Pittsburgh with the Harris campaign.
Vice President Harris emerged from intense debate preps twice over the weekend for a Sunday stroll with her husband.
Are you ready, Madam Vice President?
Ready.
And to visit a local store.
And we are all in this together.
Yes, we are.
Harris is using extended mock debates to sharpen her case against Trump, while his sessions have been informal, according to sources familiar with their strategies.
It's time to turn the page on the divisiveness. It's time to bring our country together.
Rallying supporters in Wisconsin on Saturday.
We have the dumbest leaders in the history of our country.
Trump said the debate would reveal Harris is, quote, stupid, also taking aim at President Biden.
He is the worst president in history. She will be worse than him. She will be worse than him. And Trump is never wrong. I am never, ever wrong.
In a Truth Social post this weekend, Trump falsely claimed there was rampant cheating in the 2020 election and could be more in 2024. When I win, he wrote, those people that cheated will be prosecuted, which will include long-term prison sentences.
It's unhinged. It's anti-American. And guess what? We are not afraid.
But Trump has a new faux-turned friend who says she's ready to campaign for him. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
He knows I'm on stand.
Yeah, we got it. Oh my God. Dude, I told y'all, dude. Yo, this shit's so funny to me. I told you, motherfuckers, dude. Liberals back then were like, you don't understand. Nikki Haley could be a really valuable ally to the fucking Democrats. I was like, nope, she's going to fall in line. They always do. They always do. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? What happened? I thought this was a big constituency. I thought there was a lot of never Trump Republicans out there that were just going to fucking go out and vote in incredible fucking margins, dude. What's going on? Oh man, I'm shocked, dude. I'm shocked. How could this have happened, dude? How could this have happened?
Stand by. I don't agree with Trump on everything, but I agree with him on a lot of the policies. I don't know that I agree with Harris on many policies at all.
Though Harris has picked up the endorsements of former Vice President Dick Cheney and his daughter, former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who called Trump a threat to the Republic.
The Republicans have nominated somebody who is depraved.
Our new poll also shows that when it comes to voters being excited about their candidates, Harris outperforms Trump in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. After the debate in Philadelphia on Tuesday, both candidates plan to flood the battleground states. In fact, Harris has announced she plans to be right back here in Pennsylvania on Friday. Gail?
Yep, the countdown is underway. Thank you very much, Weijia.
Washington Bureau Chief Political Director Rick Klein. He's also at the debate site in Philadelphia. Rick, the polls show this race is so close.
Good morning, George.
I personally know old white women, former Bush voters turned Democrat for Biden. Yeah, no, I'm not saying they don't exist, but that's not how you win elections. Okay? That's not how you win elections, dog. That's not how this works. Ooh, so good. So freaking good.
Yeah, close race by some measures, gotten even closer in recent days. The latest 538 polling average has come.
Guys, why is it getting closer? I don't understand. Why is it getting closer and closer? I just don't understand. Sorry, I'm also like ordering food early because I'm already hungry. This is not good. Why is it? Why is it this race keeps getting closer and closer, chat? I don't understand.
Kamala Harris up by less than 3%.
Everyone was celebrating at the DNC. It's just shocking. It's shocking. How did this happen? Who could have foreseen this? Who could have foreseen this? I just don't understand it. What the hell's going on?
Percentage points against Donald Trump. And the story in the battleground states is just as tight. Right now, Harris leading in 5 of the 7 big battlegrounds, but it is a tight race in all of them, including right here in Pennsylvania. Check this out. Harris up now by less than 1 percentage point in the polling average. That's essentially a toss-up in the biggest and almost certainly the most important of the battleground states, George.
And right now, Vice President Harris actually, even though she's been vice president for 4 years, not all that well known.
Yeah, this is really striking from the latest New York Times Siena poll, which had Trump leading by 1 point. Almost a third of voters overall, 28%, said they need to learn more about Kamala Harris and her positions before deciding how to vote. That compares to less than 1 in 10 voters, 9%, who say the same about Donald Trump. And another important point, in that same polling, right now we see that almost half of Americans consider Kamala Harris to be too liberal in her positions. Less than a third of Americans say the same about Donald Trump on the other side.
Dude, it almost feels like that's perhaps because Donald Trump keeps saying Kamala Harris is a fucking commie, okay? Whereas the Democrats have no counter message for Donald Trump's insane, unhinged, anti-immigrant sentiment because they've locked themselves down with a right-wing slant on immigration. Now, of course, when you do that, when you adopt the underlying principle that like undocumented migrants are doing crime, okay? Undocumented migrants that are doing crime, when you also, recognize that, even though it's a fucking false narrative entirely, okay? You don't counter message against a policy that Donald Trump is posting, which is basically Hitlerian, okay? Concentration camps and mass deportation of all migrants living on U.S. soil is Hitlerian policy. But I haven't heard a single fucking peep from the Democrats at all on this issue. So when you don't say that, when you don't counter message against that, which is like Donald Trump's signature policy right now that he's running on, then yeah, of course, people are not going to assume that Donald Trump is too conservative. That's it. Because people are fucking stupid, okay? People are stupid. Donald Trump is, once again, able to craft himself. Why are you kind of rooting for Trump? Because the Democrats are also moving to the center. Don't you think it's a good thing that both parties are coming to the center? That reduces the polarity. I'm not answering these fucking stupid ass questions ever again, dude. I'm done. I'm done talking to fucking centrists. I'm done. We're done. We're not having that. We're not having that today. I don't want to get mad. I keep getting mad for no reason. It's just like ruining my fucking day.
that he is too conservative. At the same time, this polling suggests that people want to see a sharp break from the Biden administration. So it all makes for a couple of major challenges for Harris going into tomorrow night. She has to define her positions and also potentially define how she has moderated her positions and broken from Biden, even though she is serving as his vice president. That's a lot to get done in one night and beyond, George.
Anyway, Democrats are not counter-messaging against Donald Trump being a fucking insane person. Donald Trump gets to be able to present himself as a peaceful dove. That's number one. Donald Trump also doesn't have any counter-messaging that shows him as like a fucking psycho on the issue of immigration, which is his number one policy. Democrats have also moved to the right on immigration. So all of a sudden, that magically makes the issue of immigration and mass deportation not such a scary policy at all. It's one that is welcomed by 60% of the American population. Democrats see those polls. They think, oh God, we shouldn't say anything. They dropped this vid, saw it go super viral and get good press, then never did it again. The only thing that might be able to explain their media strategy is that they just don't want to work. Yeah, I think that, I mean, this was like boring overall, but I think it like humanized both of the candidates, I guess, for people that do care. I don't really think that this is that big of a deal. What I do think is a big deal is the amount of momentum and the amount of positive coverage Kamala Harris got by not being Joseph Robinette Biden, the amount of momentum and enthusiasm that swung in her direction that genuinely changed the trajectory of the race. Okay, the race went from Joseph Robinette Brandon losing the race to Donald Trump to Kamala Harris actually potentially winning the race against Donald Trump. And since then, it seems like since the Waltz pick especially that carried more of that momentum, they have been desperately trying to be like, no, we are literally Joe Biden. I promise you we're Joe Biden. I beg you to understand this is the Joe Biden ticket. You love Joe Biden, right? You love Joe Biden a lot. We are Joe Biden, which is very weird. I've been saying this for months. Kamala Harris had momentum because she wasn't Biden. Now that she spent most of the post-Tim Walz VP pick cycle running as though she is Biden, she's losing that momentum. And the funniest part about this is that just like the Democrats dropped the fucking New Deal Democrat era, the New Deal Democrat policy making, both with Carter and beyond, okay, especially in the post-Reagan world, they're doing that shit again. Yes, I have this ready to go as well. Harris's debate challenge, pushing ahead without leaving Biden behind. Okay, that's dumb as fuck. She should literally drop Biden. She should drop Biden. She should push Biden off the fucking staircase if she has to. You are stupid if you don't recognize that that is what the people want. Like, there are so many aspects of Joseph Robinette Brandon's administration that Kamala Harris genuinely benefited from, like, seemingly not being a part of, despite the fact that she was the vice president. The entire time, the Donald Trump candidacy has been actively trying to tie her now to the Joseph Robinette Brandon administration, despite the fact that she was like a lesser known VP who was just like running around doing fucking all the shittiest jobs that you could possibly do, including serving the top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. A reality that Kamala Harris is very aware of. Okay? If you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You bastard. Hell yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. People see her race and gender and think she's more progressive. That initially worked both ways. Young and progressive voters were excited and more conservative voters were opposed. As time has gone on, the right wing sees her gender and race and continues to oppose her, but progressives see her running to the right on policy and stop liking her. She managed to walk the path of defeat. Exactly. Always expect the Democrats to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Okay? Always. They will always do it, and they're doing it now. What did I tell you? I said Kamala Harris needs to activate, needs to activate the Obama 2008 coalition of voters. She needs to go progressive, and she needs to motivate younger voters. She needs to motivate more progressively minded voters, the voting blocks that were leaving Joseph Robinette Brandon behind, because Joseph Robinette Brandon's projected path to victory relied on college-educated white voters, okay? It relied on old conservative former Republican Party voters swapping out for the Brandon ticket. Some of those people are not going to turn around and vote for a black woman. Okay. That is a reality. That is a reality. These were not like diehard Biden loyalists. They simply saw Donald Trump as a issue. Okay. And this dramatically changed the legislative trajectory of the Democratic Party because they were just like, oh, we are now Republican. We are officially, openly the Republican Party. We are the former Republican Party. As the Democratic Party, we are now the former Republican Party. Okay. If you love the former Republican Party, come vote for us. The funny thing is they pick Walz because he was good on TV and are now hiding him because they are scared to actually have a policy agenda and defend it. That is what is genuinely frustrating. I thought that they would have recognized, that Tim Walz was going to lock them into progressive policies and defending those progressive policies. That's why I thought that pick was consequential. That's why I thought that pick was meaningful. And now, where the fuck is Tim Walz? They're making him do radio slots in fucking Minnesota, man. They're making him do radio interviews, bro. I called this. Can I be streamer now? My job is boring. It's insane how well she was doing when she was going by her instincts, and now that she's listening to Biden campaign losers, she starts falling off. Pathetic. Yeah, they just don't want to fucking win. That's it, dude. There's no other rhyme or reason for the way that they have been behaving. They just don't want to fucking win. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I just like, it doesn't make any sense. Why do Democrats want to become politicians if they actually do progressive things? What? The fucking Biden people are so goddamn stupid. Okay. There's not a single reality where Minnesota won't be blue, which is even funnier. I mean, Tim Walz is phenomenal for the fucking blue wall Rust Belt. Okay? He's great. He's great for that. Literally just ship his ass, make his ass fucking do a circle. Okay? From Western Pennsylvania all the way to motherfucking Idaho. Okay? And just rinse and repeat. Make him run circles in that fucking region. That's it. From this moment all the way till November 5th, make him just throw his ass out there. Make him fucking, you mean Iowa? Sorry. Iowa, sure. Whatever. The entire area, the entire fucking Rust Belt region, he should just be spinning around. He should be spinning the fucking block. Okay? Fuck it. Go to goddamn Wyoming, dude. That's all I'm saying. He's been nominated VP candidate, so just do it. They can't remove him. Yeah. Make him do tricks. Okay? Make him do tricks on it. Make him run around and do the fucking yokel shit. That's all you got to do. That's it. I understand why it's hard to do, but Harris needs to find some ways to separate herself, not just in the vibe terms, but in some real policy terms from Biden. Yeah, here it is. Do you think the next president should represent a major change from Joe Biden, a minor change, or no change from Joe Biden? Minor change at 32%, no change at 3%, major change at 63%. This doesn't seem really good for the incumbency, doesn't it? It almost seems like the incumbent advantage is gone, okay? It's gone. And we knew that already because Biden is no longer running for president. Why is he no longer running for president? Because the Democratic Party recognized. The Democratic Party recognized that Biden had no pathway to victory. Do you think Kamala Harris represents change or more of the same? Is that a major change? And then there's a follow-up. Is that a major change or a minor change? Okay. 56% of people asked said more of the same. 25% said major change. 15% said minor change. 56% said more of the same. And that number is going to increase the more she comes out and says, I am basically Joe Biden, but younger and a black woman. Okay. If she keeps doing that, she's cooked. I have not stopped pushing this argument over and over and over again. Okay. It's not just about Gaza. It's across the board. That's why every time I see Biden on the campaign trail, I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? I don't know how many fucking times I've talked about it from this point on since the swap out. Okay. I don't know how many times I've tweeted about it at this point. And I also told you that the Democrats, when I went to the DNC and I saw the fucking vibes and I saw how excited people were, how much they were doing victory laps as though they had 10 points on Trump in Pennsylvania or some shit. Okay. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck are these people doing? What are they doing? What are they fucking doing, man? They're out of their goddamn minds. Not sure why the big fucking deal. She's performing exactly what is to expect. Anywho, if she were to get in office, we, the people, didn't pick her in the first place. Her entire policy page was a copy-paste Biden-Harris platform. She's running back into the cold embrace of a dead campaign that literally led her to becoming the nominee. It doesn't make sense, okay? It literally does not make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Because Kamala would not be running for president right now as the candidate if the Biden campaign was doing great, okay? So the very reason why you're running should cause you to understand that, like, people denied the Biden administration a second term. They didn't want it. These poll results reflect that reality. So why the fuck would you go, well, let me go back and hug the campaign that was so bad, that was so fucking bad, that it led me into becoming the face of the candidacy. If this trajectory continues, and for the record, I will say this, if this trajectory continues, and it seemingly is going to continue with no real changes, no real differences, okay, this race is no longer a lock for Kamala Harris in the way that I said it was, okay? And I don't think she's going to change anything during the debate, because she has shown you time and time again, since the Tim Walz pick, she has shown you time and time again that no, this is the nothing will fundamentally change ticket. Okay? Today's numbers, after some further mediocre new polling for Harris, lead down to 2.3 points in our national average after a peak of 4.3, which wasn't enough anyway. It has to be +5 regardless. The debate is well timed for her, at least in terms of having a chance to regain that momentum. But basically, the mediocre new polls like New York Times and Pew are landing exactly where our model thought they would after Harris got very little convention bounce. So that convention bounce adjustment y'all were complaining about is looking fairly prescient. They should hire you for real. You say something and people call you and say names, then time passes and bang, you were right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Me being right but too early to the game is honestly significantly fucking worse than me being wrong consistently but in favor of what the Democratic Party is pushing for. Nobody gives a fuck. People don't care. People don't want to be people just don't want someone to tell them, like, you're wrong, okay? The feelings that you have right now, the feelings that you have currently are just wrong. They're incorrect. They only them, like, you're wrong, okay? The feelings that you have right now, the feelings that you have currently are just wrong. They're incorrect. They only remember how embarrassed they felt in that moment when Streamer Man told them that they were fucking wrong, okay? And when they are proven to be wrong, they still remember that feeling, and maybe that feeling gets even worse. So they consistently develop even more resentment. I have a huge problem with Nate's cockiness here. He's not only adjusting all the polls in Trump's favor by 2% after the fact because of the convention bump, but also adds all the right-wing flood polls that fucked with odds in 2022 and weighs them higher than neutral polls. And the New York Times and Pew both weigh an environment of 4 to 5 points right at 2020. Polling is broken. Rant. This part is not wrong. You're not wrong. But the reason why pollsters are doing this is because Donald Trump does have a capacity to outperform the polls historically, both in 2016 by even larger margins, but in 2020 as well by at least 2 to 4 points. That's the reason why they're adjusting for it. There's a reason why pollsters are adjusting for it, not because they're like in the tank for Donald Trump and they love Donald Trump. Obviously, there isn't like this massive conspiracy. They just don't want to get it wrong. Their job is to literally try and adequately analyze the situation with the highest accuracy possible. So if consistently Donald Trump has the capacity to activate non-voters that are not represented in polls with regular frequency and has been able to do that in 2016 to obviously cause like a massive collapse of the confidence that people had in polls, and even in 2020 when he was able to activate enough non-voters, especially because like it was really difficult to figure it out during COVID. I will give him that, and they were pretty close regardless, but Donald Trump still ended up outperforming the polls in 2020 as well. That's the reason why they're overcorrecting in this regard. The 2 to 4 points does not account for consistent Democratic overperformance since Dobbs a position people consistently point to Trump for. They're consistently using R+3 to R+5 samples, despite the fact that the general electorate has shifted a bit to the left. I think the reason why they're doing R+3, R+5 samples is because of what I just said, which is that there are a lot of non-represented voters that Donald Trump seemingly is really good at activating. Why do you think he's like aligning with RFK Jr.? Why do you think he's got the Tulsi Gabbard fucking weirdos and cranks? Like, these people don't have massive constituencies, like, personally, but the podcaster vote, the podcaster, like, right-wing crank guy who believes in conspiracies is like a person that's out there. I don't know how big those numbers will look like. I don't know how big those numbers will look like when push comes to shove, but that, I think, is the reason why pollsters are adding a little, bump to Donald Trump. The reason why Trump outperforms in the polls is very well understood. His base of support is non-college educated whites, which have always been tougher to poll than other groups. As the separation based on education continues to open up, it's harder. The harder it is to poll. Remember, he gets low propensity white conservatives to turn out that don't vote for other people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That is the reason. Nate Silver is also trying to blame him being wrong in 2016 on 538 in their model as opposed to him. Yeah, I don't really place a lot of emphasis on Nate Silver's model or the way that he conducts his analysis. I don't really care. I'm simply more interested in the way that Americans actually vote. Vibes, okay? Vibes are not good. Let me tell you, the vibes and the momentum is not good right now, okay? It's not good. Donald Trump should not be getting a single... HasanAbi is way more of a Lichman guy. Yeah, dude, the 13 keys, baby. I'm a 13 keys guy. It's not that. They're using a baseline NPORS massive Pew poll taken from February to June this year that showed the national environment was R+2. That's the new baseline for their weight for the year. Normally, that's fine. This year, Biden dropped out, and they're still using that old data like it's right, driving me nuts. No one thinks, is this still right? I think it's perfectly valid for people to keep using that because of Donald Trump's performance historically. What is it that would make people who say this is just the same as Biden, who helped them win in 2020, make them randomly decide to just flip the switch and vote red? I don't think it's about turning those guys red. I think it's turning them out to vote again. And the Kamala Harris campaign is having a hard time with this. It could have had a much easier time. Bro literally ignores any comments about donors and speculates about why Dems are running to the right, acts like donors and moneyed interests don't exist and Dem candidates are just veering right because they think it's good tactics. You're right. I never talk about moneyed interest in politics. Thank you. Thank you, man. Is this your first time account created in 2012, like paying attention to politics? Is this your first time in the broadcast? Do you think you just came up with like a phenomenal fucking perspective here? What's going on? Wow, dude. This right here is literally this right here is akin to being like, actually, I'll have you know, free healthcare is not literally free. Okay, smart guy. Thanks, dude. That's the reason though, man. You act surprised, but we all know why they move, right? Dog, I know what the reason is. I have literally talked so consistently about this. What are you talking about? What is one of the most common things I talk about with respect to Democrats consistently running to the fucking center? Okay? I'm not talking to the Democratic Party. I'm talking to you. Right now, I'm making an argument as to why this is a stupid thing that they're doing. Okay? When I'm talking to you, voters, okay, or talking to you, just regular old people and not Democratic Party operatives, there's no reason to just consistently bring up that point over and over again. I know that already. You think I don't fucking know that? The fuck? I'm the guy that says that. What do you mean? Ridiculous. Why do I always tell you Democrats, even when they run on progressive policies, never actually conduct those progressive policies? Why? Wow, it's shocking that they just like said that they were going to do shit and then didn't end up doing it. I wonder why they didn't do that. Oh, perhaps it has something to do with the fact that both parties are still in the pocket for the same corporate interests, okay? That's why most of these corporations fund both of these parties, okay? Almost an exact 50-50 split, sometimes 49 to 51. Doesn't really matter ultimately. Do you think I'm oblivious to this reality? Got you with the progressive, my guys. You got fished, lol. Thank you. The Democratic Party themselves claims they're moving to the right to pick up voters. Proving that wrong is the point, at which point then people have to accept that they're corrupt. Thank you. If you know that, then why don't you platform third-party politics? I dare you to interview Jill Stein. I dare you. I'm scared of the Jill Stein momentum, the Green Party momentum. She will win if you vote for her. She can win. She will. If you vote for her, she will win. Okay? She's going to do it. Anyway. All right. But yeah, let's get to the really bad fucking polls in terms of like Kamala Harris's historic momentum kind of falling apart. That was a direct quote for the Liz Warren campaign, which is about as competent and left-wing as Jill Stein's is. Okay, first of all, Elizabeth Warren is a little bit more competent than Jill Stein. Okay? Come on. I'm not exactly a big fan of Elizabeth Warren either, but like she's still a fucking senator, you know? like come on, dog. Now we're just saying shit. Okay, fair. When she was as competent when she was running for president, fair. Anyway, you're going to be an idiot when Jill Stein wins this state. You're going to look like an idiot when she wins this state. I'm not even kidding when I say this. I really hope that happens. Jill Storm owns your broke ass boy. That would be the funniest thing that's ever happened. And fuck it, why not? You know?
Sure is. Okay, Rick, thanks very much.
The Jill Storm. All right, let's look at
the big debate.
New polls show change in Harris-Trump race in PA.
Is in the city of Philadelphia, which is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, in a previous episode of CNN News Central, I circled Pennsylvania many, many times to emphasize just how important it could be in the election. Watching from home when I was doing that was CNN's senior data reporter, Harry Etten, who is standing right here to kind of put some meat on the bones, right, and do a better job than I did of just circling Pennsylvania.
I'm going to be additive. I couldn't do a better job. I'm just going to make the product you've made even better. So I just want to take a look at Pennsylvania, and what we see is a tightening race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All right, this is Harris versus Trump margin in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. A month ago, when you looked at the polls, New York Times +4 Harris, +3 Quinnipiac for Harris, Franklin and Marshall +3 for Harris. But look at polls that have come out over the last week or so, and what do we see? We see a much tighter race. We see a tie in the CBS YouGov poll. We see a tie in the CNN SSRS poll. And this, to me, is part of an emerging pattern, which is in a very pivotal state. What we saw was a small Harris lead, but within the margin of error, becoming a race that is way, way, way too close to call at this particular point, one that is even.
You say very pivotal the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania could be. How pivotal?
How pivotal. All right, so let's take a look at this particular map. This is with the betting favorites, but with Kamala Harris taking the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania over here. What do we see? We see that Kamala Harris wins in this particular case. Look at that, with exactly 270 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 268. All right, so Kamala Harris wins the Electoral College when she wins the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But let's take Pennsylvania out of Kamala Harris's column and put him into Donald Trump's column. Again, with the betting favorites, with Trump taking Pennsylvania, what happens when we turn Pennsylvania red? Well, take a look here. Donald Trump wins in the Electoral College, 287 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 251 electoral votes. So that is why I say it is pivotal. Yeah.
It is so important. It's worth adding letters. I will say
it's worth adding letters. I can't even get it out. The bottom line is it is so important. This state is very, very important.
You important data people like to call it a tipping point state. It looks like Pennsylvania could be the tipping point state, which means the one state that will decide the election. Now, if it is in fact the tipping point state, is there any elected official in Pennsylvania who may have been on a ticket that might have made a difference?
Well, this was the great question when Kamala Harris was making her VP selection. Who should she select? And of course, folks like myself thought that she should take Josh Shapiro, of course, as the governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Why? Because his approval rating is 59%. And the bottom line is, If Kamala Harris loses in the state of Pennsylvania, and that is the tipping point state, as Mr. Berman put it, the state that put Donald Trump over the top in the Electoral College, there are going to be some real questions as to whether Kamala Harris should have chosen Josh Shapiro, given how popular he is in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Could she have been a winner if she had chosen him instead of Tim Walz? We don't know the answer to that question. We don't know who's going to win the state of Pennsylvania.
I was just about to say, Harry Anton was so deep in the pocket for Josh Shapiro. So deep in the pocket for Josh Shapiro. They will look at these polls and consistently refuse to learn the right lessons. Okay? Really good stuff overall. They're like, no, dog. No. It's because you didn't choose Josh Shapiro. For sure, man. For sure. No, for sure.
But it's certainly a question that at this particular moment, with the Pennsylvania polls getting tighter and tighter and tighter, that I'm certainly asking, John.
Harry Ann, great to see you, as
Pivotal.
always. Pivotal to see you.
Pivotal.
This morning.
No, I'm sorry. We are now officially changing it to pivotable because
Pivotable.
it sounds fantastic. We're going with that. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's talk about all of this and how pivotable it all is. Joining us right now, CNN senior political analyst and senior editor with The Atlantic, Ron Brownstein. It's good to see you, Ron. Okay, Ron, you coined the phrase the blue wall. Recently, you were writing more about the history of the blue wall, how Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin have voted the same way in every presidential election since 1980, save one. That suggests what, though, Ron, this time around?
Yeah, I mean, it is striking. I mean, these are states that are demographically and economically similar. And as you know, they voted the same way in every presidential election since 80, except one. They've even voted the same way in every gubernatorial election since 1994, except one. They tend to move together. That's the history. But as you're noting, we're seeing something of a different pattern potentially this year. If you look at the totality of the recent polling, the CBS poll yesterday, the Say24, YouGov project, and the CNN polls last week, I think you look at them all together, they suggest that Harris is opening kind of, sort of, a little bit of space in Michigan and Wisconsin, which means, as you've been discussing, if she can add Pennsylvania, she gets to exactly 270. Pennsylvania looks tougher. By the way, looking at this even more narrowly, Pennsylvania and Michigan have voted the same way in every election since 1940, except for one in 1976 when Michigan went with favorite son Gerald Ford and Pennsylvania went with Jimmy Carter. So for them to separate, obviously history, prior results is no guarantee of future performance, but for them to separate would be a striking deviation from our history over really the last 80 years.
It is really fascinating. And Axios, kind of summing up the polling trends of recent, Axios put it this way this morning, which I loved, kind of speaking to all American voters. You live in a toss-up nation where every election brings coin toss close fights to run American government. I mean, is that just what you add it all up to and what we see now?
Well, it's really kind of a striking dynamic in that I was recently talking to Karl Rove, and he was reminiscing about how many states as recently as the 2000 election they were playing in, either on offense or on defense, places like Tennessee or Kentucky that we no longer consider, or West Virginia even, part of the dialogue. What's happened is that the number of swing states has dwindled to 6 or 7, but those states themselves have become hyper competitive. I mean, they are swing states because they are balanced, on the edge of a knife. So what you're talking about is a couple 100,000 people in really 6 or 7 states choosing the direction for a nation of 330 million. And we see some
good system, dude. I love that.
Pretty similar patterns, whether we're talking about the national polling or the swing state polling, where Harris, like Biden, is running pretty close to what Biden got in his winning number in 2020 among white voters, maybe a little below where he was among whites without a college degree, maybe a little above where he was among whites with a college degree, netting out to about the same place. But despite her gains, she is still not equaling what Democrats usually get among non-white voters and young voters. And that in many ways looks like her challenge and her task in the remaining weeks of the campaign.
Let me ask you this, Ron. Dana and I were just talking about it. I want to get your take on this. Voters continue to say that they want to know more about Kamala Harris's policy positions.
Yeah.
The Harris campaign has added an issues tab on the campaign website. But I wonder what you think about this perception from voters. And I'm wondering what her campaign thinks about it as well, and if they are okay with that perception.
Well, first of all, I think we basically know what a Kamala Harris presidency would focus on, because there is kind of a communal bottom-up agenda from the Democratic Party really at all levels. I mean, if you look at the pieces of the Build Back Better bill that passed the House in 2021 and were stripped out in the Senate by Manchin and Sinema, that's pretty much a presidential agenda. Child tax credit, increased child care help, health subsidies, more prescription drug support, gun control. I mean, there's a broad agenda that's out there. But, voters are saying 30% in that poll in the New York Times, rising to 40% among Latino and Black voters, 50% of younger voters. They need to know more about her. It's not only her agenda, I think, it's who she is, who her values are, and whether they are comfortable with her as president. I think that's her big job on Tuesday night, more than making the case against Donald Trump, making the case for herself.
Interesting. Great to see you, Ron. Thank you so much.
New lies from Donald Trump about the 2020 election and new threats that have some election workers alarmed, promising to throw people in jail, he says, if he wins. Let's get right to CNN's Steve Conterno. This is part of the issues-only preparation the Trump team has been touting for the debate, no doubt.
That's sure, John. That's what we're getting out of the former president over the last few days. If you look at the last 4 years, he's spent so much time attacking the 2020 election. Well, now he is escalating his attacks on the 2024 election before it has even taken place. Over the weekend, he posted on Truth Social that if he were to win the election, he will, quote, prosecute to the fullest extent of the law the individuals that he believes cheated in this election. And in case you think he's just talking about the small amount of people who fraudulently cast ballots, he went on to say that it includes, quote, lawyers, political operatives, donors, and even election officials. He said they will be sought out, caught, and prosecuted at levels, quote, never seen before. Also this weekend, he continued his attacks on mail-in voting, saying that the FBI should investigate mail-in voting in Pennsylvania over unspecified claims about election fraud there. Notably, his campaign has been working very hard to get his own supporters to cast mail-in ballots, vote absentee, vote early, even as he continues to attack that method. And I'll also point out on Friday, I was attending an event with Trump with police in North Carolina, where he told the police there that they should get out and start looking for voter fraud now, saying they're afraid of the badge, they're afraid of you people. So obviously, this is coming just days before this key moment in this election where you're going to see these candidates debate, and Trump over the weekend talking a little bit about that as well. Take a listen to what he said about his upcoming debate.
We're run by stupid people. Stupid people. And we found that out at the debate with Joe. How did that work out? And we're going to find it out again on Tuesday night. Is anybody going to be watching? She's a defunder of police. You know, when somebody on the far left is in charge of defund the police for 12 years, and then they switched, 3 weeks ago or something.
Perhaps a preview there, John, of one of the lines of attack we can expect to see from Donald Trump this weekend, or excuse me, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. It's now, 24 hours away or so. Steve Conterno, great to see you.
Joining us now is Adrian Fontes, Arizona Secretary of State. Mr. Secretary, you're in charge of elections in a crucial swing state. It was crucial last time around. And in 2020, you oversaw the counting of ballots in Maricopa County, which is a critical part of the state. And we saw at that time protesters, some of them armed, were gathered outside for days. It's important to remind people this is what took place 4 years ago. When you see Donald Trump saying what he's saying over the weekend, how concerned are you about the safety of your election workers and the security of this upcoming election?
Well, first, thanks for having me. And this is concerning, particularly for all those folks out there whose integrity is being impugned. And they're not just Democrats, by the way, because it's Republicans and independents, libertarians, Greens. There's a whole host of folks of all political stripes who run our elections at the local and state level across the entirety of this nation. And let's be really clear. These comments are not political. They are tyrannical. They don't speak to the rule of law. What they speak to is one person's grievance. And it's unfortunate. I was on that same ballot in 2020. I lost my election fair and square, just like Mr. Trump did. But nobody in my camp was crying about skullduggery. We lost fair and square, and we won fair and square. And that's the way it works in America, and that's what good sportsmanship is about.
And by reading this correctly, at least one conservative group plans to monitor ballot drop-off sites in Arizona. Are you concerned that some voters are going to feel intimidated about dropping off their ballots if there are folks, hanging out outside those drop-off sites?
What I'm concerned with is the folks who've been spreading these lies and nonsense for years are now pretending like they're the cavalry to come in and fix things, like the arsonist calling 911 to put out the fire. It's a real problem when they're really shifting to pretend like they're on the inside, to pretend like they want to help folks. Voters can be assured, however, and let me be very clear about this, elections officials across Arizona and across the United States of America have been working really hard for a long time to continue to provide solid elections, as we always have. And now with the added concerns of security because of the threats and the nonsense, we're working closely with law enforcement, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and et cetera. We've seen some prosecutions throughout the country for folks who are trying to interfere with our elections. But the thing we're really concerned about and making sure that
you're worried because you're going to do voter fraud. If you don't have anything to hide, Trump won't go after you. Yeah, you're right. Totally. Yeah, I'm going to do voter fraud in favor of Kamala Harris. Dog, at a certain point, you have to recognize that, they're making up this issue. And they are making up this problem. So if they're making up this problem, how are they going to add a solution to the problem that they made up? Or rather, why are they making up this problem? When Donald Trump says he's going to go after political operatives for doing voter fraud, okay, and if there are no political operatives that are really doing voter fraud, as there's no evidence for this, and as a matter of fact, evidence only disproves this very commonly held idiotic sentiment that Republicans advance on a regular basis, then that means he's just going to go after anyone and everyone that didn't vote for him, people that he doesn't like, okay? Which, he probably is. Most likely, I don't know, actually. It'll probably be like a fucking Hillary Clinton style situation.
we're prepared for is the potential threats against voters and elections officials as we move into 2024. We are ready, we are concerned, but we're going to be careful, and we're going to have a good election in 24.
And Mr. Secretary, I do want to ask you just directly to respond to the former president, because and we could put this Truth Social back on screen if we still have it. He is talking about imprisoning election officials like yourself. If he says, you cheated or some other election official cheated in another state, obviously where he's coming up with this, we have no idea. He's making these baseless claims, unfounded claims. What's your response to that?
Well, if there is a quote-unquote prosecution to the fullest extent of the law, then I say bring it, because there's no evidence. There's never been any evidence. Now, if he's saying a prosecution outside of the law, if he's saying that he's going to weaponize law enforcement and federal prosecution against local election officials, then we've got a very, very dark future to look at if that's what ends up manifesting. But the good news is this: really solid Americans with integrity are running our elections at every level in every state. And the American public needs to know your vote is safe, your vote is secure, it's going to get counted well, because the same types of systems across the country have continued to be run. We know there's no widespread fraud. There's never been any evidence of any wrongdoing. And so to folks who are out there making these claims, they need to look at the facts and not the fictions, and particularly not the grievances of one single person.
And you crafted an election, your office crafted an election procedures manual that sets limits on what actions and behavior are acceptable both inside and outside a polling place. Last month, a Superior Court judge ruled that you overstepped and that your guidelines suppress free speech. Did you have any response to that?
Well, my response has been consistent and clear. When the government tells you got to stand in line at a certain time in a certain place to exert your rights to peaceably assemble and vote, the First Amendment rights of some wacko screaming at you or carrying a gun around, those First Amendment rights aren't as protected. I think good citizens, good orderly elections happening the way they do in the vast majority of them, or carrying a gun around, those First Amendment rights aren't as protected. I think good citizens, good orderly elections happening the way they do in the vast majority of America will continue to happen. The extremists who have brought these lawsuits, like the Free Enterprise Club.
Arizona's so fucking cooked, dog. That's crazy. It's called electioneering, okay? Free speech obviously has, free speech has always, in the United States of America, had certain restrictions, certain limitations. You, for example, cannot wear a political campaign's gear when you're going out to vote. In the United States of America, it is considered electioneering. It's illegal. Okay, you can't vote if you wear like MAGA merch. So rules set in place, like for example, not being able to bring a fucking gun to the polling station. It makes total sense. This is not a restriction that is inappropriate. This is not a James Earl Jones. I don't care. Sorry, I'm talking about politics right now. Yeah.
Need to understand that what they're doing is not just bad for democracy, it's bad for business, which I think is the height of irony.
All right, Adrian Fontes, Secretary of State of Arizona, you're going to be very busy in these coming weeks. We appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, I want to bring back our panel. Karen Finney, your reaction to what the Secretary just said about, his state.
Yeah, look, there's a real intention around what they're saying, right? It is to try to scare people and intimidate people. In 2016, when I was traveling with Tim Kaine, in some North Carolina spots, we saw people standing there holding swastikas to intimidate black voters. So look, the point that the Secretary made, people are not going to be intimidated. We're going to make sure that they have the information that they need to know their rights and to protect their right to vote and to protect them from anyone who is trying to stop them from that constitutional right. At the same time, this is another reason why we have to call out why Donald Trump is so dangerous. He's calling for that. In the same way he called for violence on January 6th. It's the same reason that you've got Mike Pence, John Bolton, people like that, Mark Milley saying, you can't trust this guy. This is not somebody who should ever be commander-in-chief again. Yeah. So again, I think we should take it as a sign of this is who Donald Trump is, and this is why he shouldn't be returned to the White House.
Yeah, I mean, sure, Michael, and we could show the Truth Social again. I mean, one of the things that you have to wonder is whether or not we're covering this enough. I mean, that was sort of the thing that when I saw him put out this Truth Social post, if Kamala Harris were threatening election officials with jail time, what would be the reaction?
I mean, look, my reaction would be the same regardless of the political party, is that we don't want to further heighten polarization that we're seeing in the country. Democracies across the globe are at an all-time low. We're seeing democracy struggle to maintain. We're seeing a heightened...
Every single one of these people will be defending Kamala Harris if she said that. Every single one. You want to know why? Because they're fucking partisan. They're partisan hacks. That's precisely the reason why when the very same people that were like shitting on Donald Trump for insane anti-immigrant sentiment, I disagree, Law. No, dude, we don't have to look any further than like hearing what these guys have to say. I think this guy's a never Trump Republican, so functionally a Democrat now. But overall, every single fucking commentator has literally gone from they're putting kids in cages to actually let's not talk about that at all, or immigrant crime is out of control, and the Democrats are the ones who are going to, the party to actually deal with it. That's it.
A number of populist, nationalist movements across the democratized world and globe. And we certainly don't want to see the continuation of that, Jim, in the United States, particularly when the election is going to be so close, and someone's going to win this thing and someone's going to lose. Yeah. And typically when you lose, you congratulate the victor, and we come together as a country, and then we battle it out in Congress, right? And we wait the next 4 years. And so my thoughts for the former president would be to just cut this out. You have some issues you can run on that are compelling to people.
And this is not the media bringing this up. He's bringing it up. He's doing it.
He's not going to cut it out. The campaign. He's not going to cut it out, though. Michael, you can say that all you want, but he's not going to. This is what it's going to be.
Karen, I understand that, but I should say he should cut it out because this isn't acceptable, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it is.
Liberals went from build the wall is racist to demanding that Kamala Harris build the wall, and Trump is stopping the wall from being built. So you need to understand that.
Is acceptable. And so I think we do have an obligation to say, yes, campaigns are difficult. Yes, you're going to fight it out. You're not going to like the other side. That's okay. But that's where the line is drawn. And so I would hope, Jim, that the campaign would try to reel this in a little bit and say, just stick to the issues.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator Sanders, welcome back to Meet the Press.
You make me so sad.
Well, it's great to have you here. I do want to dive in by talking about the economy, likely to be one of the big topics at Tuesday night's debate. This week, of course, as you know, Vice President Kamala Harris.
Please speak on the invasion of the Balkans by the Ottomans. I don't know who this guy is, but he has so much aura and riz. This guy's awesome. I think he wants me to speak on the invasion of this is a Balkan chatter. We got a fucking Balkan Maoist in the chat who recognizes that the Balkans were better under Ottoman rule. That's what I think is going on here. Okay. To which I say, listen, chatter, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And regardless of where you're at, unless you're like in Bosnia, in which case you probably won't see ads, you're going to see 3 minutes of ads if you're not there. Yeah. So if you're not in Bosnia, then you need to subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Why are you so silent on the fall of the Mongol Khanate? I don't want to think about it. That makes me sad. It hurts deeply when I think about such sad realities, you know? The Golden Horde will rise once again. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Turan now, Turan tomorrow, Turan forever.
Harris unveiled more of her economic policies, which included a 28% capital gains tax for top earners. It really marks a big break from President Biden, who has proposed a 40% tax on top earners. Of course, when you were running for president, you proposed a near 60% tax on top income earners. Do you believe that this particular policy position is a mistake by Vice President Harris?
Well, look, this is what I believe, Kristen. We live in a nation today that has more income and wealth inequality than has ever existed in the history of the United States. People on top, the billionaire class, doing phenomenally well. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, gap between the rich and the poor growing wider. What I believe is that we got to take on the greed of the billionaire class and say, yes, you know what, guys? When we got 600,000 people sleeping out on the streets, when people can't afford to send their kids to college, you know what? You are going to start paying your fair share of taxes. So I think dealing with the massive level of income and wealth inequality through a progressive tax system is exactly what we've got to do.
So do you believe that 28% is enough, or should she come up? Should she boost that number?
I would go higher than that. Look, when you got 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society, and when billionaires pay an effective tax rate lower than truck drivers or nurses, yeah, you could substantially raise taxes on the billionaire class and the people on top. But Kristen, it's not only the need for real progressive tax reform. What we have got to address is that while there have been important gains economically under President Biden and Vice President Harris, much more needs to be done. People cannot afford the high cost of health care. Elderly people can't afford dental care despite being on Medicare. So I think what the vice president needs is a strong agenda that speaks to working people, that says, you know what? At a time of so much inequality, we are on the side of working families, and we're prepared to take on the big money interests who today have so much political and economic power in our country.
Well, let me ask you about some of her ties to big business. Top Silicon Valley companies and big name venture capitalists have reportedly been in close communication with the Harris campaign. I'm talking about Mark Cuban, LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman. From a practical standpoint, a lot of her supporters argue those ties might make sense. She's been accused of being too liberal, for example, by Republicans. Are you concerned at all about the ties to those big names, those top earners?
Dude, rich bastards hoarding wealth and complain the economy shit, make it make sense. Oh, I thought you were talking about Bernie for a second. I was like, come on, dude.
Well, Kristen, what you're really touching on is maybe the most important issue. And that is whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, you should be concerned about the impact of the disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United that today allows billionaires, whether they're Elon Musk and the Republicans or whether they are Democratic billionaires, to play a very, very outsized role in the political process. Look, you have one vote. The average American has one vote, but billionaires can start a super PAC and put hundreds of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars into defeating the people they don't like and supporting the people they do like. That is not democracy. That is oligarchy. And I would hope that every American, regardless of your political persuasion, says we got to get rid of the Citizens United and return to a nation where one person has one vote, and that's democracy, not billionaires buying elections. If your question is, am I concerned about billionaire influence over the Democratic Party. I surely am, just as I am over the Republican Party.
Let me zoom out a little bit. You have described Vice President Kamala Harris as a progressive. She has previously supported Medicare for all. Now she does not. She's previously supported a ban on fracking. Now she does not. These, Senator, are ideas that you have campaigned on. Do you think that she is abandoning her progressive ideals?
No, I don't think she's abandoning her ideals. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election.
This is like me having like a Nicholas J. Fuentes to Donald Trump moment almost. Obviously, you know, we're not monstrous pieces of shit nor fascist, but like watching Bernie Sanders say, oh, she's leaning on this stuff and going to the center because she wants to win votes is so stupid, because it cuts away at the major it cuts away at all the polling he's conducted. You know what I mean? Well, oh, okay, so you gotta abandon popular progressive policies. Got it. Like, then why did you run for president? Like, oh no, her principles are there. She just wants to be pragmatic and win elections. Yeah, that's the lie that the Democratic Party tells the fucking liberals who watch media. That's the lie they told about you, Bernie.
My own view is slightly different. I think that in America today, there are a lot of people, rural people, working class people, who no longer believe that the United States Congress and government represents their interests, too dominated by big money interests. So I think that there is something wrong personally when we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all.
Like, he shouldn't say the first half of that ever. He should literally be like, or if he's going to say that, he shouldn't use that as like, she's trying to be pragmatic. Okay? He should be like, this is the same exact problem that Democrats who are well-intentioned run into, where they think the broader electorate is actually less popular. I mean, the broader electorate is not genuinely demanding change, and that progressive policies are less popular than they actually are. You don't have to glaze her and be like, oh no, she's progressive, but she's like being pragmatic. Just fucking say just say that they're doing the wrong thing.
Of our people, despite spending twice as much per capita. That is why I support Medicare for all. She does not. She has another.
Not only are you not a piece of shit like Fuentes, you also didn't make the mistake of idolizing Bernie to the point of abandoning your own ideals and analysis. Of course, I would never do that.
Approach toward moving toward universal health care. But again, I think on issues like expanding Medicare, by expanding Social Security and lifting the cap on taxable income that the rich put in so we can raise Social Security benefits, the need to raise the minimum wage from a starvation 7.25 minimum wage to a living wage. I think if you campaign on those issues, raising taxes on billionaires, you know what? She's going to win, and I think she could win big.
Well, let me just ask you then.
I don't think you're being fair to Bernie here. His job is to get Kamala elected and spread his economic ideals, and that's the only reason he's on the show. He's not going to disparage Democrats, even if he thinks that, because it counters his goal. No. Then he should never put out polling that shows that popular policies or progressive policies are popular, because that cuts away at the argument that the Democrats are making consistently. That is a direct question about whether or not Kamala Harris has abandoned her fucking principles. The answer to that should be, to openly state what it is. Popular policies, progressive policies are popular. Kamala Harris does not seem to think so, despite all of the evidence that points to the exact opposite of that reality. Here I have the evidence right in front of me. I conducted these fucking polls. I paid for these polls to be conducted. Here are some of the most popular policies. Kamala should run for those policies rather than against those policies.
Big picture, do you still consider Vice President Kamala Harris to be progressive, Senator?
I do. Look, she is not where I am. But I think, for example, when she talks about making the child tax.
Progressive policies are not very popular, hence why half the country is voting for a blood and soil fascist. Yeah, you're right. We should just do blood and soil fascism then, huh? No, you fucking idiot. Things that actually materially improve people's lives, regardless of whether they're fascist or not, okay, are objectively popular even amongst those fascists. The goal is to run a good enough campaign that they forget about the fucking blood and soil fascism, and they go, well, at least this person can put more money in my fucking pocket. That's the point. And also, if you do end up following through on those promises and you objectively improve people's material conditions, then they're less likely to be fucking blood and soil fascists to begin with. What's so funny about what you're saying is that like Republicans love Bernie Sanders. Okay? Republicans love Bernie Sanders. You know that, right? Like most Republicans like Bernie Sanders or love Bernie Sanders. He is consistently the most popular politician. Not really? Yes, really. Look at his fucking approval rating. Not a bad take. Oh my God. I think you are looking at this too simply. New Florida poll by UNFA rating, July 24th, 27. Donald Trump, 49 to Kamala Harris, 42. Rick Scott, 47%. Debbie McCarsell-Powell, 43. Legalize recreational marijuana amendment, 64. Limit government interference with abortion amendment, 69. What's your theory for why Trump is running 10 plus points ahead of down ballot GOP who have his same positions? Charisma. That's it. In a lot of places where he's running 10 plus points ahead, by the way, the people that he has are fucking awful. The people that he has are fucking awful. Like you're talking about the exploded troop guy in Nevada. You know what I mean? Like never won a single fucking race. Just like genuinely crazy. You got people like fucking Carrie Lake. Just a nut job. An objectively unpopular nut job. So how can you say that Bernie is one of the most How can you say that Bernie is one of the most popular politicians? Yet bro can't even get past the primaries. Not saying I disagree. Yeah, it doesn't matter because the primaries are completely captive by the Democratic Party's most loyal fucking fan base. That's it. It's the literal MSNBC watchers that go out and vote in the primaries. How many people do you know that voted in the primaries? I door knocked during the primaries. I'm gonna tell you right now, there were a shit ton of people who were like, I love Bernie. They just didn't even know a primary was happening. I think a lot of you forget, like, the primary process is, first and foremost, the primary process is not like legally bound regardless. Like the Democratic Party has actually, in the courts, defended their position to be able to put whoever the fuck they want at the top of that ticket by the end of the convention if they want to. That's why we had the super delegates process too, on top of everything else. But ultimately, and that's why Kamala Harris is currently the fucking presidential candidate and not Joe Biden. Something to consider there, right? Beyond that, I ran the top of the hour ad break already. Please shut the fuck up. When I say Bernie Sanders is one of the most popular politicians, I'm simply talking about his fucking approval rating, chat. Like, I'm not pulling this out of my fucking asshole. I'm just stating facts. I know that, like, liberals love to shit on Bernie Sanders, but that is the reality. I don't know why you're, like, arguing against that. Like, this doesn't mean across the board that all conservatives are in love with Bernie Sanders. I'm simply stating that in spite of everything else, Bernie Sanders is still one of the most popular politicians. Okay? His popular approval rating is at 54%. On the Democratic Party front, he's after fucking Barack Obama, dude. Wait, who's number one then? Jimmy Carter? Oh, Bernie's not really popular with Republicans, but he's the most popular Democrat among Republicans. Yes. And that is in spite of like the unimaginable amounts of fucking anti-Bernie like sentiment in mainstream media overall. Okay. Why is he not popular with Democrats? I'm interested in your take. He is popular with Democrats. He's popular with Democrats across the board as well. That's why he's number 4 on this fucking list, chat. The only difference is he's popular with Democrats as well. He's just not popular with Democrats that go out and vote in the primaries, which is the backbone of the Democratic Party, the most loyal, most trusted, most reliable Democratic Party voters. That's why I kept repeating. That's why I kept repeating a very important fact about the uncommitted campaign. The uncommitted movement campaign was really important because those are fucking lifelong team sport Dems that are voting in the primaries. Bernie's method of bringing out, similar to Donald Trump, bringing out people who normally don't vote is still untested in the general as it stands. I still believe that it would work. The problem is Bernie would never, or a Bernie style candidate would never be able to make it out the cut. They would never be able to make it out the fucking primary. Does that make sense? And if you don't make it out the primary, and if you can't get to the general, then you can never test these. Then you can never test strategy. I guess Obama did it in 2008, so he did actually prove that method. But that's it.
credit, permanent. And you know, we did that in the American Rescue Plan. We lowered childhood poverty by 40%. Kristen, we should not have, as the richest country on earth, one of the highest rates of childhood poverty in the world. When she talks about building 3 million.
You know how the Dems always ratchet right? If it was reversed and the Dems had successfully run the country for a while, the Republicans would ratchet left? Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely they would. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. Now, this doesn't mean that they still wouldn't be to the right of the Democratic Party. Of course they would be. But yeah, they would. Look at abortion. Look at abortion. Look at Obamacare. Look at Obamacare. Donald Trump ran on abolishing Obamacare. Where is it at now? Why doesn't he talk about it? It's not like it's abolished. Where's that at? Where's that energy for Obamacare?
In units of affordable housing, that's a big deal because we have a major housing crisis in America. You know, when she talks about passing the PRO Act to make it easier for workers to join unions, that's a big deal because we have to expand the union movement so the workers get decent wages. So yes, her views are not mine, but I do consider her progressive.
Senator, before I let you go, I do have to ask you about her recent endorsements by two people who are not progressives at all. Of course, I'm talking about.
This was the worst part, and we watched it already, and it fucking cooked me.
About Dick and Liz Cheney this week. They said they're going to support her. They're going to vote.
We are just one day away from the ABC 2024 presidential debate, and Trump is aiming to define Kamala Harris's far-left record. This as 28% of likely voters say when it comes to Harris, they need to learn more, compared to just 9% for Donald Trump. Here with...
That's not good for Trump. That's not good for Trump. That's the reason why when he got almost domed, people were so firmly committed. People were so firmly committed to their position on Trump that like it didn't even move the needle.
To help set all of this up, set up the stage, Fox News contributors Tammy Bruce and Charlie Hurt. Good morning to both of you.
Hi there.
Hi. Okay, Tammy. Good morning, Charlie.
Charlie Hurt looks like a buddy cop, like a alcoholic detective, so disheveled all the time. I don't know how. It's just, am I wrong? Doesn't he just straight up look like a fucking disheveled alcoholic detective who's just like always like, oh man, fuck. What? Oh God, I'm getting too over the shit.
Tammy,
fucking disheveled alcoholic detective who's just like always like, oh man, fuck. What? Oh God, I'm getting too over the shit.
Tammy, I'll start with you. What does Donald Trump need to do to focus really on her background, her policies? Because clearly, 1/3 of the American voters don't know what she stands for.
Yes, and I think that's key. And this is why you suddenly saw Kamala Harris put up some positions, which frankly also look like word salads on her website. But he needs to focus on, as everyone is saying, and he understands the issues. That's why he's running. He's running because of the issues. But I think that it's key because this is also about transparency.
So Trump voters are 100% set. Have you met a Trump voter? In 2020 and in 2016, the overwhelming majority of Trump voters were voting for Trump. The overwhelming majority of Biden voters and Hillary Clinton voters in 2016 alike, by basically the same reverse percentages, 60 to 30 broadly, okay, were voting against Trump. Trump voters are fucking locked in, dude. They've been locked in. That's also partially the reason why Trump is outperforming his down ballot races. And the hope for the Republican Party is that those guys that, you know, don't know or give a fuck about senators or whatever, they go out to vote for Trump and then they just like tick all the Republican boxes when they're in the voting booth. That's the hope. Because we know what happened when he wasn't on the fucking voting booth, when he wasn't on the ballot. 2022 is what happened when he wasn't on the ballot. At a time when the Republicans, all things considered, should have wiped the fucking floor, okay? In the midst of one of the worst inflation crises that like Americans had experienced in quite a while, when midterm elections are seen as like a poll for the performance of the sitting president, that red tide turned into a red puddle.
Transparency. What is her problem with not doing interviews, with not speaking about the issues? And like, as an example, with immigration on her website, it's the same kind of word salad and claiming that the border is, there's fewer people coming over. And then she recommends amnesty, right? A path to citizenship. So it's the same thing people have heard. It's nothing new. And I think that he needs, and this is key, to remind people you can just look at what people have done, not what they say. And he has a history, she has one. And the problem for her is she's running from hers and he is running toward his. It's an easier position to be in. So it's about where he stands on the issues. What is he going to accomplish? She is not going to be able to compete with that.
Charlie, here are some of the flip-flops that she's going to have to address. She originally said she wanted to ban fracking, said that for years. Medicare for all, including illegals, a border wall, funding, decriminalization for everyone who crosses the border, and federal jobs guarantee. That was part of the Green New Deal. How does she pivot from these positions?
Damn, I hate that. Federal jobs guarantee, decriminalizing crossing the border, and refusing to do border wall funding, wanting to do Medicare for all, banning fracking. Oh, man. I'm not even joking. If she was running on this, okay, if she was running on these policies, she would be winning by like 10 points in every fucking state. It would require her to also have a little bit more riz that she currently does not have. Negative, she would not. That's my answer. Y'all are running scared, dude. Nah, too many people worry about taxes and the economy. Oh, no, she wouldn't. Older people would hate that. Oh, man, that's crazy that you say that. Because that's the argument that the Democrats used to present about preserving and protecting Social Security. Because Republicans were about cutting Social Security. Now, of course, many of you are too young to remember that. And you only know a world where the Republicans are like, we're going to protect Social Security. The reason why you say that is because old people obviously like Social Security. Thank God for the fucking Tea Party caucus that stopped Obama from actually cutting Social Security. Jill Stein getting clout in 2024 is the new barometer of how bad the Dems campaign strategy is. Yeah, low key.
And how does she explain that to the American people?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really difficult. And I agree with Tammy that it is going to end up coming down to credibility. Look, Donald Trump is probably the greatest political debater we've ever had in American history. He went through the 2016 primary and knocked out 18 Republicans. He managed to knock out a sitting president out of the race before the first ballot was cast in a debate. But I think that what will be sort of surprising to people is I think that Kamala Harris will end up actually doing better than people are anticipating because there's been so much hype about how bad she is with her word salads. But the problem is that as she will appear to do better during the debate. But the problem is that you're going to take whatever she says during the debate and compare it to all of those platforms that you just listed that she's already flipped on and compare the tape from tomorrow night to all the other things that she said in the past. And the problem with that is not only does it suggest that she has no idea where she is on the issues, the problem is that it reveals her willingness to say anything she has to say to get elected, and that goes to the heart of credibility, and nothing defines a politician like credibility, either losing it or having it.
And
you're
Trump has the credibility, and she does not.
You're right about, I mean, he ran the first time, I'm not a politician, and people like that because he's genuine. Right. We know where he stands.
Demonstrate.
No, you don't know where he stands. And no, him not being a politician and presenting himself as anti-establishment did work in the first time around, but he was the president for 4 years, you know?
Politician flip-flops, right? When they realize the American public doesn't like your old policies. All right, here's Bernie Sanders. This was over the weekend, and he was saying, no, she has not changed. She's still a progressive. She's just doing this to win. Listen to this.
I don't think she's abandoning her ideals. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election. Her views are not mine, but I do consider her progressive.
All right, Tammy, your reaction.
Yes, well, he used the word ideals. She used the word values. And when she used that word values in that interview that she did for 16 minutes, that was a wink and a nod to the left flank. That was what I just said. Don't listen to what I say. Watch what I do. We were also told by this team that they were going to be the uniters, that they were going to bring things back to normal. Their normal is chaos. Their normal is a bad economy. Their normal is crime. Their normal is an open border. Their normal are world wars. We've seen it now, and they are making the mistake of underestimating the American people. And that's where that New York Times Siena poll indicates, is that the American people, want change. After all of this, they don't see her as the agent of change. They see Trump as that person.
Okay, Charlie, quick reaction.
I love the way he says that. He said that like he was helping her out, and he's actually absolutely destroying her credibility as he says it. But, he's won from this. Nobody has gained more from the Biden-Harris administration.
They look at what the media says about Trump and then simply repeat it and swap out Trump for Kamala. It's so frustrating to hear. I mean, the problem with a lot of this is that Kamala Harris could message against a lot of this stuff in terms of like the warmongering shit, but she leans into it. So this gives Trump a phenomenal opportunity to present himself as a peaceful dove. And many Americans think about, like, at the very least, many Americans think about all these wars that are going on as nuisances. And then if Trump is saying he's going to end them, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are presenting themselves as though they are going to continue them, okay, even if it's far more complicated than just like a phone call. With Israel, it's just a phone call. But with Russia, it's not. It's obviously far more difficult, and Donald Trump is not going to end it day one. They're just giving Donald Trump opportunities to present himself as more moderate on certain issues
than radicals like Bernie Sanders.
I'm sorry to say, but woman doesn't fit in ruling or in politics. The gamer. First of all, you're not sorry to say that. Okay? You're not. I don't know why you said, I'm sorry to say. You literally are stupid. Like, there's no point. I don't know why you said, I'm sorry to say. I don't give a fuck who and what their background is. Like, who's running, what their background is. Okay? I care about what their opinions are, and I care about what their policies are. I care about what they're going to do. Are they going to help the American population? Or are they not going to help the working class? Okay? The gamer.
Sanders.
Yep. Thank you so much. I appreciate both of y'all being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
House, Jackie Heinrich is now questioning the press secretary.
Questions you would have to ask the campaign, and that is for them to speak to. And what I will say is, what I can say is that as far as contrast, the contrast can't be more clear. It couldn't be more clear. If you think about 4 years ago, America was reeling. It was reeling. In a once-in-a-generation pandemic, it was isolated from the world stage. Crime was up. The middle class was sidelined. We saw an insurrection on January 6th in 2021 that the former president led. And you think about today, where we are today, 3.5 years later, we're leading the strongest economy in the world. You hear the comeback stories in places like Milwaukee, to Dayton, to Scranton, Pennsylvania. And so we have done what people said we couldn't do, which is turn the economy around, turn the country around, be a leader on the world stage. And I think it's important for Americans to know and to be reminded where we were and where we are. And look.
Why are we watching Fox? I don't know if you know this, but like, it's one, the most popular news network in the country. Number two, every single Republican watches it. Number three, there's a debate tomorrow between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. So don't you think it's better to understand the Republican angle of attack? And also, number four, better content than the fucking liberals, you know? So yeah.
And the president certainly agrees with her. He agrees with her, you know, her leadership, her policy decisions. He agrees with her when it comes to making sure that, we need to make sure that we stop what Maganomics, right? When you think about the $4,000 tax hike on working Americans. You mentioned Project 2025.
I fucking hate that. Even that. Oh my God. Maganomics. Because like there's a tax cut that's sunsetting for the fucking middle class. Instead of working to increase the taxes on the top margins in the top tax bracket, they're like, we're going to make the sunsetting tax cuts for the middle class permanent. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, she's talking about the tax cuts. When Donald Trump pushed for tax cuts in his massive, like Reagan-style tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations, lowering the corporate tax rate, lowering the top tax brackets marginal tax rate. Okay. He also, obviously, as one does, gave breadcrumbs to the working class. Okay. She's also talking about the tariffs, but Joe Biden said he was going to do tariffs as well.
That's something Republicans support, is a radical idea, a radical policy agenda that's going to do more harm to the American people.
Trump has repeatedly disavowed it, distanced himself from it. I mean,
and I said Republicans. That's something that Republicans support.
So this is not anymore being cast as something that Trump embraces? You just get that straight.
I mean, look, you asked me a couple things. You asked me about the contrast, why she continues to make the contrast. You have to talk to the campaign on her strategy and how they're moving forward. I laid out for you the contrast could not be more clear.
Dude, the idea that like Donald Trump is not pro Project 2025 is so fucking stupid. It's even dumber than like singling out Project 2025 as a unique thing for the Republican Party when it's not. It's just the Republican Party. What the fuck are we doing? Like, Project 2025 has already been implemented, okay? It's just an extension of, like, previous Republican Party projects that have been going on for decades at this point. I mean, it's fine to use it as, like, a tool to make people focus on what the Republicans want to do, but, like, there is no difference. There's no difference between Project 2025 and what the Republican Party has been doing since Reagan, okay?
Where we were when we walked into.
No, I know the name recognition is powerful. That's why I get really mad. That's why I get really mad when the fucking Republicans are like, oh, well, Trump disavowed it. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Oh, Trump disavowed it. Yeah, all of a sudden the Heritage Foundation is not one of the most important think tanks. One of the most important fucking think tanks for the Republican project across the board. Like, are we adults or are we just like going to behave like fucking children? Do you not have any object permanence? The fuck's wrong with you?
To this administration, when the president walked into the administration where we are today. And that's because of this leadership of this administration, the Biden-Harris administration. Project 25 is something that Republicans, not going to speak to the president, the former president on this, but that Republicans are pushing. It's a radical idea. We're talking about.
Like, J.D. Vance is directly in the ass cheeks of the dudes who wrote it. It's a fucking Heritage Foundation. What are we talking about, man? It's more Republican Party than like random Republican politicians are. I care more about what the Heritage Foundation is presenting as the future for the Republican Party than whatever the fuck every Republican says. Every single Republican that is currently in office could be like, I hate the Project 2025. I don't know what that is. I never learned about it, and I still wouldn't give a shit. Okay? That's the Heritage Foundation. They write the fucking policies. What are we talking about? And with respect to Project 2025, while a lot of people have paid attention to it as a direct consequence of independent content creators, by the way, I don't know why we even consider this shit. Like, I don't know why we consider what Republicans are saying and don't look at what Republicans have done. 3 Supreme Court appointments. Every single one said they wouldn't overturn Roe v. Wade. What did they do? They overturned Roe v. Wade. Who gives a fuck what they say? How can you take anything they say at face value? That's why the Heritage Foundation is more important than anything else, because they openly signal what they are going to do. Then it opens up Dems for an attack on their inaction. They're playing scared. Like, there's never a moment where I'm like, man, I'm going to take what a Republican politician or any politician really says at face value. That's why when people were like really hopped up on the Kamala train, when people were just like going off the coconut tree, going mamala now, mamala forever, I kept repeating like, I haven't seen enough yet. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. There's some promising movements in the direction of responding to public pressure here from the Democratic Party that is unprecedented. Having said that, you know, I know how the Democrats operate. Turns out, yeah, they are going to run scared, and they have been, and they're facing the consequences of that right now. And it doesn't seem like they're going to change trajectory. Have you considered they're humans like the rest of us and you should give them the benefit of the doubt? Why do you have to be so divisive? You think politicians are humans like the rest of us? 19 month subscriber, he's memeing. There's no way that you're being for real. I don't believe that. That's a good bait though, chatter.
More radical abortion bans, cuts to law enforcement, cuts to education, repealing Affordable Care Act, and repealing the Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, beats Big Pharma, which is something that many elected officials tried to do and couldn't get done. The Biden-Harris administration tried to get it done. That's what I can speak to, and that's just a reality. That's what's in that agenda. That's what Republicans are pushing, and that's what I can lay out for you.
To the campaign, but the campaign's not holding regular briefings. They don't have a forum, a Q&A forum like we have here.
I talked to them about that.
Spokesperson for the Biden-Harris administration.
I just answered your question on why the contrast could be more clear. I just answered your question.
It's crazy to me that the Democrats are literally like, no, you don't understand. The Republicans want to defund the police. You don't understand. The Republicans don't care about the American military being powerful. It's like, these are concepts that are spiritually right-wing, okay? Ideologically right-wing, spiritually right-wing. The right has always owned these policies, okay? You will not be able to shake the way that the broader American electorate analyzes these policies. They're always going to, like, no one is going to the Democratic Party because they are going to be the real funders of the police, okay? If people have this attitude where they're like, oh, we need to give more money to the fucking police, then they're not gonna be like, and I'm voting for the Democrats for that reason. If anything, you're maybe running defense. Some people might be fearful that the Democrats are not doing enough for the police, and that might be a cause for concern, but you're trying to give them assurances. But overall, no one is like, oh, I'm voting for the Democrats because they're the pro-police, pro-military, pro-patriotic party. That's not a thing, because the people that have those mindsets are reactionary, okay? And there is a much better, sexier alternative for them. The party that has been reactionary historically in their entire lifetime, okay? Oh, this is why I always say tacking to the right on immigration is such an idiotic fucking thing. I've been saying it since Joe Biden unveiled his, like, massive right-wing proposal, his massive right-wing border bill, where I was like, this is the dumbest fucking thing you could possibly do. What an idiotic thing. It's both bad politics and bad policy. How fucking stupid. How stupid can you get? You just destroyed any avenue of attack you could in terms of, like, saying how you're different than the Republicans on this issue. And not only did you do that, but you did that by capitulating the right-wing framing that, like, immigrants constitute a national security threat. Oh, historically bad.
Question about Project 25 and what it's trying to do and what Republicans are supporting. I just laid that out.
I don't think it was the question I asked, but I do appreciate the answer.
No, you asked me why the vice president's campaign, the Harris campaign, is not doing X, Y, and Z. I said to you, you gotta talk to the vice president's campaign, and there's the hatch act. I gotta be mindful to that. You know that. That is, I can't answer that question.
How about I try one different way?
But I can talk to contrast. You asked me about contrast, and I just laid it out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Does President Biden define Vice President Harris as a progressive Democrat?
Look, the vice president has been a critical partner to this president. All you got to do is look at the record and what we have been able to do in the past 3.5 years, the Biden-Harris administration has been able to do. You think about the economy, you think about health care, and you think about these really important generation-changing legislation that are now laws, obviously. I just talked about beating Big Pharma. That's important. That was the Inflation Reduction Act that only Democrats voted for. Now Republicans want to repeal. They want to take that away. Taking away lowering cost for the American people. And so...
come on, go ahead. Be like, that was Trump's policy. Come on, Fox News. What are you doing? Say that that's Trump's policy. Come on, go ahead.
To be clear, lowering cost on medical care and pharmaceutical drugs and also energy bills, right? That's two really big part of the Inflation Reduction Act. The president is not going to be labeling the vice president. She has her policies that he's in line with.
A couple things that I'm always frustrated with, by the way, with, like, tacking to the center or the right for the Democrats is, like, a lot of people talk about, like, wanting to win, okay, and gaining a defensive posture in every fucking 4-year cycle. they're like, oh, the Democrats have to do this because they want to win, because they want to, you know, they want to stop a Republican from gaining office. And then they tack to the right. And it's like, the question for you is, do you want that? Do you want a right-wing Democratic Party to run the country? Do you want the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the other party in our duopoly that is at least somewhat different than the Republican Party, to be closer to the Republican Party's positions 4 years prior? Why did you vote for Joe Biden then? You should have just directly voted for Donald Trump. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand how frustrating this is? That I have to play this song and dance every fucking election cycle as an actual leftist with no real representation in Congress? It's goddamn, it's so fucking frustrating. It's especially frustrating because it's not like my worldview is unpopular across the board. You know, it's not. It's not. A lot of the policies that I would be championing are not like full-blown communism, socialism whatsoever. These are moderately increasing socialization in this country, moderately moving in the direction of a social democracy. Okay? I'm on board with that because that would genuinely do harm reduction. And when I advocate for these sorts of things that are unimaginably beneficial for the middle class, okay, the Democrats point to absolutely nothing and just simply say, no, they're not popular. You don't understand. We got to win these Republicans over to our side. It's like, no, they're voting for the Republicans already. I saw Hassan selling Fent under the passageway on Boulevard Avenue. Yeah, things have taken a dire turn in my career. Where I have to basically sell fentanyl under the passageway on Boulevard Avenue. What is a Boulevard Avenue? I don't know, but yeah.
That she has put forth in the past week or so. He supports her. He believes in her leadership, and that's what I can share with you.
We are allowing for a contrast with Trump, but not a contrast with other Democrats, because Senator Bernie Sanders, for instance, said that he still views her as a progressive Democrat. He said that she's, in fact, not abandoning her ideals, but making a pragmatic play toward the center to win the election. And that sends a chill down the spine of some people who might be in the middle or to the center right, considering her, and when she's been trying to position herself as a more moderate figure now than she was in 2020. Where does she stand exactly?
So, first of all, the senator is going to speak for himself. That's for him to speak to. I'm not going to get into I agree or disagree with him. What I can tell you is this president believes in her leadership and believes in her bold policy.
Okay. All right. This is the new ad. The best people. Let's take a look.
2016, Donald Trump said he would choose only the best people to work in his White House. Now those people have a warning for America. Trump is not fit to be president again. Here's his vice president.
Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. It should come as no surprise that I will not be endorsing Donald Trump this year.
His defense secretary.
Do you think Trump can be...
Cowards, all of them. I hate these guys, man. They're fucking phonies. They're fake friends. Fake friends all around, okay? Let me tell you, bunch of fucking rhinos. Rhinos all around. I never believed in magic until I saw my dogs turn into snakes. Fake friends and phonies, they did not want the Trump agenda. When the gallows were calling out your name, Michael Pence, I said, believe me, don't hang him. I was wrong. The gallows yearn for Michael Pence's neck. Believe me, folks, they yearn for it.
Be trusted with the...
Gallows yearn for Michael Pence's neck. Believe me, folks, they yearn for it.
Be trusted with the nation's secrets ever again?
No. I mean, it's just irresponsible action that places our service members at risk, places our nation's security at risk.
His national security advisor.
Donald Trump will cause a lot of damage. The only thing he cares about is Donald Trump.
And the nation's highest-ranking military officer.
We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or to a tyrant or a dictator.
Mike Milley is gay. Maoist Mike Milley. Maoist Mike Milley, a homosexual man, made the military woke and gay.
We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator.
Take it from the people who knew him best. Donald Trump is a danger.
His name is Mark. No, it's not. It's Mike now.
Danger to our...
They're all Michaels. An administration run by Michaels.
troops and our democracy. We can't let him lead our country again.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I've never voted for a Democrat.
Wow.
And
I'm not kidding. These people, I think this is the reverse, like, center-right grift. You know how, like, motherfuckers will hit the right-wing grift? In liberal media, this is the other version of that. Like, online, everybody goes right-wing. Like, you know, pedophile accusations, right-wing, okay? Credible sexual assault allegations, go right-wing. Career falling off the fucking map, go right-wing. Hit that button. Immediately start talking about, like, trans people or whatever the fuck. And I think the version of that in liberal media where, like, the priorities are a little bit different is just doing, like, subtle liberal politics, okay? Slam the liberalism button a little bit in mainstream media alone. Because, like, Liz Cheney's never getting prominence ever again. She's fucking done, okay? She's done. But god damn, MSNBC and CNN absolutely love, like, the worst demons. The moment that they're like, listen, I have not stopped any of my demon attitudes, my demonic policies. I'm still a giant piece of shit. But this giant piece of shit's voting for Kamala Harris. They're like, oh, I love that. They did this with JD Vance. They did this with JD Vance too. They hyped him up, put him on a pedestal, gave him national prominence, and look where that got the Democrats. You know what I mean? The single best thing to do is be a Republican your entire career, then pivot to the MSNBC lib grift. Best of both worlds. Easy as fuck to rise up in the Republican Party. Then you get to retire with lib bucks and get redeemed social cred. Win-win for sociopaths. I don't know. Will you turn right-wing if your channel fails? Well, considering that my channel was nothing back in the day, and I was broke as fuck, and I was still exactly the same person with exactly the same values, I don't consider that happening anytime soon. I mean, we saw an example of this also with October 7, post-October 7. This community literally went from having consistently 30,000 people in it to 20,000 people. That's a massive, that's 1/3 of the fucking entire community leaving, okay? Leaving in goddamn droves. Did that cause me to pivot right? No. I'm a stubborn fucking piece of shit, okay? But the difference is I'm your stubborn piece of shit. Now, the thing I want to talk about that I regularly used to talk about, but I've forgotten to bring up frequently, is that half of the now, like, established liberal commentators on CNN and MSNBC are like former fucking Bush officials, okay? Like, this is something that we just never really discuss. But yeah, like, these guys, the entire liberal network is comprised of, like, former Republican officials, okay? So of course, I mean, Joe Scarborough is a Republican state representative from Florida. Joe Scarborough is a Republican politician. You got former George W. Bush, like, campaign officials. You got former George W. Bush communications people. They're all MSNBC, prominent MSNBC anchors now. Joe Scarborough was a U.S. congressman as a Republican too. Yeah, Anna fucking Navarro, dude. Literally, like, not just a Republican, but like her father was a Contras. The entirety of the Lincoln Project. I feel like we've just moved away from third way neoliberalism in the Democratic Party to just straight up being a Republican Party.
It tells you, I think, the stakes in this election. You know, Donald Trump presents a challenge and a threat fundamentally to the Republic.
Former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney warning and urging her fellow conservatives not to support Donald Trump this fall. Cheney taking issue, of course, with one Republican in particular, former presidential candidate Nikki Haley, who endorsed Trump after dropping out of the GOP primary earlier this year.
I can't understand her position on this in any kind of a principled way. I think that, you know, the things that she said, that she made clear when she was running in the primary, those things are true. And again, you know, those of us who are conservative, those of us who believe in fidelity to the Constitution, have a responsibility and have a duty to recognize this is not about partisan politics. And the country is going to need to rebuild a conservative, true conservative movement when we're through this election cycle.
Haley defending her support of the former president this weekend.
I've always said, look, if I thought Biden or Trump were great candidates, I wouldn't have run for president. I ran because I thought I could do a better job.
You don't think he's a good candidate?
I think he is the Republican nominee. The reality is she has a record. The administration has a record. Trump has a record. And so neither are perfect. Neither are ideal.
So let's talk about the policies then.
So, Dana, we touched briefly on Dick Cheney, and I want to dig into that as well, because he, in some ways, him saying he's going to vote for Kamala Harris, certainly we knew Liz Cheney was not going to vote for Donald Trump. But this back and forth between Haley and Cheney, I mean, Cheney obviously made a decision to make this something that was so central to her that she couldn't possibly remain part of the party. And she's looking at what Nikki Haley did, and Haley clearly has made a different calculation for her own political future.
Exactly.
How do you see this?
Exactly what you just said. Liz Cheney, you can tell me if I'm wrong, there's no future for Liz Cheney in this Republican Party anymore, which again is just stunning to me that I could say that about a Cheney covering politics in this town for as long as I have. Nikki Haley is a young woman. She is somebody who does hope that there is a future for her. She did better.
Yeah, you admitted it. Thank you. That's the whole point. Yeah, there's no future for Liz Cheney, so that's why she's doing the grift. There's a future for Nikki Haley in the Republican Party. That's why she's doing the other version. Also, to be fair, Nikki Haley is literally like one of the only fucking correct Republican politicians out there that wanted to preserve the ideological project of the Republican Party. So it's not like she was fucking wrong. Like, she wasn't wrong. She was like, this abortion stuff is going to fucking cook us. It's just that there is no going back to the old school country club Republican ass attitude in a post-Trump world. It will take at least a couple cycles for Republicans to get back to that. But yeah, Nikki Haley was never going to fucking, swing in the direction of the Democrats. She's a Republican. I hate this country so much. Liberals are being stupid now.
Than any other opponent of Donald Trump in the Republican primary this year. And she wants to keep her sort of toe in Trump world to the point that, well, toe in Trump world is probably the wrong way to say it. She wants to keep her options open.
We'll look at more polling in a second.
Endorse Donald Trump, then the people who are completely blindly loyal to him, when he's gone and he's exited the stage, they might think twice about supporting her if she wants their vote again. That's not where Liz Cheney is right now.
Yeah. Matt Gorman, how do you look at this?
I mean, a couple things. I kind of separate them. I don't think people are waiting the world over to see what finally Liz Cheney is going to say about this and have their vote kind of correspond to that. Number one, I think with Nikki Haley, it's always been a dance with her. It's always been very. She sometimes even played a little bit too cute. And I keep flashing back to this moment during the Republican convention where she said, President Trump asked me to speak tonight, and then he leans over, and who knows what the real truth is, but he's like, she asked to speak. And so there's always been this little weird back and forth where she's tried to have it a little too cute with Trump. And it's almost to the point where if you love Trump, Nikki Haley will never be an option for you. But there might be a small slice that would still vote for her in the presidential primary.
It's interesting. If there could be anyone maybe swayed by Liz Cheney, maybe it'd be a few Nikki Haley voters. And the fact is that Nikki Haley has not been on the campaign trail. And she said in that interview, well, he hasn't asked me. And so she's waiting for him to call to ask. And it's like this game of like, well, are you going to call me first? Are you going to call me first? And as a result, she's kept her completely off the trail. She wasn't really in the mix for VP, not because a lot of Republicans didn't see advantage there, but because Trump personally wanted, her to sort of submit and like do.
Trump tanked the Republican Party. He just unearthed all the racists and bigots. Not necessarily. The Republican Party fell victim to its own success. There's always going to be some kind of social and political capital that you lose if you actually enact the Republican agenda to a T. I think the biggest mistake was overturning Roe v. Wade. The election analysis right now would be entirely different. It would not be a question. Trump would be fucking leading by like 10 to 15 points if it wasn't for Roe v. Wade. The Republicans were always going to get to this point no matter what because of the 40-year project that they had that they ended up foolishly following on. Wrong, he would have won in 2020 and would be term limited now? What do you mean? I don't know, man. Are you sure about that? Is abortion really the top issue? I don't know. Look at the fucking polls. It is. And it was. And it's like the only thing carrying the Democrats as aggressively. Majorities in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan favor conditioning aid to Israel or don't support sending aid. Total percentage of favor conditioning aid or don't support sending aid, 61%. In Pennsylvania, 51%. In Michigan, 56%. The partisan breakdown is, holy fuck, 75% of Democrats, 64% of Democrats in PA, 45% don't support conditions, plurality, 35% say conditions don't support aid. In Michigan, Republicans 47%, independents 57%, independents 56%, independents 63% in PA. I think they should definitely not do this, though. I think they should definitely not do this. Hey, remember that CNN that CNN poll that came out? Poll, endorsing Israel's arms embargo would boost Harris's support to 49%. A majority of Democratic voters say the Gaza crisis is either very or somewhat important in determining how they vote. Guys, you don't understand. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? I don't know what I'm talking about. What do I know, dude? I know nothing. Don't listen to me.
Do with this like loyalty.
No, the majority actually love the Republican endorsements.
We are just one day away from the presidential debate. The latest New York Times poll has the race neck and neck. Lifelong Republican.
A massive poll of Jewish voters find Trump getting around 25%, Democrats getting 75%. Oh, wow. Remember what I fucking said about American Jews? Wow. Turns out I was fucking right. Wow. Israel ranks 9th out of 11 issues in terms of what the Jewish voters prioritize. Wow. Dude, that's shocking. But I thought all Jews almost single-handedly only care about Israel. What the fuck? That's so shocking, dude. What did I tell you? I told you. Trump and the conservatives, Republicans, consistently get 25% of the Jewish vote. The rest of it almost always goes to the fucking Democratic Party. No way. Turns out Jews don't have a weird bone in their brain that like causes them to only care about Israel all the time. But God forbid, every single person has told me, even in this fucking chat, oh, you don't understand what you're talking about, dude. You're going to lose the Jews if you fucking go and vote against, if you go and make a move against the fucking genocidal apartheid state. Oh my God, dude. I'm shocked. That's crazy. I thought Jews only cared about Israel. What? So Kamala Harris is not losing the Jewish vote? What? That is also hilarious to consider because this was the first thing that I would consistently talk about, okay? But beyond that, the Jewish vote is in either Florida, which is already Republican no matter what, okay? Or New York and California, which is already Democrat no matter what. So it doesn't fucking matter even if Jews only cared about Israel, which they don't. Of course they don't. That's what's so fucking annoying. That is what is so fucking annoying. There are Penn Jews, though. Okay, again, Jews do not care about Israel as much as you think they care about Israel. If you were to look at one group of voters in terms of like how much they prioritize Israel, however, it's evangelical Christians. Okay? And evangelical Christians are not voting for the fucking Democrats anyway. I think you might be getting cause and effect reversed. No, dog. No, I'm not. Okay? I understand how people are. Jews are not a fucking monolithic voting block in terms of like what their opinion, like Jews are not monolithic as single issue voters. Okay? That's not a thing. But Kamala has just kissed ass to Israel. You forget what I just said. Yeah, Trump holds an 83% lead over Harris among Orthodox Jews. Oh, American Jews, okay, vote consistently 70 at worst, but 80 at best to the Democratic Party because there is a multitude of different issues that they fucking care about. Kamala Harris changing trajectory on Israel is not going to cause American Jews to go, oh my God, she's anti-Semitic. This is my number one problem. This is my number one reason for not voting for her, because Israel is the 9th priority out of the 11 priorities for American Jews. On that same fucking poll, American Jews, especially young American Jews, also care about the top of the hour ad break more than they care about Israel, because they do not want to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour at the HasanAbi broadcast. It's true. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky by Jewish donors like George Soros, one of my primary gifters in the community. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's just so it's so fucking stupid that we just have this conversation over and over again. It's like, oh man, you don't understand. No, there's no good reason other than blind loyalty due to social conditioning and ideological, running scared of defense contractors and potential big donors, and beyond that, being personally invested in the ideological defense, like having a personal commitment to an apartheid regime in that area, beyond the State Department interests in like continuing an unsinkable aircraft carrier behaving in the fucking violent ways it is behaving. There is no good reason to ever fucking defend Israel like this. Okay? There is no electoral reason for it. There is no reason whatsoever. It's just all they've known. And sometimes that's what it is. Sometimes that's how stupid this shit is. Okay? It's all you've known, especially if you're older, because we forget. There's a shit ton of, politicians are old, okay? This is all they've known. Their entire lives are like, you better not question anything Israel does. The fuck do you mean? What are you, crazy? Is like the norm in Congress. That's why they have a very different attitude about a fucking foreign state than like the broad majority of the American public is. It's just they're far removed from the public. That's it. I am Israel Chai. My name is Lindsey Graham, and I believe that Israel is the best nation on earth, much better than the United States of America. I am Israel Chai. I say Israel. Anyway. Massive poll, Jewish voters finds Trump getting around 25%, Democrats getting 75%. Israel ranks 9th out of 11 issues in terms of what the Jewish voters prioritize. Once again, the right-wing theory of Jewish voters collapses. It's crazy and so funny to think that, like, Donald Trump was going to put a dent in that by literally being like, if you are Jewish and you don't vote for me, you're mentally disabled. Like, wow, I can't believe that campaign strategy didn't work. They're not living in Israel, dog. They're living in America. Why the fuck would they care that much about what the fuck goes on in Israel? Jesus Christ. It's literally like the woke version of dual loyalty, okay? Oh, you don't understand, man. You don't understand. No, these Jews do have dual loyalty. But democratically saying that as a Democratic analyst. It's so funny. Yeah. Jewish voters are largely pro-choice, pro-raising the minimum wage, pro-healthcare for all, etc. If Republicans want those votes, they have to moderate on policy, not say the words Israel over and over like Beetlejuice. The Republican Jewish Coalition is officially launching an unprecedented $10 million ad buy targeting Jewish voters in key battleground states of Pennsylvania, Nevada, Michigan, Arizona, and Georgia as a part of our $15 million 2024 campaign. The funniest part about this is that it's not going to fucking work. It's just not going to work. Donald Trump keeps saying you're fucking mentally disabled as a Jew if you vote for the Democrats. Okay? You think Jewish Americans don't hear that? You think they don't see that? Of course they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, Kamala Harris is so anti-Semitic. Oh my God. She's literally married to a Jewish man. That's another part of this puzzle that makes it so much harder for Donald Trump to hit that line. Here's the ad that they're running, the $10 million ad buy.
Meet the squad, the radical, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel members of Congress. Kamala Harris embraces and defends the squad, even after Ilhan Omar made disgusting anti-Semitic comments.
By the way, Allah did awaken the people and help them see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Like, straight up, that did happen. So Ilhan Omar's statement right there was basically a fucking prediction, okay?
Anti-Semitic comments. And Harris joined the squad in sympathizing with anti-Semitic, anti-Israel protesters.
I do understand their concern. I will never violence young people.
Kamala Harris is no ordinary Democrat. She stands with the squad, not with us. RJC Victory Fund.
I mean, here, let's run it back.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's so good. You can't, on the one hand, say these people are anti-Semitic, so that's why you have to vote for the candidate that says, I'm going to, one, only care about Israel, two, have had notorious anti-Semites in his fucking administration, three, okay, let me explain something to you, okay? You think American Jews don't fucking remember Nazis literally on the streets, like Nazi Trump supporters being like, Jews will not replace us? You think American Jews don't remember that? Anti-Semitism certainly is a concern, right? For American Jews. Okay, it's certainly a concern. Should be a concern for everybody. It's the canary in the coal mine in terms of fascist ideology. Having said that, however, it's not like American Jews forgot what was going on during the past fucking 4 years. Not the past 4 years, but the past 8 years, but especially in the first 4 years of the Trump administration. Okay, like they remember Charlottesville. They remember the fucking dudes with the goddamn swastikas. And then they also hear Donald Trump consistently keep repeating the line, if you're Jewish, you're mentally disabled if you don't vote for me. I don't think this is a compelling argument. That's all I'm saying. This is, of course, before we consider all of the other policy things, all the other policy prescriptions, solutions that American Jews, of course, care about because they're American. Oh my God. It's like it's reverse. It's the other side of anti-Semitism. It's like woke anti-Semitism to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, Jews only care about Israel, okay? Which is why Zionism is actually a protected speech class now. It's actually hate speech if you talk shit about Zionists, like, because American Jews only care about Israel, okay? They don't have dual loyalty. They have single loyalty, actually, to Israel only. And Israel has to keep doing genocide, and all Jews only care about Israel doing genocide. Sweetie, you don't get it. It's anti-Semitic. Is the woke version of anti-Semitism. It's so fucking annoying. Anyway. Sweetie, it's so fucking annoying. Anyway. Sweetie, you don't get it. Also, all the Jews that are at the fucking protest, they're anti-Semitic and backed by Iran. And we should, jail them. Okay. Where are we? What else? We're going to talk about cat-eating Haitians in a second. I don't want to go through the mind-numbing conversations with The View, talking about the fucking Liz Cheney endorsement any longer. So let's get to the other mind-numbing side of this equation. Benjamin Shapiro, okay? Benny Shabibi.
Kamala Harris has now put out an issues page as of like Monday morning. So it only took her like 6 weeks to put out an issues page. That basically says nothing. It's a bunch of jargon. It's a bunch of empty promises. There's nothing very specific on the issues page, but they're all going to pretend that
a cat is eating
so the Harris
Haitian.
campaign finally put up an issues on their website. Finally. And something very funny happened. So this is the issues page, and it's called A New Way Forward. The problem is, they copied Biden's old issues page. Twitter user Gay Narcan, which as a quick aside is a fantastic username, noticed that the link and pulled in metadata still showed Joe Biden stuff. Here's one of those pictures. You can see it says, join our campaign and re-elect Joe Biden. So some services like Discord you see here are going to pull in the website data to give you a quick preview of what that link is. It even shows up on Google. It says re-elect Joe Biden today at the Kamala Harris website. Oops. They went through the rest of the website and no other page on the site did that. So literally they made the issues page by just copy and pasting Joe's. I think they went and changed the policies and stuff, obviously, but the metadata was that way. They did finally go and fix it, and I just checked, and as of this morning, Google has re-indexed it so it doesn't show up like that anymore, but it is very funny that A New Way Forward was literally a plagiarized page.
isn't it a huge deal the same devs work on both? This isn't a huge deal, same devs work on both camps? No, dude, it is a huge deal because they're fucking losers, okay? That's why. The fucking loser-ass Biden team that was so stupid and so bad that they thought it would be a brilliant tactic to have the carcass rolled out in an unceremoniously early debate that caused him to have to go away after his disastrous debate performance is now working the Kamala Harris campaign. Do you not think that that's a problem? Like, it's not like Biden was winning by insane numbers and, like, of course, and then he just simply couldn't continue campaigning, and that's why they had to swap him out. So it's great that that same brilliant team is working with Kamala Harris. The metadata doesn't mean anything, by the way. I don't give a shit about the metadata stuff. I do, however, give a shit about the fact that a lot of the bad decisions made by the Kamala Harris campaign so far since the Tim Walz VP pick, I think, is a direct consequence of the Brandon heads running the fucking show over there. Okay? That's it.
Rest of the issue page, by the way, bad. No climate crisis plan. Trans people not mentioned at all. It is slightly better than what Biden's was because Biden's issues basically started and ended with Trump, and Kamala's does actually talk about some things with no real policy positions that she's actually putting forward. And when every section basically starts with, this is what we did under Biden and we're gonna keep doing that, I have a hard time buying into it being a new way forward. Kind of sounds a lot like it's the same way. And that way leads to the right.
Yeah. The metadata is just further evidence that they're just doing the thing that I'm annoyed about. Doing the thing that like pull Biden and Kamala Harris out of the equation for a second. Okay. Just only think about this as like in terms of A, B. Okay. Candidate A, candidate B. Candidate A is so disastrously unpopular that candidate B has to be slotted in candidate A's position. Okay. Why the fuck would you in that situation be like, and I'm going to follow what candidate A did? He got there because he fucked up. Why would you be like, and that's the reason why I'm following the agenda? It makes no sense. Is this guy still yapping? Fuck yeah, I'm yapping, Austin. Like, I think a lot of people, I guess, have convinced themselves that the only issue with Joe Biden was that he's old. That's not the only issue. You said it was solid, though, just a bad speaker? No. I said that Joseph Robinette Brandon's message, especially in his last fucking days, we're talking like he died, would be pretty fucking solid. He was just a bad messenger for it because he was advocating for like rent caps at the federal level, like addressing a lot of the real economic issues that people were experiencing. It wasn't just his age that was an issue. It was obviously the bad fucking policies that he was trailing behind Donald Trump on. Okay? Immigration, Israel, Palestine, the inflation, like the economy. These are the triple Monties beyond abortion. He also was doing a shit job with like abortion in general. That was just carried by grassroots momentum and mobilization. Okay? The problem is Kamala Harris she had a clean break. Like she had a phenomenal opportunity. She had a phenomenal opportunity to be like, yeah, we're not looking back. You know, we're not looking back. We're not going back. We're not going back. That doesn't just mean we're not going back to Donald Trump. That means we're not going back to Joe Biden too. She could have just done that and been like, and we saw it. We saw it reflected in the polls, right? I showed you polls at the time where in a universal, historic incumbent disadvantage election cycle globally, whether it be France, whether it be the UK, in a historic incumbent disadvantage cycle due to global inflation, okay, Kamala Harris actually was outperforming Joe Biden on that issue, and people were not holding her responsible for it. What a fucking phenomenal gift to the campaign. A gift. So when you take that gift, okay, and then you slap it in the fucking face and go, no, this is my economy. No, please hold me responsible for everything that the Joe Biden administration did that like a lot of you did not like. What the fuck are you doing? Like, she literally shat on the clean slate that she had. It makes no sense. If Joe Biden was doing great, Kamala Harris would have never been the fucking presidential nominee. Okay? So obviously, people weren't just upset about his brain and upset about how old he is. That was just the tip of the fucking iceberg. That was what actually fed into people also finding a lot of the other stuff that he did unfavorable because he wasn't, he wasn't mentally there to be able to defend some of these things. They think Biden would have won without the bad debate night? I mean, potentially. I think without the bad debate night, and also if Biden's brain wasn't actually fucking destroyed, he might have. But that was not because Biden was like popular. Okay, you need to understand. That is because Donald Trump was still unpopular. Okay, that's it. Cut tax for the middle class families. Ugh. Unlike Donald Trump, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are committed to ensuring no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes. They believe that we need to chart out. They will also expand the child tax credit to provide $6,000 tax credit to families with newborn children. They believe no child in America should live in poverty. Like, I hate that the only time we do good things is in the form of a tax cut. No policies can ever be implemented that is not a tax cut. It's got to be a tax cut. Yes, that's what a tax credit is, chatter. That's just a different way to say it. Good news. Uncle didn't fall for it. Oh, thank God. If you believe Trump advanced on their new conspiracy theory that Haitian immigrants are kidnapping and eating people's pets, there isn't anything you wouldn't believe. We can't put completely unhinged people like this in office. They spread lies. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank fucking God, dude. Holy shit. After the Venezuelan migrant crime crisis that he totally fucking believed, I was genuinely worried that he was like, Haitians are also eating cats. They spread lies. We only believe some of those lies. Did you know that there's an entire wiki page comparing Zionism and Nazism? I did not know that, but it's not surprising to me in the least bit because Zionism and Nazism are just the same thing. It's just the in-group and the out-group are different. For Nazis, the out-group, the people that had to be purged, had to be cleansed ethnically, were Jews. Jews, the Roma population, disabled people, gay people, and the like, Polish people, Slavs. But ultimately, the principle, the fundamental principle, is still the same. Ethnic and religious superiority and pure domination of people who do not fit that trait. Haitian here, I eat hella pussy. Fuck reading all the fluff. Here's a list of raw policies I pulled out of our issues page for you. Restore child tax credit. Okay, restore earned income tax credit. Anyone making under 400K will not see a tax increase. Rolling back the Trump tax cut for the wealthy. Create billionaire minimum tax. Tax on stock buybacks quadrupled. Long-term capital gains for 1 million plus a year in earnings from 20 to 28%. Build 3 million new homes. I mean, this is not fluff, by the way. There is actual, so far, some of these are really good, right? Problem is, they don't actually push any of the good policies. They just kind of let that hang over there, and they only focus on the tax credits or tax cuts in general. Okay? TYT, nephew using tweets. Listen, I'm giving Uncle Jank his flowers. Okay, he deserves this for not falling on the right-wing trap on this one. Yeah. The capital gains, by the way, for Biden was higher. Biden came in at 40%, I think, and long-term capital gains for 1 million plus a year in earnings from 20%. Kamala Harris is saying 28%. Build 3 million new homes. The problem with this one, I think, is that it's just about like deregulating certain things and not like simply zoning. So that's number one. Penalties for firms holding homes to drive up prices, unrealized gains and taxes over 100 million. Outlaw price fixing apps used by landlords. That's actually a good thing. And also a thing that the administration is also already working on. Another one of those like good policies, like from the Brandon camp, from the Brandon admin, that they never talk about. Okay, up to 25K for new home buyers down payments. Not my favorite. I don't really like this at all. It is what it is. I'm sure it'll maybe help some like middle class, like middle income, upper middle income people get excited to vote for her. But like overall, I think the real problem with housing is the unaffordability crisis is caused by not enough units, which she addresses here, but more importantly, not enough affordable units in general. Small businesses, this part I fucking do not care for and actually think is just both shitty policy and also shittier politics in general. Wait, hold on one second. Wants 25 million new business applications, startup expense tax deduction for new business from 5K to 50K. Bring down more tax cuts. Why don't you like the 25K down though? Because the $25,000 down payment, like the help for $25,000 down payment, does not actually address the root cause of the problem. I mean, it's fine. It's not the worst policy. It just does not address the root cause of the problem. It's barely a Band-Aid. It helped me buy my first home in Illinois. You understand where I'm coming from though, right? Like you get it. That's why I said it's helpful for a lot of people who are right there. And there's a shit ton of people who would actually benefit from it. And they would most likely go out and vote for the Democratic Party. But ultimately, it's not. And no, it's not true. If 25K is what's keeping you from buying a house, you can't afford the taxes. No, you're wrong on that. You're literally wrong on that. For a lot of people, the down payment is what stops them from being fucking full-blown home buyers or apartment buyers versus apartment renters permanently. Okay? There's a lot of people that are right at the margin, but they just don't have enough push to be able to get it. Now, of course, this also runs into the problem of like, then they're just going to raise the fucking prices by $25,000. But yeah, the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle that stops people from going from permanent renters to like home owners or apartment owners is literally the down payment. That's it. Once you have enough capital put together for the down payment, especially if interest rates are low, yeah, you're locked into a mortgage for sure, but you can just buy a house and instead of paying rent, you just pay a mortgage payment. Obviously, there's differences. There's homeowners association fees depending on where you're at. There's property taxes and things of that nature depending on which state you're in. But ultimately, ultimately, a mortgage payment is significantly more stable than rent because rents just get increased willy-nilly due to market conditions. Market conditions dictate that rent always goes up, okay? Sometimes by 5%, sometimes by 10%, but at the end of your lease. It's up to the whims of the landlord, whereas once you're locked into your mortgage, you're locked in. That's your rent permanently for 30 fucking years, unless you refinance. Yeah, and also, Hazard MTG is correct. Real paid sued by DOJ for rent price fixing. Exactly. So that's like a good thing that they're doing, right? Outlaw price fixing apps used by landlords and also going after landlords that are using price fixing apps. Like that kind of shit is good. That's not true at all. What do you mean? What's not true at all? In regards to mortgage rates, property taxes increase every year. That's not true either. That's why I said it's dependent on which state you live in. And mortgage rates are also dependent on what kind of mortgage you have. Like I have a fixed interest rate mortgage. If you have a variable rate mortgage, then yes, it does change. Chatter is debating you that taxes included in the mortgage payment. They don't know they're just lumped into one for escrow, but mortgage amount sways $1 or $2 depending on if it's leap year. At least in Texas, the county will try to appraise your house insanely high year over year to push property taxes. Really important to have homestead exemption to protect from huge tax increases. Yeah, Texas is a state where they do reappraise the value of your home, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas California, you're locked in to your purchase point. And I have a 30-year fixed rate. I'm in Georgia and my taxes increased $100 this year, so my mortgage increased. So fucking annoying. Anyway, ultimately, we're talking about a whole bunch of this. Are there voters out there who will be enthusiastic about this? Yes, that's my point. So it's not the worst policy. It's just that it doesn't actually fix the problem at all. Do you feel me? And in terms of the small businesses, startup expense tax deduction for new businesses from 5K to 50K. I think Trump had something similar for this as well. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I don't think this is like what actually is a significantly better way to talk about small businesses is universal programs that allow small businesses to remain competitive with large businesses by having the government actually play the role of providing some of these amenities or providing some of these like paid family leave or you know, even healthcare, if that was a thing. If you didn't have to pay for your employees' healthcare costs, small businesses would thrive. They'd be actually competitive against big businesses, because then big businesses that already have like significantly better rates and significantly better platinum policies, because they have long-term contracts with insurers, couldn't just turn around and be like, we have better healthcare, you have to come work for us instead of the mom and pop shop. So overall, I think that, you know, there is an infinitely better argument to make for universal programs when you're talking about small businesses. And Tim Walz actually used to do that quite well, but haven't really heard about him. Haven't really heard about his policies from that aspect at all. The principal cost of the house is the real threat to someone like me and my income bracket. The interest rate is temporary, can decrease, but if the house is sold at the current market price overinflated, then at worst, add on that $25K that sellers will know they can get, and there I am stuck with a house that will always cost way more than its value. Yeah. So there's that. Bring down costs. Ban of corporate price gouging. Fucking don't know if they'll actually follow through on it, but it's good that they're promising it. Okay. That's actually at least like smart that they're fucking promising that. Polling at 83%, by the way. One of the most bold policies that they've posted. One of the boldest policies that they posted. And also, in my opinion, a great way to message. You're not saying price caps. You're saying we're banning corporate price gouging for food and groceries. Now, the implementation of that is going to be difficult, and the Harris campaign seemingly doesn't have a lot of juice and momentum behind it. But overall, it spells that potentially Lena Khan is not going away, so that's a good thing. And beyond that, and David Dan wrote that the tax deduction doesn't matter. They want to increase their line of credit. Small businesses aren't asking for tax cuts. If you read their surveys, they say they need access to credit. Nevertheless, Kamala Harris wants to give small businesses a deduction. Kamala Harris, I don't know that I would put lower tax burdens at the top of the list. You can debate what led to this, but I put my money on a change in mindset. I've written before about people's desire to find purpose in work and set their own path. Technological and logistical barriers to starting e-commerce enterprises have dropped as well. The zero interest rate policy of the pandemic helped reduce startup borrowing costs, but in the last 2 years, that has reversed as interest rates rose, and still people are starting businesses at robust rates, though lower than in 2021 and in 2022. The pitch includes some other perks for small business, included easier occupational licensing rules across state lines and simpler tax filing. Harris's goal is to boost that new business formation number up to 25 million in her first term. I'm certain that no small business owner would ever look at a bigger startup cost deduction and reject it. It's basically free money. It's not much money, to be clear. 2018 bill that expanded the deduction to 20,000, which Donald Trump supported, was, see, I told you, by the way, was projected to cost 2.8 billion over a decade. Maybe Harris's version will be 7 billion. The New York Times estimated it was slightly higher at 20 billion. That's still not much. I'm less certain that any small business owner was clamoring for this. We actually know quite a lot about what small businesses worry about because a number of organizations periodically survey them. The surveys generally show heightened optimism from small business owners about hiring and investment. But one drawback has been the tightening of small business credit standards from lenders throughout most of President Biden's term. Small businesses often have trouble getting credit because their enterprises are simply riskier than large corporations, and higher Federal Reserve interest rates have raised the bar even higher. This has turned around a bit in 2024, and a big reason for the optimism, but credit standards are still seen as tight. Anyway, so bring down costs, ban corporate price gouging, review corporate mergers to ensure compliance. Great. Cap insulin costs for everyone, not just seniors. Great. Okay. And not just insulin. Move beyond insulin. Love that. Okay. Cost of healthcare. Expand and make permanent ACA tax credit enhancements. $2,000 out of pocket cap for all seniors extended. Negotiate lower prices on more drugs. Great. Work with states to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from 2 months to 12 months. Also great. A lot of this stuff is great. Okay. Great. Could it be better? Absolutely. Could you clean this up by making, again, a policy prescription that is easier to understand for most Americans? Also, absolutely. Okay. Social Security, make the rich pay more into the system. It means removing the cap. There's no other way that you can make rich pay more into the system. Currently, what is it like? It stops at like an insane number. So whether you're making $100 million a year or whatever the number is, I think is like 200. Is it 200K or 140K? the people that pay $144,000 a year, I think it is $140,000 a year, pay the same amount in totality into Social Security, not percentage, in totality, okay, as a person making $10 million a year, as a person making $100 million a year. It is an insanely broken, fundamentally flawed way to $168K this year. It is inflation adjusted. Yeah. $168,000 a year is the Social Security cap. So that means if you're making $168,000 a year, that's it. You're paying the maximum amount that you pay into Social Security. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. The amount that you pay into Social Security. That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. Okay? American Innovation signed the PRO Act. I mean, I'm on board. Will they be able to get that done? Who knows? Raise the minimum wage calls into question. You were in charge of the Senate. The Senate parliamentarians stopped it from being included in a previous budget bill. How would you overcome that problem? Who knows? And the sub minimum wage. That is the sub minimum wage argument is packaged into the tax cuts for or no taxes on tips. So that the sub minimum wage and sub minimum wage is excellent policy. Totally on board with that. I think if it were up to me, I would just say end the sub minimum wage and not even do the fucking no tax on tips shit. Create national paid family and medical leave. Great. Eliminate tax on tips for lower income service and hospitality workers. Like I said, it's the same as the end of sub minimum wage. That's how it's packaged. Overall, when we look at the Kamala Harris campaign promises so far, or her policies so far, you might start noticing a trend. Okay. Now, before you say, oh, well, she's lying, she's not going to do any of this shit. No, duh. Okay. Obviously. But it matters what direction they're pushing for in terms of like winning the election. Okay. You have to remember that. So the question I have for you is, and maybe you have already noticed this, do you really ever hear from Kamala Harris about the PRO Act or ending the sub minimum wage or removing the cap on Social Security so that like there is a percentage payment beyond $168,000? Because I certainly have not, and I pay pretty close attention to these fucking campaigns. Now, the issue here is, and I said this early on with the going after price gougers. She said that once and then shut the fuck up about it permanently. Never again. Okay? She said that one time and then never talked about it again. And then the Republican Party immediately was like, that's communism, that's Maoism, that's fucking Venezuela, that's Venezuela, that's Venezuela. Now, the Republicans keep attacking it, okay? The Republicans keep attacking it, but the problem is it still hasn't changed people's attitude towards it. So what does that tell you? It tells you that regardless of the Republicans looking at a policy that is objectively populist, therefore popular, no matter how much they call it communism or socialism, people still go, nah, dog, my fucking grocery costs are too fucking high. I don't give a shit. Yeah. They're saying they're price gouging. Okay, that's something that I can understand. Yeah, get after them. Get after them. Lower these goddamn grocery prices. That's it. At the end of the day, when Donald Trump, for example, he tried to do this about healthcare. He was like, if Kamala Harris gets elected, everyone will have healthcare. Like, okay, great. What fucking American is like, oh, I hate that. Okay? They don't hate that. It's stupid. You could say it's communism all day, every day, but like, it doesn't change the dynamic. It doesn't change the way that like a lot do. Stop. Don't fucking say a lot do. I'm showing you that it doesn't matter. My dad hates it. Okay, well, your dad is fucking stupid. Okay? He's dumb. I'm sorry. No, even MAGA Republicans that say they hate that actually fucking love it. It's the same principle always. That's why Republicans regularly are like, oh, these budgets are out of control. These budgets are out of control. We will not vote for a single new dime on infrastructure spending. And then that fucking budget bill passes. And then those motherfuckers go back to their own town halls in their own goddamn states and go, see, I brought money. I brought money back home for you. You like that new bridge? That's because I brought money back home for you. It's like, bitch, you voted against it. Fuck you mean you brought money back home? You didn't do that. You actually fought actively to not get that money. Fucking asshole. Like, if I was a Democrat, okay, this is what I'd be saying every fucking day. I'd be like, dude, look at these fucking liars. Look at these goddamn liars. They literally fucking lie. They lie all the time. They don't want you to get a single fucking dime. The only money that we have is for Raytheon and Israel. None for you. None for your roads. None for your libraries. None for your fucking teachers. Okay? And then when we finally fucking fight and actually push through a little bit of funding, then these monsters have the audacity to go back and lie to you again and be like, oh, I brought the money back. No, you didn't, you fucking piece of shit. You didn't bring that money back at all. You voted against it. Run that ad in every fucking state. See how that plays. Oh, the good policies on here, they don't fucking talk about. The shitty ones that are not as dangerous from the perspective of like corporate captured media, they talk about. It's very annoying. Education and care, no details here. Ensure everyone has access to child care and preschool. More public education and training for teachers. Work to end student loan debt. Make higher education more affordable. Expand high quality home care for seniors, disabled, pay care workers more. Energy, no details here. Protect public lands. Generic protect climate statements. Yeah, they ain't gonna do shit about energy, dog. Drill, baby, drill. Freedoms, restore reproductive freedom for everybody. Pass John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Like, these are just copy paste Joe Biden 2020. Every single thing here is Joe Biden's promises from 2020. This opens her up as a decent line of attack to be like, oh, well, why didn't you do any of that? Why aren't you doing that now? Does that make sense?
Lies never.
Anyway, there's another ad that we'll look at in a second. Safety, ban assault weapons, ban high-capacity mags, require universal background checks and red flag laws, hire and train more officers and support, hire and train. I know I have the morning consult poll here. I haven't looked at it yet. Okay. Safe, secure, prosperous, no details. Normal. Oh, then the Israel-Palestine stuff. Oh my fucking God. Normal Israel-Palestine line written by state law, pushing for ceasefire, wants Palestinian people to have a right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. Generic anti-China stuff. Push to end veteran homelessness, more vet mental health services, vet suicide prevention effort, better jobs for vets. So a lot of that stuff is the actually really bad shit. In terms of like the Israel Palestine stuff, it's just, oh my fucking Lord, dude. Here, let's look at it. It is straight up identical to what Kamala Harris has said thus far. Okay. It is such a repeat of like her DNC script and everything she said thus far on the subject matter that it literally is like top of the hour ad break status. Okay. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month. It's real bad. Okay, there's no sugarcoating it. It's bad as fuck. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Okay, ensure safety and justice for all. Oh, there's the immigrant stuff. Secure our borders and fix our broken immigration system. Hell yeah, baby. Let me tell you something, okay? Hold on. I gotta get in the mood for this one. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. No, that's not good enough. Yeah. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz believe in tough, smart solutions to secure our border, keep communities safe, and reform our broken immigration system. As Attorney General of California, Vice President Harris went after international drug gangs, human traffickers, and cartels that smuggled guns, drugs, and human beings across the U.S.-Mexico border. As vice president, she supported the bipartisan border security bill, the strongest reform in decades. This legislation would have deployed more detection technology to intercept fentanyl and other drugs and added not one, not two, but 1,500 border security agents to protect our border. After Donald Trump killed the border deal for his political gain, she and President Biden took action on their own, and now border crossings are at the lowest level in 4 years. Their administration is seizing record amounts of fentanyl and secured funding for the most significant increase in border agents in 10 years. As president, she will bring back the bipartisan border security bill and sign it into law. At the same time, she knows that our immigration system is broken and needs comprehensive reform that includes stronger border security and an earned pathway to citizenship. Vice President Harris is committed to ending the opioid epidemic and tackling the scourge of fentanyl, which god dang immigrants are bringing in over the border, even though 90% of the fentanyl is smuggled across regular ports of entry and also smuggled across by American citizens. But right now, I'm really invested in this narrative that it's the god dang Latinos doing the dang thing. Law-abiding abuelas and abuelitas, mamacitas, they're coming across the border and they're smuggling fentanyl in their pockets, because that's what the god dang Republicans say, and I have to say that too, because I'm fucking terrified of presenting a strong, morally consistent stance. Let's continue. She has met and mourned with those who have lost loved ones to fentanyl overdoses. As Attorney General, she prosecuted drug traffickers seizing over 10,000 kilos of cocaine and 12,000 pounds of methamphetamine. In the White House, she helped direct more than $150 billion to disrupt the flow of illicit drugs and delivered billions of dollars in investments to states to fund life-saving programs. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the FDA made the overdose reversal drug naloxone available over the counter. This past year, the number of overdose deaths in the United States declined for the first time in 5 years, because we're killing the goddamn abuelas who are bringing the fucking goddamn fentanyl over the border. That's why, as president, she will sign the bipartisan border bill that will fund detection technology to intercept even more illicit drugs, as she'll keep fighting to end the opioid epidemic. Vice President believes no one is above the law. Okay, the rest of it is just like no one has immunity for crimes committed while in the White House. That's some like fucking regular old libtard bullshit. Okay? Fentanyl. Thank God you've joined the right side. What do you mean? Of course I'm on the right side. I'm a lifelong Democrat. I love voting for the Democratic Party, which means that I'm voting for the Republican Party, but 4 years ago. Problem with the Republican Party isn't necessarily that they're advocating for certain policies that are objectively harmful for large swaths of the population. It's that they're just doing it too soon. I would like to do it 4 years after. Okay? That's why I vote for the Democratic Party, because 4 years in the future, I know that the Democrats will finally come to terms with whatever the fuck the Republicans were advocating for 4 years ago. Okay. Now let's do this part. Okay. Keep America safe, secure, and prosperous. And for that, I need a different tune. Okay. Vice President Harris is ready to be the commander-in-chief on day one. She has helped restore the American leadership on the world stage and strengthens our national security through her travels. Vice President Harris has been a tireless and effective diplomat on the world stage. She has met with China's Xi Jinping, making clear that she will always stand up for the American interests in the face of China's threats, and traveled to the Indo-Pacific 4 times to advance our economic and security partnerships. She visited the Korean demilitarized zone to affirm our unwavering commitment to South Korea in the face of North Korean threats. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, she met with the President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. Just work with our allies to ensure NATO is stronger than ever. Vice President Harris will never hesitate to take whatever action necessary to protect U.S. forces and interests from Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups. Jawohl! Vice President Harris will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and she will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself. She and President Biden are working to end the war in Gaza, such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, and the suffering in Gaza continues. I said ends, but I actually mean continues. And the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. She and President Biden are working around the clock to get a hostage deal and ceasefire deal done. Okay. There you go. Bro, my fiance thinks I'm watching a World War II documentary. You are. You're living in the World War II documentary. It's just revamped. We're on the wrong side of it now. Anyway. So, Good stuff overall. World War II Brass Summer Edition. Yeah, it's just like World War II Extended Cut and also gay. You should do that Adolf Hitler bit again whenever liberals do right-wing policy shit. I mean, yeah. Brat Summer is upon us. Dude, every time I see shit from Israel, it's literally zone of interest. It's just straight up zone of interest. Okay? Straight up. Bratwurst Summer. Ay, ay, ay. So, you know, it's been 50 days since Kamala Harris. Oh, God, he's such a poster. He's so lame. Like, look at how much he wrote, dude. The IRS, like Kamala Harris claims, is not giving increased audits on people making 400K. But the Treasury Inspector General stated the agency's strategic plan did not include specifics on how the IRS was going to ensure its met commitments. Oh, the IRS has recovered billions of dollars in taxable revenue under the Brandon regime. And they did it by going after people making millions of dollars, okay? Like $1 million a year plus. That's it. Like, I did do Hassan Gesser. Yes, you missed it. The IRS is also going after like big corporations that are tax cheats as well. These are things that the Kamala Harris campaign should be prominently posting, but they're not because they're stupid. And then when you leave a lot of that messaging on the table, the Republicans can just take advantage of it and just lie about it. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, under questioning in the House, could not deny that 90% of new audits under the IRA would be on households earning less than $400,000. The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office found that the majority of additional taxes the IRS recommended from audits from 2010 to 2021 came from taxpayers with income less than $200,000. Yes, it's much easier to go after people making less than $200,000 for being tax cheats. By the way, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, this literally is so stupid. You're upset that like the IRS is going after people not paying their taxes. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, dude, pay your fucking taxes. Like, what are you talking about? God, Americans are so fucking annoying. Jesus Christ, I hate this shit. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, it's not like you want the IRS to go after wealthy people. You want to underfund them consistently. Rich people use legal tax avoidance. Poorer people can't. No, the tax structure is written in a way. You're right. The tax structure is written in a way where if you are a person who pays themselves, you absolutely have a shit ton more methods to avoid taxes legally. Okay, this is true. The problem is this is already in existence. Okay, so perhaps a better solution would be to, one, obviously enforce existing tax law while simultaneously changing the rest of the tax law in an effort that actually ends up forcing the wealthiest individuals to pay a larger share of their yearly income in the form of taxes. You're saying they're not highlighting the good stuff because they won't follow through on it, but that's fucking stupid. Because some of the things that I'm talking about are things that already happened under the Biden administration. So like a massive part of this conversation with the IRS over the course of the past 4 years was about how like Brandon is getting 80,000 new IRS agents with weapons to come and like knock down your door or whatever. Okay? That's not what was ever going to happen. That's not what happened, and that's not what was going to happen regardless. But that's what the Republicans lied about. So in an effort to defend your perspective, in an effort to defend your policies, in an effort to defend your decisions, you should have at the very least communicated some of the good things that were happening, right? This is a classic Republican strategy, which is to actually work tirelessly to increase tax cuts for the wealthy, but you can't sell that to the broader public. So you sell it by being like, yeah, you'll get $500 at the end of the year if you're working poor, okay? If you're working class, oh, like, don't worry, this hurts you too. Okay, they did this with the swap over from what was previously known as the estate tax, now being called the death tax. If you ask Americans, I'm sure a large majority of them don't understand how the tax brackets work. They don't understand how progressive taxation works, and they certainly don't understand that they are most likely not going to be taxed when they die because they do not have the minimum assets, the minimum assets that are required for that to even be triggered for them. Okay, One of the worst aspects, in my opinion, of buy, borrow, die, which is what all these fucking incredibly wealthy people do, by the way, is that they get these incredibly, incredibly low interest rate loans over and over again because they have quintillion dollars in assets that they can always point to as leverage in order to get these like massively favorable rates. And it's a phenomenal way to consistently lower your tax burden, okay? Because now the only money that you have is debt. The only like liquid capital you have is debt. And you never actually end up having to pay that fucking loan anyway because you die at the end of your life. And then your entire fucking, your entire stock portfolio is carried on to your next in line without any taxes whatsoever on it. So then they can do the same shit over and over again. There are so many psychopathic, like tax-free or negative tax methods in which rich people can continue buying whatever the fuck they want without any sort of like legitimate penalty or any sort of tax burden. It's very, very frustrating. Why don't politicians talk about the housing market being impacted by foreign nationals? China, in where they buy the property and they sit vacant. Yeah, it's the Chinese nationals that are buying all the foreign property. And then you fucking look at a list and like Chinese nationals buying property or buying farmland is like 15th on the list. That's an Aussie chatter, 95%, probably. Australia is ceded territory, okay? It is a Chinese protectorate. Just live with that reality. The faster you recognize that, the easier things will be for you, okay? I need you to understand this. It's gone. And you should be excited at the prospect of being able to purchase cheap BYD cars, for example. Yangwang, Australia is a province of China. And that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I wish America was under the Chinese protectorate. Maybe you'll even get high-speed rail if you play your cards well enough. I'm Australian. Glory to the CCP. And the food has been better. Hell yeah. The debate, says Smelling Hammer. The debate. Period. You're right. Please don't spread lies. Your lies that the Yangwang is the fastest production car ever. Even if it's not true, I just like lying about it because it's lying in favor of China. The bot. Oh my God. Did he write this much about everything? Oh, dude, I would fucking die before I read any of this shit. Morning consult. National Harris 49-46. Virginia Harris is 52-42. Minnesota Harris 51-44. Wisconsin Harris 49-46. Holy shit, that's not good. PA Harris 49-46, also not good. Michigan Harris 49-46, really fucking bad. Georgia is deadlocked at 48-48. Nevada is 48-48. North Carolina is 48-48. Wear the hat again. Hassan and Rita Hassan might be valuable cringe material. Florida 49-47. Arizona 49-47 to Trump. And Texas 52-43 to Trump. We say it's bad to be up by 3, but Biden won by being up less than 1% on election day. Yeah, because on the polls, it didn't look like Biden was up by 1% coming up to the election. So yeah, that's why it's bad. Biden would be like winning by fucking 5 points. Biden would be winning by 5 points and would barely fucking eke out a victory by less than 1%. That's the point. Is Megaphonics or court jester? He's just Libophonics, okay? Dems yell at their base not to be a single issue voter, yet the party's becoming a single issue party. Abortion, that's the only issue Dems run on now. The funniest part about abortion is that Dems didn't even want to run on it with Joe Biden. And Joe Biden was like reluctant to run on it because he's Catholic and he like low-key kind of doesn't like abortion. So like they were forced to run on it because that's what everyone on the ground was like freaking out about, understandably.
There are serious policy positions on that page. It doesn't matter. You know what she would do. She said it in 2019, 2020, and then she did it under Joe Biden. So you can either believe your eyes or you can believe the lies they are telling you now, which presumably is why they keep on pushing the vibes. They got to push the vibes. They got nothing else. If it goes to the issues, they got a massive problem. So, for example, the Associated Press, which should be doing, actual reporting on her positions, all the problems with them. The Associated Press put out a tweet, quote, Harris turns to her favorite foods in effort to show a more private side and connect with voters. Her favorite, and just a picture of her holding Doritos. Wow, she's just like celebrities. They're just like you. She also likes Doritos and day drinking. That is what Kamala Harris, she's showing you her more private side by eating Doritos. Good job, AP. That is some top-notch journalisming, high-level journalisming. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going around giving people hugs. So Kamala Harris, she was hugging it out with a sobbing supporter in Pennsylvania. And this is the really important thing, is that she gives.
Why is he mad about this? What a weird thing to be mad about. What a strange man he is.
Mamala hugs. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Doesn't matter that her policies are far to the left of anything the Democratic Party has ever run, including George McGovern. She gives hugs to people. Wow.
You know. Oh, it's going to be good. We're going to be good. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. We are all in this together. Yes, we are. We're going to be fine. We are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Ugh. That's a little weird.
Yes. Did you get some spices? Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's all good.
Oh,
it's all
so many
good.
hugs.
Standing strong, right? We love our country. Absolutely.
Everybody's crying together. Hugs. I don't want a president who gives hugs. I want a president who kicks ass. That's what I want. I want a president who kicks ass.
Yeah. I want a president who kicks ass. That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump.
That's on behalf of the American people.
Shut up, nerd. I feel like if he was hugged more as a child, he probably wouldn't be this fucking annoying. Like, honestly.
Who takes on America's enemies and stops them. I want a president who stops China and Iran and Russia and North Korea in their tracks. I want a president of the United States who doesn't, for example, sacrifice the bodies of American soldiers and then abandon their families. That would be great.
This is just repackaged Trump rhetoric, which is really funny. Again, 67 soldiers died in Afghanistan under the Trump administration, 13 under Biden. Numbers on the board, okay? Turns out when you pull out, no additional troops die, which is good overall.
I would love an American president who actually knows enough about business not to destroy major businesses in the United States through asinine tax and regulatory proposals. I would love that. I would love a president of the United States who doesn't promise mass amnesty. That would be awesome. I don't need a president who hugs. Got parents for that.
Wait, isn't Ben supposed to be like the smart conservative? He's just one step removed from just talking about how Venezuelan migrants are eating rats, eating American rats. Sorry, Haitian migrants are eating American cats. Venezuelan migrants are eating American rats. Why are they doing this?
That. We got kids for that. It's an absurdity. If you're the kind of person who requires hugs from your presidential candidate, let me request that you quickly go get a psychological examination. Seriously. But this is what it's all about. It's about the hugs. Here's Doug Emhoff. Remember we were talking before about how Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz, this was their male outreach program. Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz, who are Phil Dunphy from Modern Family, except more oafish, dumber, and more annoying. Here's Doug Emhoff talking about how he loves hugging Tim Walz. They love hugging, which is a real masculine, that's all the bros out there. That's what we all talk about, how we love hugging. It's like our thing. Great.
All the bros out there, it's our thing. Dude, you're not a fucking bro. What are you talking about, dude? You just made a Modern Family reference. What the fuck is Ben Shapiro doing? This is the thing I don't understand about like conservatives who portray themselves as masculine beacons while they just I guess hope that you don't look at them and see what image they're projecting and just only listen to their words. It's actually significantly more masculine to just constantly fucking chirp about certain shit, about being masculine. Tim Walz is a great example of normal masculinity. Motherfucker was a football coach. What are you talking about? It doesn't get more masculine than that. You know what I mean? This dude was a fucking football coach in the Midwest. What the fuck are you? You're a violin player from Los Angeles, dude. What are you talking about? You tried to be a writer in Hollywood and couldn't cut it. So you became a right-wing chirper. The fuck do you mean? I can't believe these guys, they just want to present themselves as masculine, but us bros, we know better. Us bros. You're a fucking theater kid. Shut the fuck up.
Male outreach there. My dude, here we go.
We get up there and we just do this big.
Doug is lame, though. I'm not going to lie. He's just so goofy. Doug needs to stay the fuck away from the campaign trail, okay? Put Put Ella up there, okay? You will get all the young queer anti-Zionist like college kids to come out and vote in droves. Get Doug the fuck away from the campaign. He is goofy as hell. Okay, put Ella up there. Substitute Doug with Ella. Okay, everyone that's they them is voting. Put Ella up there. She looks exactly like all these fucking blue-haired SJWs that people complain about.
Bro, bear hug. And I cannot tell you how many texts I got from my actual friends and actual family members like, you never hugged me like that. What's going on? You literally just met this guy.
Did you hit him on the
Walls
back?
pills.
Did you hit him on the back to preserve your heteronormativity? Did you give him the back pat?
No, if you see the video, we just did this full on, and I think he was like this, I was like this, and then it was just this bro hug.
Awkward. I used to think Doug was gay. I just think he's corny. Like, I thought he was like secretly gay because there was like a mismatch of like what he was presenting himself as. And I read that wrong. Like, I mean, he's a little zesty still, but I think he's just like the corniest man. That's what it is. He has not enough riz to be gay, even secretly gay. You know what I mean? He's just a corny guy. That's what it is.
Hug discussions. That's exactly what the dudes are looking for. Nailed it. Can't imagine why there's a massive gender gap in this particular election. Okay, well, as we know, the big debate is coming up tomorrow night. Right now, it is incumbent on Kamala Harris to actually show well, and it's incumbent on Donald Trump.
Didn't he say he was hanging out with dudes? No, he was at brunch in West Hollywood when Kamala got the call, and he didn't have his phone on him. So, that still points for potentially being, in the closet a little bit, but nah, he has no riz, dude. He's a little zesty, but he has no fucking riz whatsoever. Like, if you got a little bit of that gay in you, you got to have some riz. Okay? He just has none of it.
Not to blow it and to expose her, right? Those are the things. So that big debate is happening tomorrow night. We are doing a backstage with a live simulcast of the debate and reactions from the most trusted voices in conservative media. Me, Matt Walsh, Michael Moles, Andrew Klavan, Jeremy Smart. With regard to the debate, the Trump campaign is...
Yeah, I can't wait for Matt Walsh's take on the fucking debate, man. Good job. The most trusted names in...
saying that they expect that Kamala Harris will do just fine, right? Which is smart. They don't want to say that she's going to completely bomb, because if you set the expectations as she's going to die on stage like her predecessor in the campaign, then if she doesn't die on stage, she's now surpassed the expectations. Trump campaign advisor Chris LaCivita told House Republican lawmakers and senior staff they are anticipating a fine performance from...
You'd be shocked at how many Rizless gays I know. I mean, Ben, I don't think Ben is gay. He is a little zesty, but I don't think he's gay at all. Matt Walsh, Rizless, not even remotely zesty. Matt Walsh is the perfect demonstration that, straight men do actually end up developing homophobic tendencies. Because, the common trope is oh, it's always people who are secretly gay that are homophobic. It's yeah, there's definitely a lot of that out there, but Matt Walsh, in my opinion, is the perfect example to the Steven Crowder argument, which you can make about someone who is uncomfortable about their own sexual desires, and therefore they just try to overcome that by being overtly homophobic, overtly anti-trans. Matt Walsh is the most spiteful heterosexual hater of he has a real evil in him.
Vice President Harris during Tuesday's debate. According to Axios, Republicans are preparing for a much different dynamic than the first debate, when President Biden's disastrous performance eventually forced him to drop out of the race. Harris has been riding a wave of enthusiasm since stepping in as the nominee. LaCivita noted Harris has less recent live interview or debate experience than Trump. And again, they are playing up the expectations of Harris, which makes sense. Meanwhile, Democrats are simultaneously attempting to play down the expectations of Harris. So Pete Buttigieg, who again is famous for being a crappy Secretary of Transportation, and also which is really important. He says that she's going to have superhuman focus and discipline. Is that what it's going to take? Superhuman? She's going to be like Wonder Woman? She's going to fly in her invisible jet?
Yeah, my favorite genre of conservative tweet is dandy boys who grew up playing the violin in Los Angeles using the gay Twitter app to signal to other dandy lads how masked they are. Learn to weld. Fucking another blistering ratio to Benny Boy.
There, out in the darkness, a fugitive running, fallen from God, fallen from grace.
Like, I'm sorry, in a lineup, if you put Ben and Pete Buttigieg side by side, who reads gay? Like, ain't nobody picking Pete Buttigieg, okay? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Even my bottom ass not as gay as that.
And then she is going to have like laser eyes in the debate. Talk about lowering expectations here. All right.
It says 28% of likely voters said they still need to learn more about Harris. Only 9% say that about Trump. What does she need to do at the debate to fill in those blanks?
She is a very focused and disciplined leader, but it will take almost superhuman focus and discipline to deal with Donald Trump in a debate. It's no ordinary proposition. Not because Donald Trump is a master of explaining policy ideas and how they're going to make people better off. It's because he's a master of taking any form or format that is on television and turning it into a show that is all about him.
But the good news, says Pete Buttigieg, is that she is amazing at getting to the heart of the issue. I'm not sure I've ever heard a more untrue statement than that about Kamala Harris. That she's great at getting to the heart.
Never forget the Ben Shapiro fan-made flexing account. I think that guy that made that account is literally like a Destiny fan who is a Ben Shapiro fan as well. I think that like they originally ironically started it, but like slowly but surely they became more right-wing over. Like I used to see that username. It's a girl. Okay, well then there's a Twitter guy, or maybe it's the same person. I don't know. Massive Zionist. That guy's a debate warlord
of the issue. What now? What now? If there were an issue on the table and it had a heart, she would be operating on the kidneys. She has never come close to the heart of an issue. Every time she's asked about an issue, she starts rambling like a fifth grader who didn't read the book. Great at getting to the heart of the issue. The importance of Social Security is that time passes. Good God.
Nah. Dude, there's a reason why this motherfucker's channel is on like a massive fucking downturn. Okay? Overall. Like he was cracking out crazy numbers, like 500,000 per video. And lately he's just got a lot of fucking duds. Even though there's obviously peak interest right now in politics with 7 million subscribers. And that is because he tries to do this shit. It's so bad, bro. Anyway.
She's not a smart person.
Harris versus Trump debate winning tactics explained by champion coach. And we'll do the Tyreek Hill body camera footage too.
She doesn't want to debate.
Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump will finally face off in a debate on September 10th.
I think it would be a disappointing debate if Kamala Harris can't do the one thing that Joe Biden couldn't do and that Hillary Clinton couldn't do, which was grab the vibes.
Here's a look at the debate tactics most used by Harris and Trump and what a champion debate coach thinks they need to do to win.
Gish Gallop is a tactic of argumentation where...
Bro, this guy is literally a debate. This is a debate lord champion. Holy fuck. Just the worst guy, bro. Oh, don't forget, we're gonna do the Haitians eating cat shit too. That story.
Instead of just arguing one or two things, you argue several items because it's harder for your opponents to answer them.
This is Todd Graham. He's coached college debate teams to 5 national championships, and he's talking about a technique Trump frequently uses called Gish Gallop.
It's considered a fallacy of argumentation because you're just throwing a lot of things up against the wall to see what sticks, but you're not really defending any of those things.
We built the greatest economy in history, the dumbest deal perhaps I've ever seen in the history of deal making. I had the best environmental numbers ever.
And so that enables you to do a little bit more of Gish Gallop because you're not talking about specific policies. Specific policies take time to get into.
Whether Trump uses it intentionally or not, he's very good at it.
Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. And they like me more than just about any of them. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, a lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan, he should have fired those generals. Israel would have never been invaded. The whole world is blowing up under him.
He had a very short answer to the question that wasn't specific, but then talked about things that were similar to the question and got a lot of criticisms of his opponent out. So I thought that was a very successful use of it.
In his reply, Biden tries to address every element of Trump's Gish Gallop.
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first.
He's fallen into Trump's trap. When you hear a Gish Gallop like this from Trump, you just think, oh, how dare he say that about me? I'm going to answer that. Well, he's how dare they'd said about 4 things. You're never going to get through all of those.
Iran attacked American troops. We got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. They've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
One of the problems debaters have, this is all the way from middle school, high school to college, to political debaters and presidential debaters. They do not like letting things go unanswered. And you have to train them. Let it go. Let it go.
To combat Gish Gallop, Graham says organization and focus are key.
Okay, Donald, I know you're into big diversion tonight, anything to avoid talking about your campaign.
If I'm Kamala Harris, I would be reminding everyone what the question is. The question was this, here's my answer.
September 10th will be Kamala Harris's first one-on-one presidential debate. Graham says her style reflects that.
The funniest thing about debate lords is that the best way to debate is to apply logical fallacies. Okay? That's it. Yeah, they're outside of the bounds of the rules in a normal debate setting, but ain't nobody is going to fucking care about that. Ain't nobody's going to give a shit about that in a televised debate between presidential candidates. Okay? Oh yeah, we watched that yesterday. And also the same principle goes for online debates. That's it. There's no point system applied here. The reason why those things are normally in the rule book for a regular debate setting for debate club is because they're really good at convincing people. Okay? They're really good at tripping your opponent.
I think it is currently emerging. 4 years ago, her style was very laid back. When she debated Mike Pence, she had a little bit more assertiveness and aggressiveness, and I think that's what she's building on now.
Being assertive is a tactic she used in the Senate, where she was known for sharp, direct questioning.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Logical fallacies have nothing to do with debate, and it shows how much of a communist you really are. Very funny debate lord who used the logical fallacy while also making an argument about how logical fallacies have nothing to do with debate.
They have not asked me to open an investigation, but
Perhaps they've suggested?
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
Hinted?
I don't know.
Inferred? You don't know. Okay.
It's a tactic she brought to the debate stage in the 2020 election cycle.
Let's be really clear. In our America, no one should have to work more than one job to have a roof over their head and food on the table. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Old school, if women came across as assertive as a man, they wouldn't be seen as assertive. They were seen as aggressive. New school is we're much more apt to be like, no, you have a right to be as upset as anyone else. So I don't think we have to keep playing the Hillary Clinton game, which is she had to be perfect.
It's conceivable that somebody
Sir,
came
I
up to me.
have just a few.
Will you let me qualify it? If I don't qualify it, you'll accuse me of lying. So I need to be correct as best I can.
I do want you to be honest.
And I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
Are you aware of any communications with other Trump campaign officials and associates that they had with Russian officials or any Russian nationals?
I don't recall that.
She's really found her rhythm and who she is, but she does not like being interrupted.
Well, let's get but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
When she was interrupted by Pence, she would just say, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. But you can only say that so many times if your opponent chooses to keep interrupting you. And after you've said it 2 or 3 times, it loses its intensity.
Well, that's not going to work this time anyway because the microphones are muted. There's no crosstalk anyway.
One way to avoid interruptions is by muting microphones. In Trump's June debate with Biden, the microphone was only live when it was that participant's turn to speak. ABC News, which is hosting the September 10th debate, said they will follow the same rule.
Most debaters will want to interrupt once or twice. So when it was Mitt Romney, debating against Barack Obama, they might have interrupted once or twice.
Hold on a second.
Mr. President, I'm still speaking. That's fairly normal. We didn't have to make rules about that in debate. But when Trump came along, and you remember the Republican primary debates when they would have 10 people on stage and it was just chaos? Great television, but completely chaotic, right? And so that's what we're trying to get away from. I think the muted microphone is going to work better for both sides.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris our next president of the United States of America?
After President Biden dropped out of the race in the aftermath of his June debate against Trump, all eyes will be on how Trump and Harris perform on September 10th.
There are many people who are just looking for the feels. They want to see how the candidate feels, how it feels to be supportive of that candidate. Trump, everybody always says, well, he needs to be more specific. He's not going to get into a lot of specifics, but he could just do a little bit more, right? He knows he's going to say that Harris and Biden have been terrible on the economy. So just pick one issue of the economy, whether it's inflation, et cetera, and go a little deeper on that is all I'm asking. If Kamala Harris doesn't come away from this debate with people going, that was awesome, then she probably didn't do what she wanted to do. Her answers are going to be fine. That's not the problem. The problem is she going to get people motivated? I think she can be excellent if she keeps that calm demeanor, but still is aggressive when she needs to.
Trump will drop the M-bomb if he's not muted. I mean, honestly, some of the biggest issues for the upcoming debate from Donald Trump's perspective or his team's perspective is that he's going to come across as like insanely aggressive and try to hit Kamala Harris on like race, gender, things like that. That will not work. It will just simply end up negatively polarizing people against them further. That is, I think, the biggest fear that people have on Trump's team, at least. That's why they actively pushed for no crosstalk and muted microphones. For Kamala Harris, I mean, she has obviously a prosecutorial background. A lot of people have high expectations of her in this situation. They think she's going to cook them. I think she might actually cook them. And Trump has also foolishly set the standards low for her. Once again, what is this? Did you see this, by the way? The shadow in question. Shadow of Tulsi Gabbard looms over Harris ahead of Tuesday's debate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's really going to help cook. Kamala Harris out for a walk with Doug. Why is Doug in air quotes? Doug. Doug, if you'll believe that's his real name. Doug. Doug, if you'll believe that's his real name. Here's another funny leading report. Breaking: Kamala Harris is allegedly using an actor who acts and dresses like Trump in preparation for the debate, while Trump is having informal policy discussions in preparations. Harris gonna lose, little bud? What? Like, do you think I'm invested in Kamala Harris? Is that what you think is going on? Is that what you think is happening? Little bub. Pod John's talked about this. She's using the same guy as Biden and the dude goes full method or something. What the fuck? Tyler Oliveira came out with another racism video. This man is a racism tourist. So we're going to get to the new racism unlocked. But like Donald Trump needs to portray himself as a normal guy, which is really hard for him, especially because like when he talks about immigration, here's how I see this going down. I suspect Donald Trump will do the same shit that he does on immigration because he's hopped up on the fucking immigrants are doing mass rapes narrative. And obviously a normal Democratic candidate in other circumstances will go, that's insane. What you are describing is insane. What you're talking about is uniquely cruel and unusual punishment for a group of people that are the backbone of the American economy. Okay, these are real people that live next door to you. You know, these are people that live in our hometowns. These are people that are contributing to the economy. They're giving more than they take. And what you're saying is pathetic, especially as you yourself are, we are all products of immigration. My parents are immigrants. Your grandparents are immigrants. You know what I mean? Like, that's what makes America great. The problem, however, is that Kamala Harris is running on a right-wing slant on immigration. So I don't know how she's going to deal with that shit. Okay? I don't know how she's going to fucking deal with that. The other issue I suspect is Donald Trump will portray himself as a peaceful dove and how he's going to end the wars, whereas, Joe Biden is responsible for more wars. Okay? And I don't know how Kamala Harris is going to deal with that either. But if Donald Trump is able to, if Donald Trump doesn't go totally crazy with the immigrant stuff and also portrays himself as a peaceful dove as opposed to the warmongers of the Democratic Party, ultimately, and of course doesn't do like direct lines of attack about Kamala Harris being a black woman or whatever, then he's gonna look reasonable. The real fear here is Donald Trump presenting himself as anti-establishment and presenting himself as moderate. If he complains about like how the vote was stolen from him or whatever, then he's cooked. Trump backs marijuana legalization on Florida's ballot, putting him athwart DeSantis and billionaire Ken Griffin, who's moving his financial empire to Miami and spreading money all over, including a No on 3 campaign. All of this stuff, including the I'm a peaceful dove, including the marijuana legalization arguments coming from the Republican, signal to the broader American electorate that Trump is not like the regular Republican Party. Okay? Not an uptight country club Republican. You need to understand that. This kind of stuff portrays Trump as a more moderate figure. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, from where we're at, obviously we understand that Donald Trump is far from a moderate and is a right-wing extremist. But the average American, which seemingly has the same attitude that Donald Trump has in terms of mass deportations, because it's an untested, zero-countered narrative that has gotten completely out of control. So shouts out to the Democrats for that. Like, his opinion on immigration, if left unchecked, is going to come across as a normal position and not an abnormal extremist position. And this kind of stuff also feeds into the Donald Trump is actually a moderate after all narrative. Okay? Is it not too late for Trump to rebrand? It is. But he doesn't have to rebrand away from being a moderate because that's how he won in 2016. The problem is he was president for 4 years and people remember that and they've already made up their minds on it. For Donald Trump, I mean. If he's able to win over a couple people, not like moderate voters in general. Do you understand what I'm saying? But like win over people that weren't going to vote, but then they're like, you know what? I got $2,000 in stimmy checks when he was president. I remember that still. I'm going to fucking go out and vote for him. It seemed like the situation was better. He's right. He didn't start any new wars and he says he's going to end them. Like, there is a guy out there. There are people out there that might actually fucking turn around and believe him if those narratives are left unchecked. If those narratives are left untested. Not untested, uncontested. You're right, Chatter. Thank you for correcting me. Oh, that is also the reason why. That is also the fucking reason why Americans think Trump is not that conservative overall. It's like shocking to you because you pay close attention and you know what the truth is. But many Americans are not always fucking paying attention and don't know what the truth is. So when Trump tries to there's certain issues he can do this on, certain issues he can't do this on. Abortion is an issue that he's not going to be able to do this on, right? Because everybody knows he is responsible at the end of the day for abortion rights being taken away. Do you see what I mean? It's too late to rebrand for Trump. He's a scumbag piece of shit, and we all know it. The problem is people like that shit. Yes, but Trump doesn't need too much to flip the table a little bit. He was already winning for the first time ever in the polls. He was up. He was never up in 2016. He was never up in 2020. He lost in 2020. He won in 2016. For the first time ever, he was up against Joe Biden. Now that has changed because Kamala Harris came in. Having said that, however, Donald Trump still has an opportunity to win enough voters in a lot of these super close races to get across the finish line. Do you see what I mean? In terms of like Democrats not being able to combat certain narratives. That's why this is perhaps a more important debate than other debates historically, because this is a historically different campaign. Because there was a swift swap out of the ticket, and now there is a new candidate that people want to hear from going up against an old candidate that everybody has already made their minds up on. There's a couple lines of attack from Trump that will hit very well. If he turns around and says, you called every American that wanted to build my border wall a racist Nazi, and now you act like you want to build that border wall when we know you don't want to build that border wall at all, why should any American ever trust you? There's a lot of issues that that Kamala Harris hasn't so far done a good job defending. Even with Dana Fash, she had a hard time defending certain flip-flop narratives. And I think that no matter what she does, the mainstream media will probably still be like, oh, well, you know, it doesn't matter. She said she's pro-fracking, so why shouldn't we believe her? But that's not how normal people will approach the subject matter. If it matters, Trump is running an East Coast strategy trying to win Georgia, North Carolina, and PA. We know from him putting up 30 million in ads in each of those states and 4 million in all the other swing states. Those 3 states for him are 270 votes. Yes, that's why the Democrats are running a lot of defense in Georgia and North Carolina. And in my opinion, not campaigning hard enough in Pennsylvania. Ultimately, if Kamala Harris doesn't galvanize enough support from historically pro-Democratic Party voting blocs, young voters, Latino voters, black voters, brown voters in general, okay, she's going to lose the selection to Donald Trump. That's it. It doesn't seem like it yet, but I think that polls are turning on her at this moment. The momentum is shifting, and that's not good, okay? She needs every vote she can get, and for some weird fucking reason, she's not choosing to do that. Meanwhile, the Republicans are doing everything they possibly can to throw the race. In the new line of psychopathic Republican narratives that have been running rampant, they are claiming that Haitian migrants are eating cats. Pure, unadulterated, old school racism. So let's talk about that story before I move on to Wukong. Okay? Now, you might be wondering, how the fuck did this narrative start? GOP vice presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance, is
as
a
we
big
race toward election day, you're going
part of the problem.
to hear a lot of electoral college map wizards giving you Donald Trump.
What
this
is
vision,
this?
ordinary Democratic vote share.
Okay, this is stupid. This has nothing to do with the actual article. Okay. GOP VP nominee, Senator J.D. Vance, amplified a false claim that Haitian immigrants are abducting and eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, despite the city police department denying any such incidents. In a post on the social platform X, Vance published a video of him at a July Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee hearing, reading a letter from Springfield City Manager Brian Heck detailing the city's challenges in keeping up with housing for a growing Haitian immigrant population. Let's get to that video real quick, and then we'll talk about this body camera footage that came out.
Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the city of Springfield and our state, the southwestern part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern, straight from the horse's mouth itself. And now this letter, I want to quote from it. Springfield has seen a surge in population through immigration that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents. And end quote there. And Mike,
no objection. So
thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people. But it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences.
Wait, can we add in that there's Haitian illegal migrants taking over towns, eating people's pets?
Yeah.
But yet there's not a government show of force against that. However, it is against these people that protested the election.
Well, they're not as dangerous.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
I just wanted to interject that. Thank you.
This is a special witness testifying on the treatment of January 6 political prisoners, where Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about fucking, Haitian migrants eating cats. Now, again, pure, unchecked, unadulterated, racist nonsense. Okay. Of course it's happening. It's happening specifically in Springfield, where neo-Nazis and far-right groups are seizing on Trump's anti-immigration rhetoric. This is from I guess a couple days ago, 1 day ago, but apparently there is a global project against hate, two separate hate groups recently descended on Springfield, Ohio, rallying with massive uniforms threatening the approximately 20,000 Haitian immigrants that have arrived in the town since the pandemic. In 2023, tensions among local residents flared up after a bus crash involving a Haitian driver helped make the Rust Belt town a flashpoint in anti-immigration debates. In August, Blood Tribe, a neo-Nazi group led by ex-U.S. Marine Christopher Pohlhaus, marched in Springfield waving swastika flags, with at least 2 members carrying rifles and yelling anti-black and racist epithets at a jazz festival. Then in early September, one of its leaders was granted time to speak at a town forum with local politicians. "I've come to bring a word of warning," said the leader, speaking under a racist pseudonym. He is believed to be the second in command of Blood Tribe after Pohlhaus, and also a former Marine. "Stop what you're doing before it's too late. Crime and savagery will only increase with every Haitian you bring in." The leader then continued, directly threatening the local Haitian residents. He was booted from the meeting. Though he doesn't seem to have appeared in Springfield this summer, Pohlhaus was a part of a 2022 protest in Maine harassing Somali refugees and used his Telegram account to call all groups and orgs to hit Springfield, Ohio. So they've been running a bunch of different neo-Nazi groups have been running like off of the anti-immigrant sentiment, protesting all around the country, but specifically in Springfield, Ohio. And it's wonderful that this is happening. Of course, classic Republicans just really increasing the racist rhetoric, the racist sentiment. Haitian chatter, by the way, here's what JD's rhetoric has caused Haitians in Ohio getting hate crimes and threats from white supremacists because of his rhetoric. Springfield, Ohio man sentenced to 20 years of for hate crimes against Haitian community. According to court documents, Eubanks committed various assaults, robberies, and carjacking of Haitian individuals because of the victim's actual and perceived national origin. Okay. Assaulted and robbed the victim while the victim was walking to wire $300 of cash to his mother in Haiti. Eubanks punched the victim in the back of the head and neck, causing him to briefly black out, then robbed the victim of his cash, cell phone, and ATM cards. That same day, Eubanks assaulted a victim as he left the Haitian market. Eubanks grabbed the victim by his shirt, pulled him out of his vehicle, and punched him in the face before stealing the victim's vehicle. White supremacists' warning against Haitians in Ohio trigger fear and calls for action. So they're doing like anti-Haitian marches in the city and a whole bunch of insane shit. And now the Republicans are carelessly amplifying this narrative, even though it is completely bullshit. The report of a person's cat being eaten was from a right-wing account that posted an unrelated story of a mentally ill American woman hundreds of miles away in a different part of Ohio who was arrested for killing a cat. The right-wing account claimed it was a Haitian immigrant that did it. J.D. Vance escalated this by saying, "Months ago, I raised the issue of Haitian illegal immigrants draining social services and generally causing chaos all over Springfield, Ohio. Reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. Where is our border czar?" Ted Cruz has also claimed that this is happening. "Please vote for Trump so Haitian immigrants don't eat us." 73,000 likes. Springfield police have also said that there's no reports of pets stolen after viral social media posts, by the way, but that doesn't really matter because ultimately what matters is the racist narrative. Haitian woman reportedly stomped on a cat's head and then began eating it. How long until Jimmy Barbecue and his cannibal gang show up in Springfield, Ohio? Here's the Judiciary GOP also posting, "Protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio." That's a callback to another, the ducks one is another callback to this. The commission meeting. I'm done. Eating ducks. Resident of Springfield, Ohio, speak out about thousands of Haitian migrants. Oh, by the way, that Nazi march, Springfield police representative described it as just a little peaceful protest. Springfield police called this Nazi march a peaceful little protest. Good stuff. City officials also in a social media post called the incident deeply concerning. So we got Nazis fucking marching in the streets of the United States of America, running on the same narrative once again of Donald Trump, and you have nothing from the Democratic Party side that is calling into question these narratives. And holistically, the Democratic Party has adopted the right-wing framing that immigration is a national security problem. If you can't see where this is going, you are fucking stupid, okay? Especially because it has gone there before. Charlottesville is a great example of this. From tabloid rag to right-wing troll, the president of El Salvador and the owner of this site. Haiti cannibal gang are eating people they've killed on the streets as violence erupts. Haiti has collapsed. The president is no longer in the country. The ports are officially closed. Cannibal gangs are besieging the National Palace. We can fix it, says Nayib Bukele, but we'll need a UNSC resolution, the consent of the host country, and all the mission expenses will be covered. Haiti has completely collapsed. Gangs have taken over the capital. This is from from a while back. This is back from like March. He has, however, said this today. Save them. If I were to make a 2016 comparison here, 4chan was one thing, but it wasn't as prominent on Twitter. These motherfuckers used to be afraid of posting shit like this, okay? They used to be afraid of being like, oh no, this like unimaginably racist nonsense. This unimaginably racist nonsense. Like this would have destroyed your political ambitions, I would say 10 years ago. Unless you were like Stephen King, you know what I mean? Like, but even then, 10 years ago, I would say posting this prominently, like this openly about like, not the fucking author, man, Steve King. This is where the fuck this thing is coming from, by the way.
Like, kind of odd that like a guy like me has to come out from doing what I do on a daily basis to have fun, because I see what's going on in these streets, and I see you guys just sitting up there in them comfy chairs and suits, and like, and I'm getting out here every day and I'm broadcasting this, and you guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into, they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And I don't even want to like seem like I'm coming down on the immigrants, because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Because wherever they're at, that's what they're used to, bro. They're in the park grabbing up ducks.
If you ever take notes from a fucking crank that speaks at a city commission meeting, you are the biggest fucking rube of all time. Okay? Also, additionally ironic that Cat Dirt is talking about fucking domestic pets being killed because this motherfucker killed his dog. He's killed, I believe, multiple dogs, but the last one he posted about. Are you saying that we should believe the city council guy? Not trying to be cringe, just confused? No one should ever fucking listen to what anybody says in terms of fucking, what is this? Still can't get over this Haitian dude walking around with an entire goose like it's a freshly prepared bag of Chick-fil-A. We are so cooked. Like, there's so many things that I want to say about this, which is that if you saw a white guy like this, you would not even fucking bat an eye. You'd be like, oh, he went out and he hunted. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when you see a black dude, okay, walking around with this, you immediately go, all Haitians are doing this. And also, they're doing this for like some weird reason. Lol, yes, you would. You would think he's a serial killer. The fuck are you talking about? We have no way of knowing what the situation is here. Okay? Like, I have no way of knowing what this is. Why would I make inferences as to what the fuck is happening?
Like, I really challenge you guys to get.
Yeah, apparently the guy was an influencer who claims to be running for mayor. And he's wearing, I suspect, his own fucking merch. There you go. But how do you know that motherfucker's Haitian? What's even funnier is that this dude is black. He's doing the right-wing grift as a black dude. And ironically enough, the people that are running along with this, like Haitian migrants are doing this shit, make no distinction between a Haitian migrant and you, dumb fuck. They think you're a Haitian migrant. The fuck is wrong with you? It's just a substitute for, you know, the N-word. Oh, yeah. The moment that you're off the microphone, they're going to fucking feel the same exact way about you as they do about the Haitian migrants. It stems from the same place of fear and anger and resentment. It's white supremacy, dumbass. Oh, here. But of course, whenever there's a racist narrative happening, you can expect Tyler Oliveira will be there to talk to the dumbest people of all time. Okay? And the irony, of course, is yes, the woman featured in this video that went viral, who kills a cat and tries to eat it when being apprehended by cops, is not Haitian. Her name is Tilia Farrell. She's a U.S. citizen who's been a registered voter for 6 years. Springfield Police Department confirmed they have received zero reports of pets being stolen or eaten. The body camera video in question was not in Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, but in Canton, Ohio. Ian Malchon, controversial online personality, has played a key role in spreading this rumor. He's been involved in Russian state-run media The body camera video in question was not in Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, but in Canton, Ohio. Ian Malshon, controversial online personality, has played a key role in spreading this rumor. He's been involved in Russian state-run media, is based in Malaysia, living in Vatican City, and has no known affiliation for Springfield. That's funny.
When they walk down through here and they say something in their language, I'd be like, go on down the road, you fucking sand monkey. And that's what I say to them.
You say it straight to their face?
Straight to their face. I mean, why beat around?
That's so funny, man. That's funny. That's a ha-ha. That's real funny. Thanks, Tyler.
Bush.
I didn't even know this motherfucker was going to pop off like this, though. He popped off so fucking hard, I forgot to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Okay. What do they say to that?
They don't say nothing. I don't understand them. They don't, I guess apparently they don't understand me, but trying to learn our language.
You see them trying to learn English?
I think they understand the energy you put towards saying that. I'm pretty sure that they know.
English and assimilate to the American culture?
No, I don't. But, it's just, it gets old, man. I mean, there's 12 motherfucking Haitians that live there, and there's another 7 or 8 lives right here in this corner house.
I'll knock on that door, yeah.
And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there yet, but they're going to be in there next week.
So you're going to be the minority very shortly if you already are.
We already are the minority.
Whoa.
Bro, this dude is literally, oh my God. Welcome back, Adolf Hitler, bro. I swear to God, Tyler Oliveira is Adolf Hitler reincarnated. Holy shit, dude. Adolf Hitler is back, okay? He's back. He's just a YouTuber. Oh my God.
What would you say the percentage currently is of Haitians to OG, original Springfieldians?
You mean percentage-wise?
Yeah.
Probably them 6.
Bro, he started off the conversation with Sand Monkey. That's it, okay? This is not a reasonable person to continue interviewing. What the fuck is wrong with you? Hello? What the fuck are you saying? Like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm sure he doesn't say monkey. He probably uses a different word, by the way. And before motherfuckers say, oh, you don't get to say that word, it's like, it's the one word that is utilized against me with regular frequency, chatters or oblivious to the comments that I receive from exactly this type of guy.
60%, that's 40.
Yeah.
It's
Are
all...
they
And not only that, but the other word as well, but I can't say the other word, obviously.
eating cats in the neighborhood? Is that real?
Man, I heard that. The white devil right there. They had 6 chickens in their backyard a month ago. 6 walking around fucking chickens, and they ain't none back there now. Now there's over 20,000 of them, and they're...
Like, what the fuck are you talking to this goddamn meth head, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fucking where? They take our fucking apartments. The landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. It's bullshit. You go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries because, they give them $3,000 a fucking month plus food stamps. I mean, I'm an American.
Yep.
Just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever the fuck they're from, and they get everything. They get they get medical care paid and everything. It's bullshit, man. I mean, if you want to, my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless fucking sand monkeys. There's thousands of you motherfuckers over here. Why are you scared? If you're scared, go home. Go back to where you come from.
They're saying the Haitians are scared.
Yeah.
But no one told them to come here.
Nobody told you to come here, motherfucker. Pack up and leave.
This might be the most racist fucking video that Tyler Oliveira has put out there, which is shocking because he makes so much racist ass content that, like, he has somehow seemingly doubled down. He's been able to figure out a new method to unlock something that I didn't even know he was capable of unlocking.
I mean, it's invasion of our fucking freedom, man. I mean, we get nothing.
How do we get this guy to vote for Kamala? A key question that the Harris campaign is seemingly desperately looking for an answer for.
Because they give it all to them.
I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbor's cats and a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false?
He said they come here to work. They
I
don't
see.
Eat cat, and they don't. He don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
He don't eat cat.
When did this all begin? When did you start noticing Haitians come in? Where's the conflict?
They started coming in.
That's great. Well, at least he asked one Haitian guy. Thank God. In 3 minutes of this guy fucking just being the most racist motherfucker of all time.
Around the beginning.
Yeah, this seems like a totally balanced portrayal of the situation.
In March.
Okay.
And it wasn't that many of them, a couple thousand.
Do you think you're treated equally and fairly in that regard?
No, not at all. Not at all. I did it just on the spur of the moment. I went down to the Job and Family Services just to see what I could get.
Yeah.
They want to give me $76 a month.
And they're giving the Haitian families how much a month?
$1,500 plus $3,000 a month in cash. You know, and I can't get but $76. That's $2 a fucking day to eat. I weigh 300 fucking pounds. What the fuck is $2 a day gonna do for me?
Nothing. It's a Slim Jim.
That's it. It is.
Yeah.
It's a fucking Slim Jim.
Sure.
I'm disgusted with them. I mean,
So,
oh my God. I think I missed SJWs and cancel culture, or maybe that started this. Yeah, this guy definitely has these opinions because of fucking SJWs and cancel culture. He was actually a totally normal guy before this. He actually was an anti-racist before this. And then he saw SJWs and cancel culture and he just started throwing these fucking terms around. Stop disrespecting the mayor. He did well in this video. I love how Tyler always finds these concerned citizens, you know? Trump and Vance should do a rally in Springfield, Ohio, and ask all their supporters to bring their cats to the rally. Trump should come out and hold up a kitten like Lion King. Got to put the cat lady community on spin cycle. Really funny, man. That's a really good joke. I got nothing else, okay? I got nothing else to say about this. If you believe this, you're an absolute fucking freak. Here's more Elon Musk Nazi posting. OpenAI's ChatGPT has also come around and is now willing to provide IQ data broken down by race. As with Google's Gemini, my previous requests were denied, so this is a welcome change. My anecdotal observation is that gay men, perhaps gay women too, have higher than average intelligence. I don't know why people are mad at Taylor Swift for this. I don't know what this is supposed to signify. But yeah, we already talked about Kamala Harris changing course on this. The lady she's hugging is super MAGA. Brittany Mahomes is a fucking Trump supporter. Wait, really? Thoughts on this last story? Different fart sounds before Wukong? Yeah, no. My thoughts are no. Why the fuck's she hugging a Trump supporter? Well, Trump supporters buy her albums too, you know? I thought she was like, didn't she do it like a documentary or whatever? I don't really know enough about the Swiftie lore, but I thought Taylor Swift was like, you know, she was putting it out there. You know, she was going to be defending the good things and fighting against the bad things or whatever the fuck people say. What happened to that? Now, she's performative, was new. Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about her like hugging a Trump supporter. You know what I mean? I actually don't give a shit about that at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do, however, find it odd that she says she was going to. I find it odd because she said she was gonna, like, you know, put her career out there. She didn't have any problems like making bold political choices and decisions and shit. And then she never actually followed through on it. Yellow Long, we meet again. I'm right here. You see him up there? Let's fucking poll it. It's Gamba time. It's Wukong time. It's Gamba time. I'm starting a prediction. Submission period starting. It's going to be 2 minutes, okay, for the Gamba. Prediction has started. I'm fighting Yellow Long. Am I still going to Jason's? Yes, dude. Yes. Remember, guys, there's a reason why most artists, most celebrities just shut the fuck up about politics, okay? 76% doubters. Holy moly. No, I'm not going to do Tyreek tonight, okay? I'll do it tomorrow. Yellow Long refers to the Yellow Emperor, the OG. Let's see how well I do here. I think it's a GG's type situation. Okay, I'm going to close submissions now. Get it in. Get it in. Oh, wait, I can't close submissions, can I? I'm going to end it. 75% nopers, 25% yeppers. God damn. Fuck, 28 million points on the yeppers, 83 million points on the doubters. Holy fuck. Submissions are closed. God damn. That right there is an unfortunate L, but I think I did decently well. Not the worst first try. I lost all my money. That last lightning hit was really fucked up. It fucked me up big time. All right, Young Peasy. Should I try to max out the damage output and hit this motherfucker with a not with the immobilize, but with a spellbinder? You're already way over prepared. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it just for funsies. I can still do I don't even know what his second phase looks like, honestly. I can still do the transformation first, right? Oh shit. He hit fucking hard, dude. Come on. Oh, come on. No. Come on, motherfucker. No. What? Okay, Spellbinder sucks. Spellbinder sucks. It's too hard. Use thrust stance for extra crit. 2 tries on this bet. This is for 2 tries. That one attack is an uppercut before the jump. Air lightning sphere. Please lose. I need my points back. Some of you don't care about me at all, and I see that. This doesn't do shit, dude. What? Oh god, I thought I dodged it. No, that last one is so big. It's 2. It's literally 2. He 2 taps me. That's so frustrating. I've beaten a harder boss than this. I guess I don't need the mana pot with Spellbinder. Is advice okay? If you're gonna tell me to cheese him with thrust by staying away from him because he walks slowly towards you, I don't want to hear it. Because that's the last thing that I, will do. Like that is a last effort type shit. When critical health massively increases each sip. Yeah, I guess I don't need the moderate amount of mana here. So let's do the soaks. No cloud step either. Using the gourd while in poison state removes the poison state and moderately increases movement speed. Okay, well that chat, it was not one off. It's a 2 tap. The bet is for 2, not 1. Broach wants the cheese but doesn't want to cheese but uses transformations. What the fuck? I deflected 1. It's too hard to deflect. Just spam dodge there. I am. It's not doing shit. How am I supposed to believe again? This is just a hard boss, man. There's not much I can do about it. I couldn't even fucking I couldn't even cold blood him. Hit him! Oh shit! Oh, come on! God, I fucking hate this. I hate the arena that you have to fight him in, where like there's not too much space for you to be able to like dodge into. I hate that there's like, he's just so OP. He hits so fucking hard. You can, what? You can dodge. You're fighting the camera. You can interrupt him when he's charging up before flight with a heavy attack if you have all 3 focuses fully charged. Yeah, yeah, if you're shocked, he hits harder. Is Yellow Long the hardest boss in the game? No, far from it. I think Scorpion Lord and Yin Tiger are also pretty hard bosses. And I cooked them at the end of the day, you know? Oh, fuck. If you aimed your tail at him with the worm, I bet it would do numbers. What do you mean? I don't think you can hit him with the worm like that. Can you aim with the worm? If you have mind cores, upgrade your stats. No, there's not enough. Like immobilize, MP drink, Gale Guard is really strong for wailing him with heavy attacks. No, I haven't tried rock solid because I've talked about this before. I'm not gonna like change my entire. I'm not gonna learn an entire new move set. Come on, hit him! Hit him! Once, hit him once! Oh, I forgot to fucking do that. Fuck. Oh. No, I'm done. Smooth dodges. I got my ass pummeled, dude. I'm getting worse. I think I'm gonna try back. I'm gonna go back to the old moveset. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think I get enough advantages from. I don't get. I can't even talk. I'm so fucking stupid, dude. I literally have. I'm unable to speak. I'm so fucking mad. Oh, I gotta change my pot to win back mana. Wait, no, that's not the right one. Here it is. Let the hate flow through you? No, that's not good. It's bad. Letting the hate flow through me is bad. Wait, oh, I can't use third art. He interrupted it. Fuck me. Come on. Come here. Come here, bitch. Shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck! Oh, he's hitting too hard! Wait, what the fuck? He broke immobilize! How did he break immobilize? No! He broke immobilize! How does he do that? Why are you poisoning yourself? I'm using a poison build. It increases my crit. Wait, why does he how can he break immobilize like that? Yellow numbers are crit numbers, yes. It increases your critical hit chances and it increases your critical hit percentage. Just like the percentage of you not seeing an ad break at the top of the hour increases dramatically when you subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. He has 3 phases based on his health. He was in his 3rd phase. So there's no fucking... Wait, oh, he broke my cold heart again. Oh, shit. Oh, I fucked up again. Oh, maybe I locked him here? Yes! I accidentally locked into a good position. Backed him into a corner. 2,000! God damn, son! Oh shit! Class step, fuck. Yes, 2,000. God damn. No! I tried to get away. Holy fuck, he never stops. Chat, stop saying panic rolling. He literally, do you not see what he's doing? He's fucking spinning his cock around. I'm looking for an opening to do a heal. He was spamming. I got most of him out of the way too. What is he doing? He's back in the fucking corner. What is he doing? He's doing the thing where he's... Yes! Only 1,600 though, not good enough damage. Oh my god! I forgot that I had to heal. I could have healed there. That was my fault. I locked in too much. You Naruto, he's Sasuke. You keep trying to get a hit after every dodge. That's why you get hit by him. Don't be greedy. Maybe switch out the needle. No, the needle is good. The needle is good. Shock resistance medicament is not long enough. Oh shit! I fucked this up. I used the wrong thing. I used the button for no reason. Hit him! Hit him! There we go. No! Oh shit! Whoa, fuck! He fucked my shadow clone too. Wait, what? What just killed me? I was about to heal. What did he... What? Oh, the poison. Oh, I forget that I'm poisoning myself. I'm so stupid. No, it wasn't shock take damage. It's the poison. I can't play fast and lose with those 1% damage points like last time. I killed myself. Oh, lock him down there. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why did it break my cloud step? Oh shit. No, no! Oh shit. No! Yes! Yes! Where are my fucking doubters now, bitch? Where are my fucking doubters at?
Our sire's head was hung when he defied the celestial
42
court.
million points!
We
The
dreaded
Yeppers!
the Jade Emperor's wrath and pleaded with Master Yuan to help us abscond from our waters. But he warned us we might hide for a time, but not forever. In the end, someone will come to claim our lives. He had more to say. Sires to sons, we are destined to die for the righteous cause. I trust him, yet I won't obey. May your path not once more be a mere thread in their grand design.
God damn, son, that shit was hard as fuck.
All three of your brothers have been claimed. If not now, when will you reunite? Destiny repeats itself, always.
That was rewarding.
Cast the die once more.
That's one of the hardest bosses in the game. Yeah. Those dodges were out of control. What is this? Golden Lightning, Golden Thunder, Lightning's Gift, Deadly Dance, both cruel and swift, transforms to Yellow Long, gaining immunity to shock and ability to see through the enemy. Oh, god damn, is that good? New Curio, moderately increases the chance of obtaining materials from defeated enemies. Oh, yeah, those things are... I feel like the macaque transformation is still better. Are you a gamer? Bro, I'm a capital G gamer. And anybody that don't recognize that, I don't know what to tell y'all, okay? Please read the description to really learn how his skill works. The second best ability in the game. Macaque Tua, stop. The new staff is a pillar stance staff, I think. So I'm a full-time gamer. Occasional. Where is it? Where is this fucking weapon that I just found? Oh, this is it. Now I can make this. Moderately increases all damage dealt by pillar stance moves. Along can be summoned to execute thunder at the enemy pillar. I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chatter. Can be summoned to execute thunder at the enemy pillar. I already ran the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, chatter. Yeah, it's a pillar stance staff, dude. Ay. Bro, I went all in. What the fuck am I gonna do now? Cope, dude. I don't know. The Thunder Dragon it summons does a fuck ton of damage. Okay, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not a pillar stance Andy. You locked in and made me a millionaire. You already got it. I'm with you. I'm right there with you. What is this? Moderately increases invincibility. Oh, slightly increases my recovery speed, increases maximum might. I've already maxed out on my foundation at this point, and I've maxed this shit out too. Equip the new transformation. It's one of the best. Is it? Golden Thunder, Lightning's Gift, Deadly Dance, transform into Yellow Long, RB Light Attack, Heavy Attack, Fatal Shadow, Varied Combo, Unscathed. Initiating a heavy attack during a light combo triggers a varied combo. If the enemy strikes during this varied combo, you'll be able to see through their move with one counter attack, earning one focus point. Heavy Attack Death Trilogy. With at least one focus point, Death Trilogy replaces Fatal Shadow. Yellow Long leaps in the air, infusing the tip of his blade with thunder. It has a built-in parry every time you attack if you get the timing. Yeah, but this has been pretty good with the cold. I mean, I'll try it. Fuck it, why not? It's God tier, but you have to learn it. It is unquestionably better. How do you... All right, let's just get in here. Going in with a new transformation, dude. Going in with a new transformation to a boss battle? Bold. Will he be able to pull it off, though? That's the real question. Yeah, the Tacoma Wet Boss. Level your Skadu, Big Hoss. My Skadu tree. Skadu tree. Yes, collab with Jason is still happening. Shut the fuck up, chatters. Yes.
This time, I should make you one of my revenants.
Wait, what? Whoa, you've never done that with me before. What the fuck is this? When did this happen? Aw. Dude, I'm already starting off in the worst way possible. This is so fucking annoying. One tap. Hit his ass. Alright, bring me back the fucking horse. Oh, wait, what? Dude, this is the second time I'm hitting with this shit.
Void of Yamquais like you.
Don't win, we got no Gamba? Oh shit, that's funny. You guys forgot to do Gamba, huh?
You think you know yourself. Watch and learn.
Wait, what did he do? I feel like I beat his ass way easier before. Ah, shit.
Yin Yang adrift, demise swift.
I don't know why I'm using this, but fuck it, why not? Wait.
That's enough poison.
Okay, it doesn't end there.
From yin and yang arises two sides. From land and sky emerges a divide. Now, you shall be feasted upon by my yin-yang fish.
What a stingy host.
Such a meager fish. Hardly enough for a platter.
Bro, you talk too much shit, dog. You talk big shit, he's gonna big fuck us up. You know what I mean? This shit is fucking incredible. He fucking cooked my ass, dude. Oh, wait, what did he hit me with? Shit, that was a bad move. Mistake on my part. Come on, go ahead. Fishy time. Yeah. I can flail around too, bitch. I can flail around too, bitch. I can flail around too. Let's go. Worm to worm. Worm to worm. Worm up.
Disasters are sure
Worm
to
up,
follow.
boys. Worm up.
The turmoil you witness is but a ripple caused by a drop from above.
It's the greatest debate move of all time, as demonstrated by XQC.
Bad news after
and it's
a
the
good
greatest
nap.
combo move here too.
He's gone too far from a furnished servant. A decent lad he was. Decent until ruined by brother Wukong. Then destiny carried him further to fall for the wrong woman. You, go up this way. Check if any way leads up. I'll go look around. The owner might be gone, but her treasure might still be there.
Long bomb. Let's go. Where's the next shrine? Her fan is so fucking broken when you unlock it. Wait, where's the goddamn shrine, dude? Is it okay not to inform you on the second boss so I can make money? No, it's not okay. Shrine is to the left of the throne. Oh, there is a shrine. 4? Dude, we gotta go for that. That's crazy. The mana recovery is good, but that's 4, dude. Dude, can use so many different things now. It also boosts your next attack. Should I do damage reduction? Or should I do... Oh, but it removes the poison state. I mean, fuck it. Why not? Take a sip without... No, I don't want to heal the poison state. I'm a poison build. I need to stay in the poison state. Whenever you run into attacks where orbs are coming towards you from the top, remember hold L2 and deflect instead of trying to dodge them. I mean, I could use the poison resistance too. You changed? You said poison was lame? I wanted to try it out. What do you want me to do? Not try it out? Okay, where do we go now? Hasan, is there more snake lady? She isn't hot or anything. Next boss is fire. Make sure not to get too much fire and poison on you. Oh shit, I'm cooked, huh? Is it up here? Where's that fucking cart? There's like 3 more carts that we need to eliminate. You can unlock the secret ending soon. Okay, cool. Nice one, dude. And I used up all my fucking... The next part is so fucking annoying, you're gonna hate it. Inside trading happening in broad daylight between mods. Wait, really? Mods don't do inside trading. What is walking here? I hear footsteps. I don't want to look away. Oh, shit. Where are they hitting me from? Oh, shit. I think we found the next car. I think so, too, but I'm willing to bet that it's going to be really annoying to get to it. FTC, open up. And I have to pee, too. But the pee might be a point for me here. Wait, what the fuck? Why are they attacking him? Oh, this cart moves. Oh, I can't leave this area. Wait, what the fuck is there? Wait, what's going on? What the fuck was that? This is doing no damage, bro. Oh, that's my friend. Easy peasy, baby.
What a great fight! You see how I swung my axe?
Carts aren't real bosses.
That unruly boy a load of nonsense. And now he's running amok. Why doesn't the king take action? With his might, he could take down 10 red boys. From here, stripped you? What's behind all this? What else is hidden? I feel blind. Blind. We should find the king's mount first. The Bishwi beast is treasured by the king as his own kin. How could it simply vanish? The Bishwi beast is treasured by...
Can you fall off from this? Put a girl on? What do you mean? What the fuck does that even mean? Did you get the horse Guya transformation? No, I didn't. Where is he? I never saw the horse. It's some stupid harassing fast food. Put a girl on? Where is that coming from? Is that a meme or something that I'm not privy to? Let me guess, this motherfucker's gonna be surrounded with like other dudes that are... Yes, it's a meme, Lamau. I think it's Hasan is better off using other transformations other than yellow long. Why? Hasan out here trying to ruin the joke. Woke skulls in the chat crying over a meme. Bro, I don't think woke skulls in the chat know what the meme is. There's still a dead card in that last area you missed. You almost never use resolute counter strikes. That's probably why. Oh, that one definitely is a boss right there. The ancient shrine. He's in the lava down there. Okay, I'm gonna pee. Imagine getting butthurt. Someone didn't like your meme. It's not even their meme, bro. They're getting butthurt for someone else's meme. They didn't make the meme. They didn't invent the meme. Hold on, I gotta pee. Where do I go to find the fucking... Where do I go to find the dead cart? Is it in the valley entrance, you said? Dead cart's in the valley entrance? Where is he? But I didn't see him. So is he... Did I miss him or something? The place with a lot of lava. Go down the path towards the boss and go right into the lava. Am I going the right way? At the end of the lava on the right? This is the wrong direction. God damn, son. Chill out. Jump at the shielded rhino. Jump into the lava, you mean? Into the tunnel. We're in the tunnel. This way? Is that the right way? Wait, what the fuck? Why is the lava doing damage now? Oh no. Oh, I don't even have the fucking protectorate on. I thought I had the fire mantle on. I do not. I'm so cooked here. I have the needle on. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, what? Oh, I'm dead. What the hell is going on? I did everything wrong. Go right, not left. Oh, I want right. No, that doesn't count, chat. What the fuck? I'm not gonna like fight the Flint chief or whatever the fuck. I'm looking for something specific here. Yes, I took off. Pay up mods. Man, shut up. Most annoying type of chatter. Yin Yang Taoist robe. When health is above half, the destined one is in a Yang state, which moderately reduces damage but disables critical hits. When health is below half, the destined one shift the Yin state, which massively increases critical hit chance but massively increases... This is the worst. That is the worst fucking gear of all time, dude. Channel points are fake, chat. I know. Good luck explaining them. Massively increasing damage taken with low HP is so funny. No, it's not for the story final boss. I'm not even at the final boss, I don't think. Am I? I'm not anywhere near the final boss. So I gotta go right here? Is that what you're saying? Like here? This way?
I can rest.
Where am I going?
Never thought I'd die before my time. All now about to vanish.
Well, what the fuck is this? Holy fuck, that's tanky. Oh. Oh. Wait, did it not hit him? God damn, son. Oh, I did it. I did the resolute strike. Oh, wait, why can't I dodge this fucker? Oh my god, I almost died. The camera is completely cracked. Turn around and hug the right wall. Hold on, let me get this first. Turn around and hug the right wall. Oh my god, chat is so fucking funny. Is that the final boss? Yeah, dude. Chat, this is the final boss. Y'all got it. Is this it? Oh my god. Okay, this is fucking annoying. Why are there so many fucking enemies here? Wait, what the fuck? Where's he at? No! Wow, this boss is sure difficult. Y'all are fucking annoying. You're not funny. You're not being funny. I know you think you are. Oh, this is the dead card. Is this a boss? Like, actually, is he gonna turn into?
For you.
Because I'm cooked if it's a boss.
It's yours now. My journey of life. A fleeting dream.
In darkness, cunning change doth breath. Brew. Slow step, yet resolute. Transform into Horsewhy. Immune to thunder damage, inflicting. Horsewhy! Wait, did Horse die? Does that mean this fucking piece of shit cart boss killed the Horsewhy? No. He killed our boy, dude. Tacoma actually wept on this day. No jokes. Turtle treasure. I slayed his spirit, not him. Don't forget the stone boss. What's the stone boss? If you want Celestian Ribbles, there's some in the chest up the hill towards the boss. They jumped him and killed him. Killed the cart still. Yeah. Oh my god, I have nothing in a pluck of many. That's crazy. I've just been using a pluck of many without anything in it. No wonder my clones are ass and just stand around doing nothing, dude. Oh my god. This whole fucking... Bro, that's craziness. Cloud Step maxed out. Immobilize maxed out. Pluck of many's got nothing in it. Let's get this shit out of here. None of that. We already took that out. What else can I take away here? Take 2 off that. Fuck it, take 3 off that. I mean, I rarely ever use a pluck of many, but still need that shit. What else can I take off? Maybe this. Hi, Hasan. Can you tell your opinion on the take on BLA, Balok Liberation Army? Chatters. Y'all are funny, man. Each talent grants an additional duplicated considerable cost of mana. Chat will say the craziest shit when I'm playing games, dude. All right, let me go fuck this stupid ass. This is a boss for sure. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, chill out, dog. What the hell? Wait, it's not even moving? What the fuck? Joke's on you. I love being poisoned. Take that head off. You don't deserve it. Wait, how did she see me? Oh, let's try this pluck of mini shit. Let's see what the pluck of mini does now. Oh my god, the immobilize too? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's crazy. Some of them turn into monkeys. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, I didn't realize shit was like that. Dude, where the fuck was this the whole time? I could have been cooking the bosses, dude. I could have been cooking the bosses like crazy. They're using fucking pots and shit. They're using mana. What is... Oh. Meditate. Chat just realized that I'm actually a fucking god gamer. That's what happened. For those of you who are confused as to what's going on, I've been playing this game with like training weights. I mean, not even training weights, like extra heavy weight on for no fucking reason. God gamer forgets basic mechanics. I have the fire mantle on. Okay, so what the fuck? What the hell is that? From software ass fucking... Can you hit that thing? Can you hawk to a spit on that thing? Chat, is he skipping secret area? I'm not trying to. I want to do the secret area. I don't know where it is. Instead of simping for Fox, turn around and turn left. Oh wait, it's a one tap? You need to go to the secret area before the final boss. I didn't know it was a one tap type situation. God damn. Oh, that's... Oh, I gotta rerun this. That's annoying. I thought I could get away from it. That shit follows you around, dude. It's kind of annoying. God, this sucks. This part sucks, huh? Why can't I push you into this fucking thing? Fuck you. No! Wait! Almost got hit by the fucking ball. Oh my god. Maybe you shouldn't have stolen for the Temple of Doom if you didn't want to get terrorized by a boulder. Good one, Indiana Jones reference. How timely of you. Where do I go there? Up there. Where do I go when I get up there? That's the real question. Wait, oh shit. Where do I go here? Uh-oh. Fuck. Is it coming back? Okay. That fucking thing doesn't stop, does it? Oh, nice. I got an ascension powder. Which way do I go up here, chat? Go towards the ball? No, I meant, like, where is the next exit? Oh, I guess right here. It's a straight path. I know, genius. I meant, like, which direction do I head into to avoid the fucking ball? But it seems like you didn't understand that. Whoa. He stops right there, huh? I'm not picking that mushroom up because that's definitely a fucking... I'm done. I'm not doing this right now. There ain't no way I'm doing this right now. On fucking stream. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That's it. I'm done. That's fucking annoying as hell. Especially with chat too. Like chat's like, go straight. Just go after the ball, man. Nah. I gotta go do a collab with my nephew, Jason the wee-wee, okay? I'm gonna be on a stream with a bunch of other guests. We're gonna be guessing the liberal or guessing the Republican. That's his thing that he wanted me to do with him. And I said yes, so that's what I'm gonna go do. Stop reading chat. Shut up. I can't. I will never stop reading chat. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Obviously, we got the debate tomorrow night. I got Edgar Mentum in the chat, or Edgar Mentum also live reacting. We also have Felix Biederman in the building later this week. So, see y'all there. When will you be on Jason's stream? Like literally right after this, in like maximum half hour. Maximum half hour. I'm going right there. Fuck. Y'all are fucking weird, man. You're like, when are you gonna be on there? Like, just go watch there. Okay, I'll be on there soon. Holy shit. I'm done. I'm so pissed. I just get so fucking annoyed at chat for really silly marginal things. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. Bye. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.